Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4, and of course joining us for this week is going to be none other than the Mustachio AJ, and we have a brand new guest for this week. We have Paula returning to the show. It's been a while. How are you, Paula?
It's been a long time. Actually, it's been too long, to be honest. Thank you for not inviting me this entire time, and I was just like waiting on the wings, waiting for a phone call. Never got it, Danny. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest.
I mean, you got one now, right, AJ? I mean, it's good to see him again, right? When was the last time we actually casted with Paula? I think it was...
Like he said, it's been a while, right? I've missed you, Holla, but now what matters is you've got 2 back-to-back days to pop off, buddy. I cannot wait to hear some of your amazing play-by-play skills out there on the battlefield a little bit later on. But the storyline has been built, set in stone pretty much for some of the teams out there. But thankfully, it's just halfway through the competition. We just had our great shuffle, and through the great shuffle, I hope to see a little bit of the superior dominance by a couple of these teams broken. Mainly, we're talking about AV Radicals and Farang, who are ripping away all of the points from the other teams. But thankfully, and this is something you guys will be able to see in a little bit, they've been thrown into the exact same group this time around. So when you've got 2 dominant monsters out there in the exact same group, hopefully they kind of neutralize each other and we see a little bit more of those points being distributed to some of the other teams.
So just to clarify for anyone that's coming in and they're like, great shuffle, what is this you speak of? Yeah. So especially during the league stage, we started out with 3 groups. These teams have been stuck in their groups up until this point. Now we are at the halfway point during the league stage, and now we have a group shuffle. So we're going to shuffle the groups up, change things up for these teams, because now you're not going to be stuck with this team, but now you're going to be stuck with this other team. And we've seen in the past that this is a good thing, right? Because some teams, they jump into more favorable groups, whereas others, they get away from the top dog, right? Like once you've got someone like AV Radicals in your group, you're like, please get me out of this hole, and some teams are thankful that they will be able to get that opportunity.
Yeah, for some of the smaller teams, you know, Holla, and I think you've seen this already, is the fact that they are in a group that pretty much does not have any dominant giants, but they either play against, you know, Group A or Group B. For example, if, you know, this unfortunate team is in Group C, then every single round, they are going to go up against a dominant giant. So this time around, maybe with, you know, the dominant ones being thrown into Group B, we can see a little bit more of an uprising, Holla.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where you wake up in the morning and you're like, yeah, maybe I got away from AV Radicals and expanded Farangs and all that. And then it's like, ooh, actually, I woke up in the group of death. What are we going to do? Should I go back to sleep? Is this a bad nightmare? What's going to happen? And so this is what it's going to be. We're going to find out the shakeup. I'm super excited to see exactly where the teams landed. But at the end of the day, I think we still got a chance. You just got to get the top 12, man. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to show everyone the groups, right? We are going to show this a little bit later on, but everyone wants to know, where's my favorite team currently? Are they going to be with this team? Are they going to be with that team? We will show that a little bit later on. But Paula, I'm not sure if you managed to catch the games in the previous weeks, but are there any teams that you're really digging so far?
All right, well, I kind of don't want to talk about AV Radicals because they're so up top. I mean, they have like a 94-point lead even from second place Farang, so not really much there. But let's talk more about the bottom. I think that there was a lot of movement. There's a lot of potential of eking yourself into that top 12. But right now, I'm looking at No Escape Revolt. I think they had a pretty massive week last weekend. It was about 98 points, really shot them up from last place into 15th. It's, you know, baby steps to get yourself in there. And I feel like this is great momentum going into the second half of the season.
Yeah, I think we did see that team, we could say, overperform last week. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if maybe we're going to see them continue on this upward incline. But of course, it depends on whether or not they got the favorable groupings. And I mean, we have the groupings here. Let's not spoil the groupings for everybody, because I know this is going to be like a big announcement. But halfway through the season, let's talk about team performance as well, right? Because we did have expectations for some of these teams coming into the tournament. AJ, I'll start with you. Were there any teams so far that you feel could have done better but haven't so far?
I think that team would unfortunately be Expand. Although they are in the third place, I expected a little bit more from them, right? They seem to have started off amazing on week 1, and then on week 2, they kind of dropped a little bit in performance, and that was the disappointing part. But I hope to see them rise back up, because they didn't just drop at one map. Their performance dropped a little bit at Bermuda and dropped drastically at Kalahari. So that's going to be the warning bells that hopefully they heard, and in week 3 we get to see them kind of bounce back a little bit, because that was the team I was looking out for, and then now I'm starting to have a little bit of doubts.
Yeah. Hula, did you have a team that you were sort of not so happy with?
To be honest, I look at it as the teams that got the invite, right? I mean, they didn't have to go through the arduous task of the qualifiers. I'm looking more at like Sem9, Hard to Get, and Bloody Head. These are 3 teams that are on the bottom looking up right now. They're having a hard time even making it into the top 12. So I'm kind of worried about those 3 teams.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really important point to bring up, right? The expectations what we have for these teams that get invites, right? Because they earn their way in, and then when you get into the tournament, and if they don't perform, or at least perform at an average rating, you could say, it's a bit concerning. So if you're one of these teams that actually got the direct invite, I mean, is there anything that you can really do to bump up your performance? Because I don't think Free Fire, it's like your typical esports game where you do this one little thing and everything instantly gets better. I think Free Fire, you have to do quite a lot to be able to bring yourself back into that consistency fold. But AJ, is there anything that you feel like these teams might be missing so far?
Yeah, the drive, the fire in their little bellies to kind of continuously grind the game, because when you get the direct invite, you pretty much rest on your laurels and you don't really need to work for anything anymore. And then you jump into the competition and then you find out everybody else is hungrier than you, whereas you have been kicking back, relaxing. I've got the direct invite already into MCPS. I'm super powered. You know, I can go out there and dominate. Because surprisingly enough, the longer I've been in this industry, the more I'm starting to find out about stuff and about strategies from some of these teams very specifically. And it's quite shocking. It's quite shocking that not a lot of pro teams take the competition seriously enough. Sometimes they get a little too cocky when they get the direct invite. Sometimes they get a little too cocky when they perform really well at one competition and they feel like they're their all-time greats, right? In a game, especially in a mobile game where the meta changes season after season, you really need to be on the top of your game. And the only way to do that is to continuously grind nonstop together with your squad. And, you know, teams that don't do that will kind of fall back.
Yeah. All right, folks, as well, we do need to remind you we do have a giveaway that's going to happen later today. Hula, what are we giving away today for our amazing viewers?
It's going to be the Sunscale Serpent, the Kingfisher, the Weapon Loot Crate. This is going to be a massive one. Just stay tuned. Make sure that you're tuning in at the right time. You get that code so that you can kind of redeem it. I'm looking forward to it. I've got my camera actually on standby, so I'm going to take a photo right when I see it. So I might, pause midway when I'm speaking just to take that photo.
I can imagine during the game, Hula's just, you'll hear this camera click in the background. Click. It was like, Hula, did you take a screenshot? Yes, you did. So make sure you stay tuned for that code. That code is going to be a time-limited code as well. It's not quantity-limited, so as long as you type that code in and claim it before the end of the show, you'll be able to claim it. And this includes people that don't watch the broadcast, so you can share this to friends, family. Make sure you share that code around because this is a gift from Garina to all of us. Thank you, Garina, for making this happen and also for making MCPS happen, because if this wasn't happening, we wouldn't have these freebies to begin with.
Amen.
All right, gentlemen. So I think we're going to start with the show very soon. The players are still currently getting ready, and we are going to go through the usual spiel. But I want to bring up this new topic that I think we should have brought up a little bit sooner, right? Free Fire, and so far in our region, it only seems to be our region, people or teams don't seem to really utilize vehicles. We don't seem to like them. Whereas we take a look at other regions, they really use those vehicles.
They do.
Is there what's the pros and cons list to using vehicles? Like we have to think like these teams as well. Like, why would I not want to use a vehicle?
I mean, for myself, it's more of the giveaway, the sound, right? Some of these things turns into like monster trucks. You're very loud. And people are going to draw a bead on you at the end of the day. It's one of those things where sometimes you want to play stealthily and you want to play on the outside of the circles, and that's kind of where you want to be. You know, some teams prefer to play that way. The other ones, they want to be brash, and I think that it's like right in the center. So it really depends on the map, of course. The second piece is, of course, where you're trying to regroup to and making sure that you're in that fortified position. If you can get there quickly, then more power to you. The vehicle's the way to go. If not, I think, you might want to just play on the ground and just kind of see what comes out in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's highly dependent on the map that you're playing, and some of the teams are a little unlucky, I guess, because whenever they do spot a vehicle out there on the battlefield, especially if it's a motorcycle, you will see them pick it up and kind of zoom around. But that's pretty much dependent on the team as well. The more aggressive teams usually have a scout who picks up that motorcycle, goes out to get that information first, rotates around, gives that information back to the rest of the teams, and then, of course, they go in for that ambush, right? But the teams that kind of want to stay away from all of those early engagements kind of stray away from the vehicles just because of what Holly just mentioned. It makes too much of noise out there on the battlefield. And once you get sprayed down, you're a sitting duck technically, right? You got to waste all of your resources that you've already collected. Out in the open grounds, your precious glue walls are going to be expanded, and you don't have any of those defenses inside of that final circle. If you make it to the final circle after getting caught off guard out there in the open field. So a lot of pros and cons, mostly cons, but there can be pros as well. But it's just not a meta or not a strategy that we see a lot of Malaysian teams kind of focusing on. They are mostly rotating on feet, and it's just not my cup of tea. I'm a vehicles kind of guy. I really like to zoom around the battlefield quick enough. I love to get those knocks, and then as I see the player model flying through the sky, shoot them down. You know, those are the kind of plays that I go for. But yeah, we don't see much of that here. And that's the main reason why whenever we do move out of our region, whenever we go to the world stage and we go against some of the other regions out there, you know, MCPS kind of suffers, right? Because they don't really have that ultimate mobility. And if you look at the World Series, you see a lot of them playing in the past, the Misha meta. You barely see that being touched at all in this region.
Yeah, I find it very strange that no one's really utilizing the meta, but it sounds to me as well, collectively from the both of you, that it seems to be a play style issue as well, right? Only very aggressive teams really want to utilize those vehicles. And it makes me think now, like, wow, does that mean that Free Fire here, like the teams are a little bit slower, they play safer, I hate to use this word in Free Fire, but they're more passive, right? They don't want to be caught with their pants down. Who knows? But it looks like we will be able to continue on with the show here, folks. So let's take a look at the map schedule for today. We're going to be starting off with Kalahari and Bermuda for today's map, which means tomorrow it's going to be Alpine and Purgatory. To start the day, we're going to be jumping into groups A versus B. Then we're going to have 2 rounds of B versus C, and then we will close out the day with A versus C for 3 rounds. And I love these 2 maps. I think it's such a good contrast between the 2 of them. You've got this little itty bitty Bermuda, very small, very action packed, and then you have the Kalahari, right? That's the long haul. That's the marathon. Gentlemen, we know some teams are going to really appreciate Kalahari and Bermuda. What teams do you feel like are going to be on fire today? Aside AV Radicals, we're going to ignore them.
We're just going to ignore them for the rest of the league, even though they're the top dog. Okay, I get it. No, but it's one of those things where I do understand. I think that we're going to see more interesting storylines in the mid-tier area. I think that there's plenty of room to make a move. In the 4 through 6 area, I think Axis Esports, Geek Fams, SAF, all of these teams are really, it's like a bit of a rat race in terms of how they're going to get there. And how they get there was with these points. Of course, everybody knows that you get that first place, booyah, that will secure you the 12 points. Second place will get you 9, 8, 7, all the way down to the 11th and the 12th place where you get 0 points. But every single kill will guarantee that you get a point. And if you're looking at some of the top tier teams, the reason why they're on top is because they're getting all those kills.
I think you're only referring to one team here, the team that's been taking all the kills from the rest of the competition. But very true there. I think in our region as well, like kills have played a massive part for some of these teams to be able to dominate their groups. But of course, as usual, I think the booyah, that's really what you're aiming for. Although some teams, they kind of don't even worry about the booyah, right? They just say, we're just going to go for kills. We don't care. If we get the booyah, that's a bonus. It's okay. There's extra three points. It's okay. It's just extra. We will get more body bags than we will in those placement points. Now, hopefully, we are going to take a look at these groups very soon. I think it's prize pool next. Now, just to quickly... All right. going to take a look very quickly at the groups. All right, it is the groups. Gentlemen, here are the groups. Viewers, here are the groups. And very quickly, AJ, which one's the group of death? I got to hear your thoughts here. And then Haulers.
Oh, I don't think there's a group of death anymore because of how balanced the shuffles have, kind of affected the whole grouping. But of course, you are going to see AB Radicals as well as Farang kind of dominate whenever Group B is in action. But this is the factor that we were talking about a little bit earlier on. I'm kind of hoping they equalize or kind of neutralize each other out there on the battlefield so that some of the other teams will have an opportunity. But we do see a higher concentration. I can't even say that, right? Because I wanted to say a higher concentration of Group A, but we only have Expand, Geek Fam, as well as Blacklist International inside of Group A. And they're not really dominating the overall leaderboard, but they are doing decently well. So I think this grouping this time around for the MCPS is quite equal. I know we were told that this is random. Doesn't seem like it's random, Garina, but I love it.
Hold on, I want to hear your groups very quickly.
I definitely agree with AJ on this one. It's one of those things where I think Group B is looking to be the strongest, but let's talk a little bit about the prize pool here. I mean, this is just for the group stage, but I mean, if you're getting first place, you're getting $2,000. You're guaranteed into the top 12, of course, and that's where you kind of want to be. But if you're looking at the group, like the total points or the total amount of money, even if you don't get placed into the finals, you're still going to walk home with like 700 or 600 USD. So that's pretty massive.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams, for some of these teams, all the smaller ones, this is quite a lot of money for them as well. This is in USD, this is not in ringgit, this is not in pesos. So this actually converts quite nicely into our countries. But of course, this is just sort of the appetizer, right? The main course is that grand final. You want to try and aim for the big money, right? So top 12 is essentially the goal here for the majority of the teams. And the race for top 12, it's still pretty hot, right? We haven't got a solid top 12 ranking so far. We've seen some teams be able to catch up to the top 12, overtake, and then they overtake again. So I think especially starting from this week, we're really going to have to watch what's happening down there and see which one of these teams down towards the bottom of the bracket really pop off when it counts as well, right?
Yeah.
Because we've noticed in the past, some teams, they pop off from the beginning and then they sort of lose their momentum as the league stage goes on. And then you have teams that are the opposite. They do terribly at the beginning and then they just sprout wings and start flying. They get sponsored by Red Bull. I don't know what happens during that final week, Orange Esports. So who knows what's really going to happen down there? But we do need to take a look at what's going on. I think we're going to take a look at the overall standings as well, because we do need to refresher on who is where and who could be in other places. But we will see that once it pops up on the screen. But going back onto the discussion on map preference. So Hauler, he's thrown out his 2 cents. AJ, today, who do you feel like this is the day for them to claim points? Because we're playing on Bermuda and Kalahari.
Okay, Bermuda and Kalahari, when it comes to Bermuda, you see mainly the domination out of AB Radicals, but you're also going to see the uprising of Group A today. Icon, Geek Fam, as well as Expand, these 3 teams have been very proficient at Bermuda. When you move on to Kalahari, it's a little bit more balanced between the teams. You obviously will have Farang picking up the majority of the points. Expand and Geek Fam, consistency on both Bermuda and Kalahari. This is exactly what we can expect from these brands. And Axis Esports, they do decently well on Kalahari. So that's the 4th team that I want to throw in there. So altogether, these 4 will pretty much show up quite a lot in here. But obviously, the one name, AB Radicals, this has been that insane team that has picked up 10 team MVP titles throughout the whole competition. So I think we can expect them to pop off once again.
I think we said last week, right? If they decided to take a week off, I think they would still somehow maintain that top placing.
I don't know, because now that Farang is in the same group as them, it's not like it's going to take a lot for Farang to catch up. 94 points in one full day. Farang has shown us that they can strike that hard. So if AB Radicals does sleep, like literally fall asleep and pick up nothing, then yes, it's going to be possible for Farang. But they're not going to sleep like that. They're probably going to play with one eye closed, maybe worst case scenario, but we're not fall asleep.
Yeah, I mean, Husky's not here, so probably have a pretty good chance at doing this. Man, this joke is so old. We need to stop doing this. I'll stop doing it anyways. Oh, goodness. So knowing the groupings as well and what kind of matchups we're going to see, right, because it's going to be A versus B for our first grouping, who are we kind of putting our money on? Now, we're going to pretend Fire and AV Radicals don't exist because they're so far ahead of the competition. Who are we kind of looking out for to potentially pick up some points today?
For me, it's got to be the rise of Expand. I mean, they had an amazing day one. They were the top dog at that stage. Then they've kind of faltered off. I mean, AV Radicals and Frong have just kind of surpassed them, and they've just kind of controlled the game. And Expand, this is the time where the second half has started. We started strong before, and how much can we prove, right? Yes, they're top three. I'm pretty sure they do not want to coast going into this one, and they want to make a statement. They feel like they're the top dogs. I expect more out of Expand, and I expect to see them do quite well today.
I'm looking forward to Geek Fam, actually, because they started their uprising. And you're absolutely right, Holler. Expand started off hot, then they kind of didn't really fizzle out, but we saw a little bit of a dip in performance. But if you look at Geek Fam, on the other hand, they've just been slowly improving, slowly kind of getting their groove. They're making their return after a long, long time, back with the brand once again. And these players want to prove themselves, but, you know, week one was abysmal in terms of performance. Week two, much better, and hopefully week three is where we really see them get into the groove of things and get that glory of Geek Fam right back up to where it belongs, at the very top. Because, you know, after all of that hustling, after all of that struggling, they have managed to find the 5th place. I don't even know how they did this, by the way, because the performance wasn't, you know, amazing, but here they are in that 5th place. So I think they've got a huge potential to continue climbing.
Yeah, and let's speak about last week's Golden Boys, right? No Escape Revolt. How do they generally perform on these two maps today? Do you think there might be a dark horse that we're going to kind of look at today?
I don't think so. I mean, judging by what they did last Saturday, they only scored like 38 points. I mean, it was better on their Sunday, right? So in where they scored the Monster 60, that really salvaged them, right? Correct. It's one of those things where I don't think that they're too comfortable with these maps. So I don't expect much out of No Escape Revolt today.
I think on Bermuda, not a lot from No Escape Revolt. That's where they picked up about 35 points. And Kalahari is where they got their dominant runs. So I'm expecting them to perform at Kalahari. We've got 8 maps to play, 4 of them at Kalahari. So no reason why No Escape should bomb out unless we see a bout of inconsistency where last week was their great week and then this week they kind of fizzle out once again. Then we got to worry for the brand. But as long as they maintain their performance at Kalahari, regardless of how they do at Bermuda, I think they still have a strong chance of making it into the top 12.
Yeah. Well, good news. We are just about ready to jump into our first game of the day. And no, it's not. It's not Bermuda. It's Purgatory. It's Kalahari.
Yeah. I know they switched it up. They switched it up just to confuse us. But I like it. I'll take it.
I don't mind. I think we are due to get some more Kalahari maps in. So good stuff. But it's going to be groups A versus B. We've got No Escape Revolt in this group. We've got AV Radicals. We know Farang is also a king of Kalahari. So I'm genuinely curious to see, firstly, how these teams do in their groupings. And secondly, how they deal with this new total grouping, right? Because you're now dealing with a completely new roster of teams. I think you're going to get a couple of repeats, but you've got a couple of new names in this as well. Yeah. So A versus B, is that just going to be the Group B domination, or are we going to actually see Group A fight back? Because the potential is there, right? You've got a lot of teams to watch out for. Group B, it's mostly top heavy with only AV Radicals and Farang. Maybe Anxiety. Actually, I want to quickly mention Anxiety here, right? So during the Snapdragon Pro Series, Anxiety were a team that we really looked at. They were very aggressive. They really reminded me of AV Radicals in terms of play style, super aggressive. But during the league stage, especially for the MCPS, they have been very under the radar, and maybe some people could say they're underperforming, or maybe they're just not happy with the groups. But what's really happened with Anxiety? It just seems like they're always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They're living up to their team name, right? I think they're giving everyone anxiety at this stage, right? I'm super uncomfortable with how they play. It's one of those things, they have flashes of brilliance, but it's one of those things where, again, we talk about consistency in the past. It's something that I haven't seen out of that team yet. We have hopes for them to kind of step up, but with only 63 points last weekend, you're kind of in you're on the bottom looking up.
Yeah.
If you look at Anxiety, overall 172 points, but 109 points came from Bermuda and Kalahari. So these are the maps that they usually pop off at. They suffer a lot whenever they do move on into Purgatory as well as Alpine. So I think this is the moment. Today is one of those days where they will be able to bounce back. But if you want to compare their performance here against what we had at the Challenger Series, we didn't really have a lot of the other top dogs in the Challenger Series. So it was a little bit more easier for Anxiety to kind of go in there and dominate. So, when you throw in the other top dogs right back into the competition, I mean, MCPS, this is where the pride is. In fact, $70,000, a lot to fight for. And, this is what kind of drags out the performance from some of the other teams. And Anxiety just can't hang with the best when it comes to Purgatory as well as Alpine. If they can fix those plays, then maybe they'll stand a stronger chance. But we don't see those fixes coming in anytime soon because of the overwhelming dominance from some of the other teams, for example, like Expand. Although they kind of struggle, when they move into Alpine, they still pop off as well. So that's like 3 out of 4 maps that they're proficient at versus Anxiety, who only have 2 out of 4. So, you really have to master each and every single map, especially with the addition of Alpine. There's one more extra headache for them.
Yeah. Now, just a quick reminder as well before we jump into the game for today. So we do want to remind you that right now, the Paradise Defender bundle is currently available. If you don't know, okay, we are here to tell you it's currently available in the Luck Royale in the Moko shop. And the skin, if you really like it, you only have until the 20th of September to get it. So unfortunately, you are on a timer to grab this skin. So it's time to pull out the ka-ching, ka-ching if you want to grab it. But good news, if you're on the fence as to whether or not you want this skin, all the players competing in the games today are going to be using the Paradise Defender bundle skin. So if you want to see it in action, today's the best time to see that skin. I'm really excited, guys. I mean, I love the whole theme that we've got now. We've got everyone playing with all these bundles, and you get to see the skins in action, and you can really decide, is this skin what I really want? Because we had the same thing last week, and I thought last week's skin was good, but I think today, this one might give it a run for the money. I mean, have you seen it? You just look like a freaking superhero, bro.
I do agree. In fact, I think my fiance is a little upset with how much I do agree because I've spent a lot of money already on all of these skins. I just can't help myself, right? I mean, I go in for the full draw all the time. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it.
All right, we're going to jump into our first game of the day. We're jumping into Kalahari with groups A versus B. Everyone rocking the Paradise Defender bundle. We're going to throw it over to AJ and Horla. Gentlemen, take it away for this exciting game.
Thank you very much, Danny, as we hop on into match number 1 at Kalahari between groups A versus B. We're probably going to see a little bit more dominance from AV Radicals here, Holler. But once again, the question is going to be if or not Farang wakes up. Because when it comes to the dominant plays at Bermuda, they are not as dominant as some of these other teams. Even Anxiety performs better than Farang.
Yeah, they definitely do. But, you know,
sorry.
Okay, I just want to say one thing about AV Radicals. I just want to say one thing about AV Radicals. This is a team with actual superpowers, I think, right? Because of the fact that you have Jesus who turned water into wine, and then you have this team that is turning blood into wine. I mean, Wine is an 18-year-old phenom. He's been the clear MVP. He has literally the most kills in 20 matches with 69. I mean, he has the most damage and assists. Wine, like, honestly, watch out for this guy. Everybody's going to know that this is the guy that you need to be careful for going into A versus B.
Hot drop here. Blacklist International versus AV Radicals. I do apologize because I started off the matchup, but I pulled up the Bermuda stats because usually when we go Bermuda Kalahari, Bermuda's always the first map. Karina trying to mix things up, kind of mix my brain up as well. AV Radicals with the first blood here. Blacklist International should know better. Hot drops in the blue zone. You're always going to have to anticipate the presence of AV Radicals, and they start things off hot.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you dropped in hot. Sometimes you get a little unlucky with the guns or whatever, but it's a one-on-one. You got to do some damage. It's a coin flip at that stage, but AV continuing their streak, they're able to win these fights. And, you know, what is a 50-50 fight is looking to be more like an 80-20 at this stage.
Ritus got to be a little careful here. Backup needs to be called for. AV Radicals just playing this a little passively. Fires hasn't gotten caught out just yet, but he's flanking around. Ritus might be in trouble. Tanamo should be able to shut down Fires now as he runs out into the open. Off-screen, Anxiety gets Fury taken out of the equation. And Fires fully tagged up. One more shot does not connect.
He's alive.
Fires survives. And I believe that was a glue wall expanded. But he was the guy who got out of this compound to play the game of survival. But Zen and Miro, they turned the tables on AV Radicals, shutting them down. And all of a sudden, AV Radicals on the back foot. Fires come back. You're not losing this fight yet.
Oh my gosh, this is a crazy turn of events. We thought they had a huge advantage, 4 versus 3, but now that looks like Ramiel has to come all the way back to salvage his team members at this stage. And Blacklist International, they're not cleaning it up. They've got the knocks, but they don't have the kills. This is very worrying at this stage.
Ramiel manages to sidestep Miro, and Thanamo gives him that backup with a double barrel, shuts him down. Zen OP. So good thing Fires did not come back. He would have gotten shut down. Ashura got revived already. Ramiel down on the ground once again. Fires brings back his partner. AV Radicals starts things off very, very weakly as they are team number 12 in this round. It looks like Farang will have their usual dominance because we were looking at the two Titans to equalize each other, but Blacklist International kind of helped Farang get the job done. And later on, we will see if or not Farang can continue their dominant run at Kalahari. Right now, 76 points so far. They stand a strong chance of getting into that final circle once again.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Blacklist International coming out on top. That's exactly what we wanted to see. We want this to be very competitive. And AV Radicals going out with that donut, absolutely massive at this stage. Props to Blacklist International for turning that one around. We thought it was going to be a world of hurt, but now look at Icon here, looking to just clean up what they can from AXD. He'll take out Fur here. But, you know, this is one of those things where you don't really expect this, especially at the 3-minute stage where that team, AV Radicals, they've been knocked out first. Very difficult for them. I mean, it's one of those things where I think we made the joke that they could play with one eye open at this stage, and they're fine in that regard. But hey, this is one of those things that they're going to really feel that one going into the second match.
But this is something that we've, of course, talked about the past few weeks already. Always going in for that high-tier loot zone is a risky maneuver. If at all you do get challenged by some of the bigger teams out there. And that's exactly what happened in the very start of this matchup, in the very start of day number 5 in the competition. Blacklist International has managed to punish the players of AV Radicals. The question is, will they continue to hot drop AV Radicals in that high-tier loot zone? Will we see AV Radicals back out of that high-tier loot zone? All of those questions can be answered a little bit later on as we see AV Radicals jump back into the matchup. But for the time being, it will have to be the other teams. And I really like the fact that Fires kind of backed out of that compound super early. And the first place that he ran to was that revival point, bought his brothers right back in before AV Radicals was shut down. And the game of numbers was already back in there for the game of pressure. And AV Radicals just could not sustain. They had all of their players in the compound. What they were trying to do is just play the pickup and not revival. And they were the biggest losers in that engagement.
Yeah, and Kalahari tends to be one of those maps where it's bigger. The pace of the game is much, much slower. I mean, it's one of those things where it's better to play for the late game as opposed to kind of rushing in there, especially since you don't know what's out there. And it's very open. So it's kind of, you know, you put yourself at risk for a potential pickoff. And at the same time, it's one of those things where is it the smart play? You need placement points. You need to get there. Yes, kills are very important, getting you into that and getting yourself a chance into the league. But at the same time, you need to play it safe. You want a third party, fourth party, you know, maybe even fifth party at this stage, but it's one of those things where it's probably better to play on the safer side. As I say that, it looks like NC is going to be in a little bit of a skirmish here with EXP.
Expense should be able to sort them out, but the game of numbers on the side of NC, flanking around too fast. From the right-hand side as well as the left. Nafis with a high ground advantage with the AWM, looking to strike down their opponents. Cobra from afar, AC-80 in hand, can do nothing to protect his brother. Too fast, but as I say that, Cobra strikes faster down with that headshot. But no elimination coming through just yet as Cobra now under fire. Roy a little bit too far away to assist him. Axel hides away with the Car 98. And it looks like Expan is just playing the game of defensive maneuver here. They do not want to aggressively engage just yet. They do have a buy point, and you can see one player on the side of Expan already rushing off to bring his team member, his fallen member, right back into the matchup. Icon, on the other hand, as they have not completed their full engagement with Anxiety, now have to also deal with Geek Fam, who drops by their compound.
Yeah, and Geek Fam, and look at the Anxiety raining from the high ground onto Geek Fam, giving them, making it very difficult for them to make any sort of move. And AXT Kanoho is just continuing to scout around. Geek Fam, it looks like he's going to, Hazik is looking to flank him. So they do see him, and he's going to provide a little bit of cover. You got to slow down Kanoho, make sure that he doesn't rain onto Yasta on that part, on the very bottom area. But Anxiety kind of spread out, which is a little worrying, but you have Kanoho on that high ground. He's providing a lot of intel, if anything. You don't have to win the firefight at this stage. You just need to understand the enemy team's rotations, who's going to be going onto you. It's one of those things where, again, you slow down. Knowledge is key. Get that information, figure out what you can do so that you're in a better fight, so that you can potentially find somebody off guard. Maybe you can get a 3 versus 1. We're going to have to see. Is Anxiety, again, just throwing out grenades onto Geek Fam, and Geek Fam really not able to make any sort of moves.
I couldn't agree more with the game of information that has to be played out there, but it is the revival platform fight for Captain as Fear catches him a little off guard. Cap was trying to bring back the rest of the Icon players, but he was snuffed out a little prematurely there. And that ambush. Geek Fam, on the other hand, this is going back to the point of our game of information, very difficult to play as well, Holler, because when you've got 3 teams out there, no kill feed available, you don't know who you're shooting at, and you do not know exactly who's going to be firing back at you. You do not know exactly how many players to anticipate. You might think you're engaging with one team, but there are 2 different squads out there playing their own strategies against you. But Anxiety going to be the overall losers of this engagement as Kanoho drops down onto the ground. He's one of the biggest threats out there on the battlefield from the side of Anxiety. And the Mag 7 puts an end to him. Good engagement by Hazik. They play that 2-2 buddy system and they travel around together. Anxiety is not going to have anything against them as they hold that high ground advantage.
They have the high ground, but it's hard to draw a beat on this one. And they seem to be stuck into that little cave right there. And it looks like Geek Fam Appease has just gone down. And Geek Fam Hakimi is right on the top line. He's drawing some good beads. He's getting some good shots in. But again, it's one of those things where it's 3 versus 2. Anxiety are stuck under this cliff. Nice. I don't think they're going to go for this one. The grenade barely off the mark. Chessman is getting a little bit low. He does need to keep himself up right now. Provide cover. Make sure that Hakimi and the rest of Geek Fam don't get off this cliff. You know where they are. Draw more shots into it. Hazik is trying to do what he can as he goes up against Fur right here.
Yes, smart for Chessman to deal with that ice grenade instead of just running away from it. Recovers his health with the medic, and then he rushes out when the timing is right. But Hazik backstab, Mag 7 in hand. But Chessman has the exact same gun from afar. Puts a little bit of pressure onto Fury as well. I don't know how he got all of those shots, but the Mag 7 finally puts Chessman down onto the ground. The execution by Geek Fam, just a little bit too smooth, and Anxiety have no other choice but to turn tails and run. Let's see if or not Fury can get that. Double barrel in hand, manages to knock down 2 players, but Yasta's gonna be the only one that has a little bit of trouble dealing with this. Fear gets out of there as he is falling as well. And with the launch pad in hand, he should be able to survive, and not only survive, but buy back the rest of his players.
Yeah, and Fear is deciding to salvage what he can at this stage. He was the last standing member. He's going to go and try to heal everybody at this point. But that was quite a long skirmish with Geek Fam. It's one of those moments where, you know what I mean, like who's going to fall first, who's going to blink in that sense. And it looks like Anxiety have decided to, hey, we're just going to salvage what we can. We have 4 kills already. So Anxiety off to a pretty decent start considering this is the 10th place team going into this match. It was one of those moments where I wasn't sure if they could continue, especially going up against Geek Fam. But they decide to back off, and they're going to play a little bit safer going into the mid game here. And we've seen pretty much just nonstop action from minute 1.
I do fear for Fear's safety, no pun intended. The guy has 0 glue walls, just 5 medkits to work with. And if he does get caught by any of the teams out there as he tries to revive the rest of his team members, I believe this is going to be the end of Anxiety. But thankfully, at the sub, there doesn't seem to be anybody else in that area or around him. So there's a high probability of survival here for Anxiety, unless Geek Fam uses that launch pad and flies directly in the direction that he flew in as well. That's going to be unfortunate. Cobra down on the ground, not stuffed out just yet, just a knock. And Orange Esports making good use of the platforms this time round, and this is just quite rare to see them up on a high ground. Orange Esports is usually the team that just doesn't take any initiative whatsoever until the final moments of the league stage. But here they are, chugging out those knocks, but not into kills just yet. So I think they are hungry. Let's see what they can eat a little bit later on. But Bloody Heads rushing straight in towards their depths potentially, as Geek Fam has anticipated, or, you know, I guess mentioned earlier that they're going to be flying directly in the direction of Anxiety's Fear. They do exactly that. Now Bloody Head on the right, Geek Fam on the left. Fear, I'm afraid this guy is going to run out of luck.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Geek Fam has been in non-stop fighting action, and this is another team, and No Escape Revolt is going to knock them out. They're going to be out in 10th, that is. Bloody Head, on the other hand, is looking to secure as much of Geek Fam as they can, as they were caught wide in the open, just looking to do a rotate. And it looks like Bloody Head continuing on. They have actually eliminated Anxiety as well, and Bloody Head, they were pretty quiet in the first 10 minutes. Now they've turned it on.
Hazik, final survivor, has got the motorcycle. This brings back memories of MCP Majors Season 1, where Bloody Heads just wiped the ground with the players of Geek Fam. And Hazik, usually the final survivor, tries to rattle around looking for those placement points. But now in the hands of Eastern Wolves Gang, Bando EWG, high ground advantage. Hazik has got a Mag 7 to work with, but nobody's close enough for this auto shotgun to pop off on. And all of those long-range engagements by the players of EWG can be the final engagement that Geek Fam sees before they get put out in the 8th spot. But it looks like EWG is not going to get aggressive with him just yet. But the circle will force them to take the initiative to move, because it is approaching, and that's about 40 seconds. So Hazik, if he wants to move, if he wants to run away with the bike, it has to be now.
Yeah, it has to be now, but it looks like Blacklist International, a little bit of a skirmish with Expand here. And Ashura, I mean, he's getting some decent shots in. I don't think that he's been spotted, and they're going to, help each other's up at this point. But the nice grenade there by Too Fast, and it looks like he's going to look to flank in. He's going to go in for this one. I don't know if I agree with this one, especially since the numbers are not on his side, but Too Fast, he's looking to get into the skirmish.
Oh, but he backs away. He has got the grenade launcher in hand. Too Fast has got the ability to snuff out the whole team of Blacklist International. Pops a grenade. Grenade doesn't connect, but it's Orange Esports out of nowhere that now puts that pressure on them as well. Tom gets shut down by Miro. Blacklist International still has the opportunity to pick up Ashura as well as Zen OP, and I'm surprised that Expand did not move on in to finish them off, and therefore Blacklist International will continue to survive. But look at Axel, the angle that he's holding on to, allowing the blue zone to do all of the damage. AWM misses the 2 shots. Third one missed as well. Bad plays by Axel. That's quite rare. But Cobra's on standby as well with the Woodpecker. But they have to be careful, because NC is just watching all of this action from the right-hand side. They've got that defensive compound, but Expand just wants to gatekeep the players of Blacklist International. And I feel like this is about time. Miro gets taken out. Five should die off to the blue zone any moment now, as he's a little too slow to jump into the circle. And the next contenders potentially will be NC.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, the storm is coming in. It's one of those moments where you had to make a move. Blacklist International, no real chance. Bloody Head, they've grouped up in all 4, though. Mark has been on a roll, and Farong has now been eliminated at 8th. That's a massive turn of events. 6 more teams. Orange Esports was up next. Now we're down to the last 6.
Oh, fantastic. And now NC. NC has just been stepping it up. In week 2, they did so much better than week 1. And in week 3, they want to show us that they are the mightiest team out there to come from absolute nowhere and to make it into the top 12. There is a huge potential for NC to do exactly that. Let's see exactly what can they pull out from this circle as well. Eastern Wolves Gang, a little bit too far away from the next zone. Travel time, 10 more seconds for them before the circle starts to put that pressure. But they want that chaos before they start to move. Bloody Heads will see the shots from NC. NC once again making great use of the defensive compound. Now, earlier, Too Fast did not pop off with that grenade launcher. NC is going to eat all of those grenades right now in a few seconds.
All right, I love the fact that Bloody Head are playing as a team, but they are awfully clustered right now. And that grenade, very close. Blacklist International has now been eliminated 5th. That's going to be a pretty big turn of events. He was the last member of that. But NC, who was the 16th place team, they're still alive. Bloody Head is 14th as well. Both of these teams need some points, and it looks like they're going to get some with only 4 teams left at the 16-minute mark.
And it looks like Too Fast hasn't really popped off with the grenade launcher. He's just waiting for those final moments alongside Axel. Axel, long-range engagement capability. Finally pops off. Too Fast turns around. Woodpecker down on the ground. NC with a potential elimination, but Carlo instead gets taken out. NC in the 3rd spot. Expand still surviving. Eastern Wolves Gang heading in straight for this fight, but you can see the AWM as well as the Charge Buster. Manchai has the Charge Buster as well, but the grenades alone finish Expand off, and Bando EWG secure the first booyah of the day.
What an amazing grenade. I saw it go into the window and I was like, there's no chance, there's no real way, but Pando EWG will secure that first booyah of the day. That's exactly what you wanted to kind of finish this game out. What a great turn of events by EWG. Playing super smart, understanding the tactics. What is the late game strategy that we need to do? We need to survive. And then we'll pick people off, find it, and take advantage with our far superior numbers. Pando EWG, this is how they got their booyah.
Yeah, shout out to the one and only Abiye, who is now the coach of Pando EWG. The guy, the other day, met him late at night, finished work, and he drove close to 200 kilometers just to catch up with these boys and coach them to success. One whole week, they are going to be at their battle station, getting all of that knowledge from Abiye, who has collected his information in his years of playing Free Fire, as well as shoutcasting Free Fire, and now coaching this team. Pando EWG has got the mechanical skills out there on the battlefield, as well now the assistance of strategy to dominate. What a fantastic performance. And I love the fact that they stayed clear. They stayed clear of all of those initial engagements. No defensive compound to work with. They just had the open grounds. But what they were focusing on and hoping and praying for was for the other teams to kind of engage and neutralize each other before finally jumping into battle. And that seems to be the most sound strategy, Danley.
Oh man, that was this match was so unexpected. I think everything that we were expecting did not happen, right? We've had all the major teams getting eliminated. We had all the underdogs taking the crown, essentially. God, I did not expect that final booyah at all from... Oh my God, Pando! How did I forget this team? This team also did well at Challengers, and I'm actually really happy to see them start to perform this week. I mean, this is just game one, but this is such good news for the squad, because at first I thought this team was just going to blend into the background. Oh my goodness. Guys, this was an amazing opening. Panda EWG with the booyah. Expand getting deleted by Blacklist. That was... Wow.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
I don't know. Hot drops, guys. Hot drops. 50-50s.
Yeah. You know, AV Radicals. You know, 50-50, Blacklist International. I mean, it was a eventuality because, you know, someone was about to do it, right? Someone was about to challenge them for that hot drop, because AV Radicals had already proven how effective it is to take that blue zone, how effective it is to take all of that high-tier loot zones, loots, and then move on into those final circles. And you're pretty much a rich man. You're a billionaire in the world where people are starving for a little bit of extra money, and you're just throwing money left, right, center in terms of resources, in terms of glue walls, as well as those grenades. And that's exactly what Blacklist International was aiming for this time around. But they didn't make use of it in the exact same way that AV Radicals usually expands all of their utilities inside of that final circle. Blacklist International tried to play scrappy. They got extremely lucky in that engagement. Even though Fires ran away, I don't know what happened to AV Radicals. They just kind of flunked out in that initial engagement.
Maybe they just weren't expecting it. I think most of the time they just sort of think, we're going to go for the good loot. People are not going to contest us because we've been doing this for the entire league. Little do they know Blacklist and other plans, they just decided, we're going to go for the loot as well. You know, if we run into AV, it doesn't matter. I think this is actually a really cool way to sort of deal with AV as well. I know that Blacklist, maybe they didn't anticipate running into AV Radicals as well, but I feel you're kind of also looking at AV Radicals at their weakest if you think about it, right? Because everyone's not on a level playing field. It's going to come down to RNG. Sometimes I consider the blue zone to be like a casino. You know, everyone walks into the casino. You don't know what you're going to come home with. You might not come home at all, but but I think it was just...
Sorry, I just want to kind of talk about the casino piece, because it seems like Blacklist International knew what sort of game they wanted to play. They knew where AV Radicals were going to drop, and they went directly to it. And they were like, hey, we want to play blackjack. We want to do this. And this is the overall stats that were throughout that game. But, you know, again, Blacklist International, they were in every single fight. They were kind of involved with everything. And big props to them, because they showed up today.
You know why they're showing up? Because I'm not on the bandwagon. I was too heavy. I was too goddamn heavy. Okay, jokes aside though, no, I'm just really happy for Blacklist that this team is actually starting to pick up. I was, after week one, I thought this is a disaster. I'm not allowed to cheer for teams, but they clearly came back, whether I am a fan or not. Maybe I am deep down inside. I'm not going to say anything, but Blacklist, I'm happy to see this team come back, because we saw for the longest time it was just a couple teams dominating. It was AV Radicals. It was Expand at some point. We had Farang as well. Like, these teams are basically had all of our eyes on these three. And eventually, I think by the end of this, we're going to be seeing probably 6 to 7 teams that could potentially take the crown when it comes to that grand final weekend. I don't think it's going to be that small pool of teams that are dominating. But let's take a look at our MVP for the round. It's going to be Zenop on the side of Blacklist. He's got 4 kills for the round, 1,300 damage, and he has a total of 29 accuracy for the round. Are we on board with this MVP, or have we got other nominations?
I think it was a very flat round. Nothing much to shout about. Zenop, he got rewarded the MVP because he picked up the most number of kills. And this is 4 kills, which once again is not, the most impressive statistic out there. So no complaints, but at the same time, not extremely impressed. Blacklist International overall pretty decent, because what they usually pick up in a full day of play at Kalahari is about 22 points, right? But let's jump on to the most number of points picked up in this matchup potentially. This is Pando EWG with the team MVP. 8 kills out there on the battlefield, as well as the Booyah gets them the 20. And I'm actually curious to see exactly how many points Blacklist picked up as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they may have potentially taken over Pando, because with the absence of AV Radicals, how this team soaks up kills like nobody's business. They just go for a buffet. With AV out of the picture, a lot more kills go towards the rest of the room. So yeah, maybe Blacklist could have potentially taken over. I don't quite know how many kills they ended the round with, but we are going to take a look in just a second, I believe, as we see the current standings for the round. And okay, Blacklist didn't do that well. All right, so Pando do end the round with 20 points total, the highest points in the lobby for this round. Expand will come in second place with 16 points. Bloodyhead just behind with a single point, tied with NC Esports. Can we talk a little bit about NC? Because this was a team that we just haven't seen up until this point.
They haven't really found their groove. It's one of those things where even in this one, they were looking to survive. They were playing that strategy of not fighting with anybody because they wanted to make sure that they were the top 6 at least. They ended up getting some pickoffs and some kills towards the end, which is actually very smart. And NC had a really good showing. I love what NC did in that first match.
I absolutely agree with you, Holler. I think NC should have just played like this throughout the whole competition, because this is one of the weaker teams when it comes to the engagements overall out there on the battlefield. Not the softest team, but one of the softer teams. So the probability of getting into the final circle and then popping off is going to reward them higher rather than getting into those early engagements a little bit earlier on. Going back to the Blacklist conversation, 22 points on average whenever they hop into Kalahari. 12 points is actually extremely decent for Blacklist International. I'm glad to see Expand keeping up with their own performance, because apart from Farang, Expand usually is that second team that performs phenomenally well. And now they are about 22 points behind Farang themselves. As long as they keep this up, and as long as AV Radicals continues to bomb out, there's going to be a huge chance for Expand to catch up with the rest of them. But, I'm waiting to see what Access Esports has to say about all of this, because they're not going to be playing just yet. In fact, they have to wait until match number 4 before they can hop into the fray. So Expand, Farang, and AV Radicals, they're going to try to run away from Access as much as possible. But, we need to see that earlier rather than later.
Exactly. And of course, to all of our viewers, if you're curious to know who is playing, who isn't, if you see the games played, teams that are sitting on 21 points have just played their first game of the day. So if you're wondering, wait, my team hasn't moved, they're still sitting on 20 games played, your team hasn't played yet, that's going to be coming in that next round. But wow, that was a great way to start the day. We had our first Kalahari round. We had a domination of the underdogs. We had AV Radicals basically be non-existent in that game because they were deleted. But we are going to go for a map change, right? We're going to go back onto Bermuda. This is a map that everybody is comfortable with. And I think at this point, it's safe to say that we can't expect AV Radicals to bomb out every single round, as much as everyone's wishing for that to happen so people can close the gap. It's very unlikely that it will happen again, but who knows, the gods of RNG, just when it comes to Free Fire, he can be very generous and also very harsh at the same time. Speaking of generous, Garina is going to be very generous and provide us the code for today. So if you haven't already, claim our first, or at least the only giveaway code for the day. It's going to expire at the end of this broadcast. So if you don't get it now and you try to claim it later and it's expired, we're so sorry. We have constantly reminded you every week that this is a code that will expire after the broadcast. You're going to get 2 Sunscale Serpent Kingfisher weapon loot crates with this, and anybody can claim as long as you claim the code while it's still valid. So if you missed it just now, ask in the chat. I'm very sure someone's going to be more than happy to share the code with you, because there's literally no reason to be greedy with this code. Like, don't gatekeep the code, okay? Give the code. Gift code. All right, so speaking of gift code, we're going to gift map as well as we jump into Bermuda in just a second here. Looks like we're actually ready to go right in. Super fast today. I'm going to throw it over to you two to speculate what's going to happen next. Hola, AJ, take it away for game number 2 for Groups A versus B.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to go into Bermuda. This is going to be game 2 of A versus B. This is, of course, Bermuda. Very different map, much smaller one. We expect to see even more firefights, especially early going into this one, which is actually very similar to how Kalahari ended up playing out. A very different play style, and we expected a little bit slower pace. Didn't happen. Bermuda, people are blood hungry from minute 1. They want to get this action to happen. Will AV Radicals be able to bounce back? Will Faron get themselves back in the game? Or will Expand continue to make strides and try to maybe catch up to Faron?
This was overall one of the better maps for AV Radicals. In fact, at Bermuda, the most dominant team is AV Radicals. And this is going to be one fantastic matchup because the top 5 best performing teams at Bermuda come from Group A as well as Group B. Icon, Geek Fam, Expand, those are the ones from Group A. AV Radicals as well as Anxiety usually pop off a lot on Bermuda as well. So we can anticipate a lot of firepower out there. But at the same time, when you've got so many of those dominant teams at Bermuda, they all want those points. The question is, will they neutralize each other out there on the battlefield? This is going to be the biggest question, as this is the fresh new grouping. We still don't know if or not some of those teams have got the Kryptonites within their groups. But what I do know is Orange Esports is going to start off with a very difficult time out there as they drop directly between Clock Tower as well as the Hangar. And No Escape Revolt and Geek Fam can take pot shots against them.
Yeah, they're going to start it off. I mean, this is kind of one of those things where you're maybe lucky or unlucky depending on how you look at it. But Geek Fam and Orange Esports, they do see each other. I think that this is one of those moments where they do need to be careful. No Escape Revolt, on the other hand, does secure first blood. That's a nice start for them. But Orange Esports already down to their last member. This is not where you want to be as Jabat. He's all by himself, and he's got a chip in a chair, so to speak. He's going to have to pray to figure out some way to salvage this game that has gone south from minute 1.
Orange Esports, they took this hot drop. I don't know what that idea was. Obviously, you don't want to go into Clock Tower because Geek Fam has returned, and this is their home, and they've claimed it with a lot of dominance shown out there at Clock Tower to clearly tell people, yes, we've been out for a while, but when we get back, you better get out of our home. You know, you were squatters, you kind of enjoyed the luxury around Clock Tower long enough, but this truly belongs to us. And Jabat, as he runs away, No Escape Revolt is probably going to use that revival platform a little earlier than him, and therefore that revival platform is going to go on cooldown. Oh no revival needed for RV. So Orange Esports, it looks like No Escape Revolt is just gatekeeping this platform, and Shah might be able to find a kill here because Orange Esports, as the guy rotates around, Jabat runs away from this. I don't know if he's getting this information or he's just playing a game of guesses here, but that's the right guess. Run, Jabat, run.
Yes, run to safety, do what you can. As the last remaining member of Orange Esports, he does need to stay alive. Give his team a chance to, survive. Get to that late game, figure something out. But, it's one of those things where, they need to be quiet. I think that there are a whole bunch of killers out there. You're the lone survivor in this horror movie of sorts. And you got to stay alive. You've got no more friends. You got to figure something out. But NZ, on the other hand, they played it, the last one, a little bit more patiently, but it looks like they're going to be in a bit of a fight with AV Radicals to start this one off. Kind of a little worrying at this stage as AV Wine gets some decent shots into Asia Asta right there.
Wine circles around and see. Ooh, good nade. One pops right outside the wall. A little bad from Wine. Unexpected M16 in hand. Nafis goes down. And Yazid pulls out the time turner prematurely. Wine uses his opponent's time turner just to play the ring around the rosy. Backs away behind the glue wall. Plays the game of safety. Wine gets that back up, but also finds his back. Knocked by Yazid. Dynamo trades out Yasta. Yazid down on the ground. AV Radicals comes through to wipe out the whole of MC.
Oh, that's the AV Radicals we know, right? This is the angry squad. They were knocked out 12th in the last game, and they come back strong. Very aggressive, bold move, and they reassert their dominance as they're continue to be the top team. They do get 4 kills. That would seem a little shaky in the beginning. I think that there were some moments where, are they going to pull out? But eventually, their mechanical skill pulled them through, and they're back to full strength right here with 4 kills to their name. AV in a great spot to start this one off.
AV Radicals picking up those first 4 points is good. And they are looking to dominate Bermuda as usual by the looks of things. Let's see if or not Farang will have anything to say about that. Farang overall, you know, they don't seem like they are too fond of Bermuda. So far, 54 points picked up from each and every single matchup collated. And it looks like Farang might just be one of those that struggles out there on the battlefield, as even teams like Geek Fam continue to step things up. Geek Fam, one of the dominators alongside Icon and Expand, and all 3 of those teams pretty much equal in terms of how much of damage they can lead out there on the battlefield. 67, 66 average points between all 3 of those teams, which shows dominance at Bermuda is pretty much like understanding the back of their hands. They really know this map. They really know their rotations. And when you know your map, you know the position that you are supposed to be holding onto. Because unlike Kalahari, you don't really get a lot of that high ground advantage as frequently. But there are some of those elevated hills that you can make good use of if you know the map well enough.
Yeah, it's definitely smaller. You're going to have a harder time. I mean, you got to use it to your advantage, right? But I think we touched on it in game 1 about how information, getting that intel, so key. Making sure that you have that chance so that you understand where the teams are. Getting that ambush is just super important. And of course, Bloody Head, I like the way that this team has been playing. They've been sticking together, not forcing any of the issues. I think previously we've seen these guys that went all out aggressive. There'd be the lone wolf that tried to take on 1 versus 4. They usually didn't really work. And Bloody Head, this is why they're an invite back into the league here, into Season 4. I expect better things out of Bloody Head. They had a great game 1. Hopefully they continue that momentum going into this game 2.
Bloody Head, you know, I want to say they love Bermuda, but they don't. They're all right with Bermuda, but it's a little bit of a step up that we expect out of them when it comes to this map. But with the position that they are holding on to, it doesn't seem like they are in a good spot. 2 teams can engage with them. But as we shift our attention over to Anxiety, this is a good move by Anxiety. The Filipinos managed to use the side elevation of that hill to play the defense and kind of cover themselves, not allow Blacklist International to kind of take pot shots against them. And now that the ground that they hold on to is just slightly elevated as well, the angles are just not going to work for Blacklist International. And therefore, Anxiety gets to move into their defensive compound, grab a vehicle, and bug away unless Blacklist decides to ambush them, which doesn't seem to be the case based on their movements.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Blacklist International, I mean, we talked about this in the pregame, right? The fact that vehicles, yeah, they might get you from place to place very quickly, but this is Bermuda. You don't really need to move that quickly. And pretty much at this stage, you're kind of just giving away your position. Blacklist International heard it. They weren't going to make any moves. They were going to continue to just, you know, be the troll under the bridge in that building and just fortify it, making sure that they're not giving anything away. But maybe Geek Fam have kind of thrown that vehicle away. They've decided to go on foot, and they're looking to make some sort of ambush into this next building.
Let's see if they can pull this off well. Geek Fam, Expand with a high ground, but right behind Expand is Bloody Heads. So if Expand goes in for the engagement a little prematurely, Bloody Heads have a chance to ambush them, be the third party in this equation, and Expand will be the biggest losers. Geek Fam, beeline towards Expand. Expand on the approach as well, but we have to spot out Icon. We're not doing much out there on the battlefield except shutting down one play on the side of Farang. Fade goes down. The rest of Farang a little bit away. But I want to see Expand and Geek Fam.
I want to see it too, but it's yet to happen. Maybe towards the end, but Farang Spade, he was isolated. He was providing that intel. He was the scout, and the rest of his team are all the way in the back. They just saw Spade just get knocked to the tee. And it looks like Icon with a nice little firefight here, but a couple grenades. They do need to be careful. Icon are looking to ambush Farang, realizing that they do have the numbers advantage. They're going to look to just ambush this all the way on the side. Eyes is making the first contact.
Yeah, Farang's backing away. Expand still stays alive off screen. They've managed to take down 2 players of Geek Fam already. And now the third party on the way to interfere in this fight between Icon and Farang as well. So Icon and Farang, both teams need to finish things off quickly here. Back-to-back shots coming through. Jesbu manages to get the attack onto Eddie. Max 7 in hand. 4 Eyes has got the exact same gun. Into the time turner. Everybody rushes in. Jumbo, the final survivor. Too bad needs to be picked up. It's Captain versus Jumbo. Can he pick up his team member? If he can, it's going to be a 1v2. Cap trying to make sure that does not happen. Too bad. Still on the ground. And Jumbo circles around. Max 7 straight into his face. And the time turner gets pulled out. Captain still survives. Jumbo finishes off 4 Eyes, but that's the wrong aim. He needs to go for Captain. Finally finds him. Scrappy play, scrappy fight, but too bad. Doesn't bleed out. He still survives.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. That was like a maze fight. The glue walls, they could not find the right angle. They couldn't get in, and Farang were able to just manage to survive that one. But it looks like Blacklist International now in a fight with anxiety at this stage, and it's just nonstop action. It looks like, Chessmen is going to retreat to safety. They're going to look to regroup. They figure things out. Fear has been left for dead. It's going to be 2 members left of anxiety. They're going to figure out how they can proceed on this one. Zenop is not going to let him go. Glue wall keeps Chessman alive, at least for now. Zenop is looking to flank this glue wall. He does get knocked in the end by the grenade launcher, but Blacklist International are looking to find Kanoho and Chessman, the last 2 remaining survivors of anxiety.
Let's see if anxiety can snuff out the players of Blacklist. Max 7, Kanoho goes into crouch. Double vectors. Can he get the shot? Yes, he can. The Max 7 just a little bit too OP. Front line, front and center. You cannot take those sort of gunfights, and Kanoho has the timing now to pick up his team member, but Fire circles around. The timing is perfect because he gets the information from the rest of his team members who are still alive, crawling around. No finisher just yet, and Kanoho runs in to his potential death here, has the Mag 7, just needs to spray and pray, but very smartly erects a fortitude of glue walls. Fire uses his glue wall against him, and as he hops on out, Fire takes the shot against Kanoho. Chessman heals himself up, but Chessman is especially when it comes to those long angles. And unfortunately, the wrong guy was picked up on the side of anxiety.
Yeah, wrong one there. Blacklist International playing that one very smart. They had the glue wall, they had the cover. He was able to just pick up his buddy. I mean, in the end, they had a decent number of grenade launchers, so that AoE damage is doing a lot of work. Blacklist International playing very smart and winning out on that team fight, which is actually massive for them because they need the points. They need to get themselves back in this one. Blacklist International have had a good day one in this second half of the season.
Let's see if things can change here. Geek Fam, full squad once again. So all of that engagement with Expand didn't really hurt them too much. That's good to see. And Geek Fam as well as Expand stand a chance to continue their dominating runs inside of Bermuda. But what they have to worry with is the fact that AV Radicals, the most dominant team on Bermuda, is still alive and kicking. And they're pretty much in a safe spot. They don't have to move around too much. Bloodyhead just needs to be a little bit careful here. Expand as well as Bloodyhead. Both of them will be in a lot of trouble if AV Radicals pops off. And the only saving grace here can be if Geek Fam moves towards the left a little bit and engages with the players of AV Radicals. But they don't have a reason to. But yes, they are at the edge of the circle. They will be one of the first ones to move. But if AV Radicals engages with them, AV Radicals gets caught out on that circle. So there's just a tense moment with a standoff pretty much between everyone out there, waiting to see who makes the first move. And Expand catches Farang in the open grounds, and they try to shut them down one after the other. But Farang manages to move into a defensive compound. Nothing much to worry about for the time being, but Jembao pushes in a little bit too far, and now he's stuck in a tight corner against the rest of the players of Expand.
Yeah, he's isolated. He's by himself, but he's provided vision. He knows that things are going on. The rest of the team, Spade and Jesvu, are going to stick around in that building, not let, they're hopefully covering his back at this stage. I don't know if it's looking that way, but Jembal all by himself, going for that crate, throws up the glue wall, keeps himself alive, at least for now. But Jembal in a fight
See if Jembal can finish things off. M8087, one of the best close quarters combat guns that you can use, but you have to be extremely accurate. Just a single pump. The shotgun will punish you if you miss those shots. Jesbo, on the other hand, charge buster timing crucial with this gun, and he faces 3 players on the side of Expand. And that SMG is going to be the death of him unless he can't get that accurate, well-timed shot. Jesbu just behind the blue wall here. One grenade tags him. That's the ice grenade. Behind, his partner goes down. Jesbu, I believe, final survivor of Farang. And the flank doesn't come through. Executed well by the players of Expand. 2v1. Jesbu goes down. Spade taken out by Too Fast as well. Expand with a clean execution of Farang.
Clean, clean, clean. Expand. That's what you wanted to do. You were 3rd place, and it looks like you've just killed the 2nd place team. This will probably get you in the running. You were, I think, 22 points going into this match. This is one of those moments where can you make a play? AV are even low. They're about 50%. Wine is by himself, stuck in the corner. Bloodyhead is looking to just fight this. He's got the glue walls. He's alive for now, but Mark is stuck on the wrong side of this one. They've got their grenades. They're going to go for the knock, and they do end up killing him. AV Radicals knocked out 6. This is the time for Expand to make their move.
Let's see if or not Expand can kind of back away from all of these engagements as Blacklist International takes the center of the circle, center stage. That's not going to be something that's too good for them. But thankfully, the next circle, Blacklist is at the edge and not at the dead center. All of the teams take the edge of the circles. Bloodyhead final survivor Morgana, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive for much longer. Oh, but Blacklist helps him out. Yasta taken down, and Morgana has a chance of survival, but takes himself out with the circle accidentally as he travels in a little bit too slow. And now Blacklist going in for the final finishing moves against the players of Geek Fam. Hakimi taken down, fires great shots with the Kar 98, and that beautiful shot out of the marksman rifle. Just a little bit too accurate and too much for the players of Geek Fam to respond to. Hasik with a charge buster. Can't do much as the final player on the side of Geek Fam. And Pando EWG takes the initiative to be one of the first teams to move towards the next safe zone. They don't want to engage just yet. They just want to find a great place for themselves inside of the next circle.
Yeah, and, EWG's still alive. They got the booyah in the last game. They're continuing to stay alive, but they have 0 kills. Counter that to what Blacklist International have with 10 kills. That grenade, and it looks like Mato's going to be knocked here. He's going to be left for dead. Blacklist International are looking to find the rest of them. This is a team with 10 kills to their name. They have so many points, and they want more. Mural's on the look. He's trying to draw a beat on the rest of Pando, but he's not able to find anything. They do get the 11th kill, at least for now, but EWG now have to run. Maybe they look to regroup, but Geek Fam is eliminated 4th. Tuas is the last member left of EWG. How is this one going to play out with 3 teams left?
Looks like it's either in the hands of Expand or Pando EWG. Expand now with the advantage as Pando EWG engages full on with the players of Blacklist International. X-Roy from the back will be able to pick up his buddy, the Axel. Axel from afar. AWM in the hands of Roy. 1 shot, 2 shot against the players of Blacklist. And Too Fast, right-hand side flag with a woodpecker, knocks down Ashura. That's a great play from the players of Expand, and now they've got the advantage. 2 more players on the side of Blacklist. They hold a tight circle behind a small little compound. They just have got the cement brick to play as a defensive spot. Smart idea because they barely have any glue walls on them, Holler.
Yeah, they have very little. They're making their way forward. X-Roy, they realize that the circle is starting to close in on this one. This one is going to be super tight as we get towards the last circle of the game right here. But Blacklist International Expand. Who moves first? Who wants this one? Who wants to take the risk?
Yeah, Blacklist forced by the circle, but flushed out by Expand. And they continue to expand their dominance when it comes to their plays on Bermuda. Consistency is key, and Expand is always fantastic when it comes to this map.
I love it. I love it. That's exactly what you wanted. Expand. We saw the dominance in week 1, and we see more of this one. The other teams are kind of faltering. Farang, AV Radicals have not done as well, but Expand, on the other hand, they're stepping up. This is what they wanted to do. They wanted to make a name for themselves, put some respect on their name as that guy's back is to the camera.
I'm so glad to see Expand popping off once again on Bermuda, because on week 2, we saw a dip in performance. Week 1, they picked up 38 points from Bermuda. Week 2, only 28 points. So perhaps week 3, we can see them perhaps outdoing their week 1 performance. 48 points maybe, because the 8 is the consistent. The front number is the only one changing it, Danley.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case, right? Oh my goodness. But firstly, I think Expand are going to be so happy so far, right? They are picking up points. AV Radicals is out, not completely out of the picture, but they're not in the picture yet. They've got to deal with Blacklist. I have to say, I'm really surprised that these teams are really starting to pick it up this week. And I'm wondering if this really is coming down to the group changes, because when we looked at it, we didn't think that we would see such big changes in performance from some of these teams. Like, what do you think, AJ? Is it a case of just AV Radicals having not a great week? Or is the groups really that big of a deal?
I think the other teams are stepping up because obviously you can't expect the exact same dominance unless, of course, the other teams just absolutely give up in the competition, right? But Pando EWG by far is the most impressive team when it comes to improvement out there on the battlefield. And it's very easy for me to understand why. Once again, Abiy, their coach, he was the Barca side's caster for the longest of time. And they took the initiative to go in and gather up and sit down in the exact same gaming house and go through a, what's that word called? Boot camp. That's a boot camp. Yeah, a week-long boot camp to prepare not for the grand finals, but for the second half of the competition. That's how serious Pando EWG is in terms of rising back up to the top. And it seems like all of that effort is paying off out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, I want to hear your thoughts so far. Like, was this what you expected coming into this week's matches with these teams performing and others not doing so well?
I mean, it was one of those things where you put up a team, you know, their backs are to the wall, so to speak, right? This is a moment where they need to step up. I think Blacklist International was 7th, Pando was 8th going into today, and they were like, oh, are they even going to make top 12? This is a statement day. They've stepped up. They've practiced. They've been sure that the strategy is sound. We're showing, they're proving exactly why they deserve to be here. Blacklist International, again, just an absolute monster right now with more than 11, 12 kills, I think. At the end of the day, I lost track. This is a team that you need to be careful. Pando's been playing smart, looking for that late game. I just really like the way that these two teams are playing.
Pando Danley managed to pick up 12 points on week 1 at Bermuda. And 12 points not per match yet, 12 points throughout all of their Bermuda games. And then 18 points in week 2. I believe just in this one Bermuda matchup, they have pretty much outclassed themselves in comparison to their performance on week 1 as well as week 2. As long as they can keep this up, we will be able to push more praises towards their side. Because with the proper amount of hard work, with the proper focus on, you know, your strengths as well as your weaknesses, you will be able to rise up to the top. And that's exactly what Pando EWG is proving out there on the battlefield. And I'm glad to see them not make the exact same mistakes over and over again, because initially we were seeing them get into a lot of those early skirmishes which weren't really the best of ideas. They didn't have enough loot on them. They were getting into those fights a little too prematurely, but now they play the defensive game, staying away from all of the other teams, constantly just keeping themselves towards the back line, towards the edge of that circle. But whenever it gets towards the end circles, they're looking for the center point, so that they can play their defense really well. And all of that movements, all of those strategies are paying off because they know exactly what to focus on. And they've got an aim. It's like setting sail from port and knowing your destination. If you don't know exactly where you want to sail to, you're going to get lost in the vast open seas. Pando EWG, they've set their goals right this time around.
Yeah. AJ, I'm not sure if you have the stats for this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Who would you say so far from today's performance, because we do have some points on the table, who are the top 3 winners for groups A and B, and who would you say are the top 3 losers, teams that are just being crushed by this group matchup so far?
So far, Pando, EWG, Bloody Head, as well as Expand. I think these are your top 3 teams. The teams that are being crushed, unfortunately, are teams like No Escape, Revolt, as well as, who else? Anxiety kind of died an unfortunate early death in the first matchup. Farang kind of bombed out as well. I'm super shocked to not see Farang in that final circle. I mean, they kind of got closer in the second game, but overall at Kalahari as well as Bermuda, if you compare their previous performances versus today, these are the 3 teams that are kind of down in the dumps, and surprisingly Farang are there with them.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a shocker. I'm just going to throw AV Radicals down there too, but I think there might be a bit of RNG as well, but who knows? They might prove us wrong. Well, it will really depend going into this next matchup, right? Because we do have one more game with this grouping, and we're going to go back onto Kalahari. And some teams are going to like this, some other teams won't. We do know this with Kalahari. But before that, let's take a look at our MVP for the round. We're going to look at Fire's from Blacklist here. He's got 5 kills to his name, 2,200 damage to his name, and also 28.5% accuracy. So this guy, he's mainly going for those headshots, and actually, no, he's actually probably aiming for everything. If you have low accuracy, that generally means you're just trying to get damage in.
I think this back-to-back black MVPs.
Back to black MVPs.
Back to back black or back to black back. I don't know, man. It's a tongue twister in itself. But this team's really stepping up in terms of individual performances, Holla.
Yeah, definitely. Zenop was the last MVP in game 1, and then you just saw that one right there. I mean, Fi's just turning this one on. But look at this. 13 kills, 7,500 damage, 10 assists, 22 match points. I mean, yeah, they didn't get the booyah, but when you're killing everybody
Solid
and
round.
literally just storming through, I mean, no other team really has a chance against that.
Yeah, I think Blacklist, they're just having a solid day today. And I really want to see if this will continue in their next matchup, right? Because this is just their first round. They've got another round with a different group later. So Blacklist, they're really impressing today. And I'm wondering if this is just going to be a thing. Because we also have to remember there are some teams that just have days that they look amazing. And you're just like, oh, this is the next big team to come up. And then they go back to what happened before. And you're like, oh, it was a phase. It was a holiday. It was just a day. But very quickly, let's take a look at the standings here for that round. Expand going to be taking the booyah and have locked in 12 kills for the round, which means 24 points for the round for themselves. Blacklist in second place with 22 points. AV Radicals, not the best round, but we do have to remember kill points are what bring you back into the fold. And because they got 8 kills before they went down, they still rounded out with 13 points. So AV, they didn't die this round. They still got something, but it's not the typical AV round that we're used to. Bloody Head still keeping themselves afloat as well. I was a little bit worried about this team at some point, but starting to come in clutch with these consistent plays. So Bloody Head probably going to be looking to aim for that top 12 for sure. Farang, okay. I mean, this is acceptable. You got 8 points for the round. At least you didn't end up in bottom 3. Same with Geek Fam, Pando, very solid performance. They got no kills, though. That one's very interesting. We are going to take a look at the overall standings at the same time as well. And we're seeing a little bit of a shuffle here. Not much. We're not seeing too many changes. I think everyone's more or less stayed put. Maybe besides some of the teams that haven't played at all, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing out of the ordinary, but look at Expand making headway. Farang Esports 6 points away. Expand are making their way to the top. If they upset and they take over the MCP Season 3 winner of Farang, that would be pretty crazy going into the rest of Season 2, or sorry, the second half of the season. But Blacklist International also doing quite well. They want to ensure that their name is always in the top 5. They have 229 points. They've done quite well today as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Blacklist is going to be able to catch up, though. I mean, the gap between 3rd and 4th is still quite large. I think it is possible, especially if they continue with today. But what are the chances of Expand just... I was going to try and do a pun, but I can't. What are the chances of catching up to Expand?
There's a high chance Expand is going to continue performing, but there's a bigger chance that Blacklist International is going to cut down that space between themselves as well as Expand, because we have to look at, week by week performance, right? Because Bermuda week 1, they picked up 14 points overall. Week 2, they picked up 2 points. 2. And here's week 3, 1 game, 22 points. I think, Blacklist International has outclassed themselves. And over at Kalahari as well, earlier on I did mention 22 points and 22 points week 1 and week 2. And now, 1 match, 12 points already. You really see Blacklist International practically waking up in week 3. And this is the threat that we're talking about as those teams kind of find their groove out there on the battlefield. The teams that have been doing well so far, if they think they can rest on their laurels, they are wrong. They have to step it up. And I think Expand kind of identified that is going to be the case, because their dip in performance in week 2 doesn't seem to be the exact storyline here, because we don't see them kind of underperforming. In fact, they're going back to their winning way. So it's good to see Expand kind of keep their own pressure out there on the battlefield, especially the final circles, to make sure it's not going to be easy for Blacklist to catch up with them.
Yeah, and
One thing
aside the... Oh, sorry, continue.
Sorry. One thing to add on is that actually, Expand and Geek Fam, both of these teams are in Group A. They actually play more games today than Group B, right? So if you're having a good day, you want to play as many games as possible, something that they want to do. And this is why, it's going to be a very fruitful day for, Expand and Geek Fam.
I'm just worried if it's a day thing, you kind of don't want to explode on that single day. It works out for teams, but it's not very reliable. But what is reliable is that we're going to continue with our schedule for today. So Kalahari is just about to begin. We have a couple teams on our mind so far that are going to perform well in Kalahari. Are there any teams that are supposed to do well in Kalahari that really need to pick it up for this round? Because I know we do have a couple in mind.
They took 3 points.
Sorry.
They're the most dominant one on Kalahari. They took 3 points in game 1. Yeah, so it's Farang.
Yeah. That's the concern. Is it just a one-round thing, Farah?
Hopefully it's a one-round thing.
Fingers crossed. But there's a lot of things that we kind of wish was going to be a one-round thing, but
yeah.
We'll see if Farang's going to be able to pick it up. Anyone else besides Farang, actually, that normally does well in Kalahari that didn't do that well in our first game?
I think Geek Fam did pretty decently. They picked up 9 points. They usually do phenomenally well at Kalahari in comparison to the rest of the teams. Axis Esports wasn't playing. AV Radicals, I guess you could say they kind of bombed out in that first matchup as well because they're not the most dominant teams, but one of the dominant teams. So I guess AV Radicals and Farang. Oh, wow.
Right.
2 of the top teams bombing out in the first match itself.
New groups, maybe they're just not awake. Who knows what happens? But we are going to jump into our third game of the day, and it's going to be the final round for Group A versus B. AJ Hauler, take it away for game number 3.
Thank you very much, Danielle. As we hop on into match number 2, once again, it's going to be the play at Kalahari. Earlier on, we did see Pando EWG pick up the number 1 spot, the Booyah, alongside 8 kills. And the 8 slays that they got out there on the battlefield pretty much was a lot. And it was the most in comparison to some of the other teams. And Bloody Heads were the only ones who were close enough to them with 8 kills to their side as well. But usually, we do see a little bit more of those kills coming through at Kalahari, mainly supplied by Farang as they take that hot spot at Refinery. This time round, I have no idea exactly what happened to some of their plays. They just wanted to play it a little bit dodgy. They wanted to play it a little bit safe. But hopefully this time around we get to see a little bit more of that firepower coming through from Farang. But we will, of course, check on that in a little bit, Holler. In the meantime, Anxiety and Icon, they drop by the sub for a hot drop against each other. Fura, AK-47 from the get-go, has to go up against the Farmers, a Kar-98, as well as what else do we have on the other side? I believe an AWM as well. So Fura is going to be in a lot of trouble here. Anxiety hasn't had the best of days in Kalahari so far. Earlier on, just 2 placement points, and 4 of those kills were all they had to sustain their battle. 6 points overall. A little abysmal if you look at the overall performance for Anxiety in the competition. And that previous match just didn't do them justice as well. So this engagement against the players of Anxiety, against the players of Icon, going to be extremely crucial, Holler.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those things where Anxiety really needs to step up. We haven't really seen too much of it. They haven't gotten a lot of kills. It seems like they're a little bit off the mark. I mean, they're the 10th place team going into today. They were a team that really needed to figure something out. They haven't found that strategy. They're running out of time at this stage. This is one of those things where it's not just about the statement, it's about doing well, but also getting yourself in an opportunity so that you have a chance to get those kills or placement points. It's absolutely massive to ensure that you stay alive, keep yourself in the running, because you don't want to be, outside of the top 12 going into day 2, at least going into tomorrow.
Expand is the best performing team of day 2 so far with 40 points collected, 16 from Kalahari, 24 from Bermuda. And we expect Expand to expand their dominance a little bit more. They need to run away from the Blacklist International squad that's slowly waking up here, Holler. It's something that I wasn't expecting after 2 weeks of underwhelming plays from the squad.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team that's rising at the right time or is stepping up, right? And figuring things out. You still have time. This is the second half of the season. Again, you have to look at things at like a clean slate, especially if you're in the, towards the bottom, if you're 17th, 18th, any of those positions. Because again, you just need to think about baby steps. Figure things out. What works for you? What got you here? Is it being aggressive? Is it being safe? Looking for placement points? Is it looking for, pickoffs, third party? You got to figure out what, the team, your team strategy is, because that will get you, you're playing to your strength, so to speak. As I say that, Kanoho getting some decent shots on the man. He's going to be fine for now, but I think that he's going to walk into Chessman at the end of the day.
A good fire back by the players of Icon. Cap manages to put fear out of the equation, but it looks like Man has run out of those medkits already, and Kanoho runs out of bullets at the worst timing. Yet another glue wall erected, and Kanoho's just going to try to shut them down as well. Man basically has nowhere else to run, so he desperately is waiting now for a little bit of backup, but it looks like the rest of his team members are a little too busy. Oh, here comes that backup! The perfect backup and the timing. Super solid, Holler.
That was amazing. That was like straight out of the movies. Like the timing, the dramatic effect. I mean, was man dead? What's going to happen? His glue wall was starting to crack and figure things out. He was just in a really bad spot. And then his teammate comes in out of nowhere. And that's exactly what you want. He was calling for help. He was calling 119. And eventually they ended up coming. But Jimquez, all by himself now. Jabat, they're looking to pick him off. No escape revolt. Eliminated in 12.
So clean in terms of execution from Orange Esports. One of the teams that are waking up today, but we want to see obviously a little bit more from Orange Esports, because them waking up was pretty much just totaling up 9 points so far from 2 matches, which is a little underwhelming. Maybe a little bit of extra vitamin C can help them. Maybe a little bit of caffeine mixed in with the vitamin C might give you diarrhea, but hopefully it wakes them up.
Are you speaking from personal experience right there? Okay, all right. Maybe too much information. Maybe you don't work with that combination. You figure something else out. But AV here, they found Orange Esports. They've got the caffeine. They've got the Red Bull, so to speak, and they're just like shoving it up, right, basically at this stage. But AV continuing the fight. They do need to be careful here as they're starting to get the rest of them. And Ritu's turning this guy, this guy is 17 years old, and he's going 1 versus 3. No fear. As I say that, he's eventually knocked, but where are his teammates? And finally, they make their way there. Orange Esports now eliminated in 11th.
As clean as Orange Esports was, that's exactly what AV Radicals showed them, that you can be clean with your execution against a team like No Escape Revolt, but not against us. AV Radicals going back to their winning ways, and it looks like nobody else is at their compound to rush them just like how they rushed Orange Esports. So we can expect to see a little bit more of AV a little bit later on. But NC, on the other hand, holding on to a very close proximity with the players of Expand. This is going to be a problem because NC saw a huge improvement in terms of their performance at Kalahari earlier on. 15 points, and then they totally bombed out when it came to Bermuda. Only a single point they picked up. So they have to go back to their winning ways here. But against Expand, the team that made it to the final circle 2 times in a row against Expand, the best team of the day so far, picking up 40 points. Can NC survive this? Off-screen anxiety doesn't, as the players of Geek Fam spot them out in the open.
Oh gosh, I'm hoping for NC to just stay alive, to figure something out, because they need the points. Again, it's about the underdog, just trying to get themselves back into this game. Geek Fam have been a monster. Expand, on the other hand, they're looking to make the flank onto NC. NC are just trying to hunker down, bunker it down, figure something out, make sure that they don't get flanked on this point, because they need to survive. This is one of those moments where, how is the team going to eventually get those placement points? This is the time where they need to figure something out. Expand, they're kind of spread around, so if anything, NC could get the pick off. Maybe they do this, but again, Expand seem to be very smart, and they're taking things very, very slow. They've been patient, making sure that they don't need to expose themselves, and especially against, the fact that they do see that there are 4 members there, so it's a matter of just survival at this stage.
I mean, battle royales are all about survival, so I hope and pray that more teams pick up that strategy, man. I mean, just premature engagement super early on. And then Orange Esports is the perfect example of how that isn't always the right idea. You make a lot of noise, you attract a little bit of extra attention. People like AV Radicals will try to come and steal those skill points off of you. Geek Fam, on the other hand, falling bait to Icon. They've already sacrificed Apis a little early. Icon, good Angle held on here by, I believe, Yasta, who brings his team member right back and buys him right back. Eddie bleeding out. 4 eyes a little bit too far to do much. And all of that noise that we were talking about, it happens here as well. It's dragging in Bando EWG.
Yeah, they're fighting on top of the submarine here, and who's going to pull out? Eddie has been eventually killed. Geek Fam have seemed to be the victors here with all 4 members still alive. They're going to let 4 eyes bleed out because they want the rest of one. And this is a very smart play because they're looking to clean out the entire team. They know that Captain was the last guy remaining, but as I say that, on the other side of the map, NC right now going head-to-head against X-Band.
And AV Radicals takes on Farang. 2 big fights happening at the very same time. NC, I consider this as a big fight because they've been waking up in the recent times. And earlier on at Kalahari, they did so well. But once again, against X-Band, against the team that have been doing so well in week number 3, they stand no chance. 5 kills so far, 4 of it being picked off of the players of NC. And NC bombs out a little prematurely. AV Radicals versus Farang, though. What's happening to that story? Let's take a quick peek, production.
Yeah, let's figure things out. But Geek Fam, they found what they wanted. They got the kill onto Tuaz. That's going to be a nice start for Geek Fam. And they've got 6 kills. So Geek Fam doing Geek Fam things. This is what we expected from this team going into this one. It's nice to see them back into the league here, and they've done quite well. They've ensured that they've played together as a team, securing as much as possible. And again, they're 4 strong, especially at this stage of the 9-minute mark. With 8 teams left, that's exactly the prime position that you want to be. Another team that was been making headway was Blacklist International. This is a team that has gotten, 20 plus kills in the past 2 games. They have 0. They've changed it up. Different gear. Blacklist International, maybe they'll catch people off guard. They're looking for more placement points to ensure that they do get the points, and they haven't taken any sort of risk. I like the way that they are able to change things up. Blacklist International, very, very smart as they get themselves into the mid-game.
Farang, high ground advantage as usual at Kalahari. Early engagement against AV Radicals. Looks like that was a long-distance, long-range combat that didn't serve either side well. Eastern Wolves gang, final nail in the coffin perhaps for Icon. And now as they try to find a good defensive compound for themselves, can also work with that zip line to reposition deeper in towards that platform. But Geek Fam is going to be a problem here as they try to pick kills off of the players of EWG. I feel like a couple of shots are already being sent towards the players of EWG. Manchai spots no one, just plays the game of safety, firing shot after shot. Apis should be able to spot them on this elevated ground. Farang, on the other hand, playing the usual meta, but Gemball needs to be revived before it's too late, Holler.
Yeah, you definitely want to do that sooner rather than later, but they haven't been able to find the right vending machine and to be able to do that. They've got this nice high ground position. They do have the elevation advantage, and that's a great position to be in, especially since the circles are starting to get a little bit closer. They've been lucky with it, especially since the circle is in refinery. But it's one of those things where do you go and scout out? Maybe you try to get the Gemball res before the end. I mean, before that mid game really happens. I don't know if it's worth giving up your positioning.
White was right there, but Ashura flew in like the angel of death and got that headshot with the AC-80. But now Thanamo from up top, grenade launcher, fires, knocks down Ramiel. What a back-to-back engagement capability shown through perfection of shots and accuracy by the players of Blacklist International. They circle around, scrappy plays by AV Radicals. Can they survive? 2v1. Ritus goes down as well. Blacklist International. Miro now flies up to the top. Thanamo still has got the grenade launcher to work around with. No pop just yet. Ashura right downstairs. Miro, max 7 in hand. 2v1. Thanamo still dodging around with the grenade launcher in his hand. Manages to get the knock, but knocks himself down onto the ground. Ramiel, final survivor, gets the knock onto Miro as well. 1 grenade up to the top. They barricade themselves in with a glue wall. Ramiel knocks fires down into the ground. Final survivor, but he needs Thanamo desperately. That grenade launcher won't be a game changer.
Oh, look at that. If you see what happens, I didn't catch the guy's name, but he's actually blocking them from leaving the glue wall, letting Blacklist International, Ashura and Muro from the bottom, throwing grenades, try to get that lucky shot, not able to do it. But AV on the run right now. Ashura trying to find it. The last guy, he gets knocked. Thanamo, that grenade launcher, just completely on point.
And the grenade launcher gets the win. That's why you gotta pick Tanamo up. Tanamo once again puts himself onto the ground. Close quarters combat with the grenade launcher is risky. And they're right at a buy point. Therefore, it's gonna be a full squad of AB Radicals to fight against in the final circle a little bit later on. And also with the grenade launcher to deal with in the hands of Tanamo. Bloody Heads as they fly on through. Farang holding on to Refinery as usual. But Bloody Heads wants to take that high ground advantage. Whiteface with the chase has got the double barrel shotgun, but Mac 10 in the hands of Too Bad, a little too spicy. This SMG it just means death, close quarters combat. Spade barricades himself in. An unfortunate glue wall pulled out by Whiteface as well, but Spade gets sprayed down. How did Whiteface do that?
Yeah, that was just amazingly on point. I mean, the way he's jumping around, using the glue walls to, his cover, Voidface completely, outskilled him at this point, just being able to jump around, and he's going to look to just take out the last member. Spade is going to be chopped down. He's going to reap for the next season, but Too Bad, last lone survivor of Farang. He needs to stay alive, give his team a chance to survive. Again, 6 teams left. Oh, is he able to do this?
Nice.
Bloody Hound, Bloody Head, or nearby. They might see this. They're going to try to go for this one, but Too Bad. He's all by himself. Voidface looking to go for the flank.
He's done enough already, but Too Bad still manages to get the drop onto Mark as well. Buys back his brother Jembal, and Too Bad doing so much for the squad and manages to toss on in an ice grenade as well to force them away. But the revival has been pulled off. The pickup has been pulled off. My apologies. Nade will bounce off the corner of the wall there. Too Bad doesn't get that on point, and Jembal joins him again. But not much of the arsenal available for Jembal. Whiteface up top, same gun in both their hands. Who's got the better accuracy here? Whiteface lower in HP, and the timing of the Riptide Rhythm, perfection as Too Bad knocks down yet another. AB Radicals eating the bullets of the players of Expand. Expand try to conquer that center circle. This is just all-out chaos at Kalahari.
There's so much action going on everywhere. I mean, Farang Esports are down to their 2. They do get the 1 res, so that's a pretty big start. Mark, on the other hand, looking to fight with Manic on this low ground. Very awkward elevation getting in the way. Mark does get knocked in the end, so that's a pretty good one. Mark's going to be eliminated here. Manic with the outclass here. He's going to reload, figure something out. Ramiel with a triple kill on the other end. Morgana right now, probably going to run into Manic at some point, but Bloody Head eliminated 6.
6th place for Bloody Head. That's a little sad because they were performing extremely well against Farang earlier on. But it was because of that guy named Too Bad, who now gets tagged up by the players of Geek Fam as well as EWG, but still plays the game of survival. But EWG faces shots from both the players, Farang as well as Geek Fam, only to be annihilated. Too Bad outside of the circle. He's going to get taken out by the circle. That's just way too scrappy from him. Tries to play the game of survival, but no way in because he knew he was going to get gate kept by the players of Geek Fam. And now Expand holds on to that center circle alongside AB Radicals. Geek Fam outside. How long more do they have? Expand shutting down one after the other. Players from the side of AB Radicals. Full squad of Geek Fam. They are outside of the circle. And the high ground advantage belongs to Geek Fam. But they need to start moving on in Holler.
Yeah, they need to move in eventually, but look at this. Geek Fam Expand. They've eliminated the top 2 teams in the league thus far, but it's coming down to the final 2. Geek Fam with 9 kills, and it looks like they're gonna make their way across too fast, taking some damage. Does need to be careful, and it looks like the rest of Geek Fam are just gonna hide around this glue wall at the top.
Cobra. I have no idea why they're doing this, but this is the initiative we're talking about that Expand sometimes brings into the competition. 2 players, they could have run and they could have played the circle, but instead they take the initiative to go in and pressure the players of Geek Fam instead. Is that a mistake or the greatest strat? Axel as well as Too Bad, they both get a knock for each of them. Hazik, the final survivor, can he get away so far away from the rest of the players of Geek Fam? Expand have managed to dominate the circle. 3 matches back to back. They are on fire in week 3.
Expand. That's exactly what you wanted to do. It was coming down to the wire with Geek Fam on that one, and they were very smart with how they play that one eventually. Like, it was one of those things where, the moment happened, Expand really stepping up, showing that they are, in fact, here to stay. This is a top dog. They played very, very well. They're continuing on with this one, and this is the rise of Expand going into the second half. This is perfect of what you want to do. Expand putting themselves back on the map, giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, this is just visions of week 1, where Expand was truly dominant and they managed to really put on a great show out there. Overall, in Bermuda, week 1, Expand picked up a total of 38 points. And at Kalahari, they managed to literally go ham against all of the other teams, 54 points, making Kalahari one of their strongest maps. And it looks like that statement is going to be solidified here in week 3. Kalahari dominance back-to-back. Earlier on, 16 points. They did not get the booyah, but picking up 16 was more than decent. They picked up the booyah in game 2 at Bermuda. And now Kalahari, this is a back-to-back for them in terms of booyah, but 3 games in a row where we've seen fantastic performance from them, Danny.
And we have to think, is this going to be a case of it continuing now, right? Because Expand seems to have found their footing. The team is playing amazingly. I mean, I still want to go back and talk about that amazing display that they pulled off during that end game, right? I think in a lot of situations, everyone would have just said, that's such a stupid idea. Why are you putting yourself at risk, running up the hill to try and poke at Geek Fam? It was genius, right? I think Geek Fam...
it was.
In most cases, I don't think you would expect your opponents to do that. You would think, oh, they're just going to hide in the compound because the compound is in that next circle. But, wow, let's quickly break it down, because I think we don't often see these plays, and it's these plays when they pulled off successfully. This is what you see from top-tier teams. AJ, let's start off with the fact that I think it was Cobra, and who else was it that ran up? It was 2 from Expand that were actually coming in to try and coax out Geek Fam. It was Cobra and, was it Jay?
It wasn't too fast. It was
No, it wasn't too fast.
It wasn't too fast for sure. And it wasn't the Axel. So it was Cobra as well as Roy. Yes, correct.
Yes. So the 2 of them went in. They coaxed Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they were forced to... I mean, who was it Hazik that was on the on top of the building? He was the one that grappled to the roof. He was the one maybe to try and help his team get onto the roof. Everyone grappled through. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Man, was it just a case of catching Geek Fam with their pants down? Because it really felt like that.
I think the ambush kind of failed. Because when they rushed up, I was expecting Cobra to get a couple of knocks. It didn't happen. But what it turned out to be was a game of distraction played accidentally. Because usually when Cobra rushes at his opponents, it's to literally spray all of them down. He didn't find that opportunity. But what was found out there was the perfect game of distraction, because all of the players of Geek Fam turned around to spot out Cobra to try to deal with the 2 players of Expand kind of rushing at them. And that's exactly when you saw Axel as well as Too Fast taking those spot shots from afar. They've got the defensive compound already. So it turned out to be a really amazing play. Now, I don't know if that was strategized or they just made do with that circumstance and the situation with the response out of Geek Fam in that final circle. But things turned out extremely well. If they had not played Cobra to push on outside of the circle, which is so rare to see any teams do in a situation like that, where they've only got 2 groups kind of going up against each other, I think it really caught the players of Geek Fam off guard. So even though that surprise attack did not work, the strategy itself managed to kind of get executed quite perfectly on the side of Expand.
Yeah, anything to add there, Horla? Because it did seem like a moment of panic for Geek Fam. Like they kind of didn't know what to do in that situation.
I think they were, the obvious strategy is just to stay, right? Play for the circle, make sure that you're in position, right? And I think that, I think for the fact that they completely caught him off guard, this is one of those moments where the captain is making a good call, right? He's been on comms, he's like, oh, we're going to totally throw them off. We're going to just go at them. We're not going to play this one passively. We're going to take the fight to them. And Geek Fam at this point were completely caught off guard, did not expect them to be, the prey, so to speak, in this situation. And there's a reason why they lost on that one.
Yeah. Oh boy, Expand. They're coming, they're rising. They might be able to really race for that top 1 spot, because so far it's looking so good. But then again, we have to be honest, AV Radicals, they did much better this round. They pulled off some points, so the gap's not going to be as big as we would hope it to be, but it's still going to be a gap closed nonetheless. As we take a look at our MVP player for the round, I'm curious to see who gets it, and it's going to be the Axel from Expand with 6 kills to his name. Look at that accuracy. That is, I think, the highest we have seen so far, 64.3%.
And that is
Wow.
why, we basically speculated that he is one of the best snipers that we have at the MCPS. And he's proving it out there with the statistics. Might not be as consistent as we want him to be in terms of the number of slays out there on the battlefield, but he's surely one of the players that are extremely deadly when he's got the AWM in hand.
Yeah, don't let this guy spot you out. You're not going to be playing for very long. But we are going to take a look at the team MVP in just a second. And of course, it's going to be Expand. The team knocks out 12 kills for the round with 11 assists. Total match point is 24, 12 coming from the Booyah as well. And 6,000 damage. This is surprisingly low. So for Expand this round, it seemed like it was a case of the team just picking up a lot of those stray kills, those, I guess, stealing kills from other teams.
Yeah. I believe that might have just been the case. But overall, this is the third MVP that Expand is picking up in the competition, which is quite phenomenal. You want to compare that to some of the other teams. Only 2 teams do better than them. That is Farang with the 4 MVPs and AV Radicals, of course, with the 10 to their side. But hopefully Expand can kind of catch up with the rest of them, right? We just need to see a little bit more consistency from the team. And when it comes to the points, today has been one of the most consistent days from Expand.
Yes, absolutely. I think we were expecting this for the past couple of weeks. It didn't quite happen. We saw them explode during that one day, and then the team just faded into the background. But I don't think they want to be the side character anymore. They're looking to be the main protagonist of this story, and so far it's looking fantastic here for Expand. 24 points for the final game in Group A versus B. Geek Fam, however, managed to take second place with 18 points. AV Radicals in third with 17. Then we have Firing in fourth place with 11. Now, unfortunately, if you take a look at the bottom, No Escape Revolt walk home with no points this round. This is a rather disappointing day for this squad, as we did see them rise up last week. Unfortunately, this week, not looking too great, but I guess they are also kind of suffering in this group matchup as well. Yeah, I'm really upset for No Escape Revolt. I was hoping that this was going to be another team that would rise up to the challenge, but it seems like maybe that's a group issue, or maybe it was just a one-day wonder kind of thing, as they've now played 3 games for the day. Speaking of 3 games, it's been Groups A versus B. C hasn't played yet, so all teams in Group C will be coming in for the next 2 games. So if you're concerned about Access Esports and SAF and their positions, it's because they haven't played yet. So we are looking for some change here. But so far, AV Radicals still in first place with 395 points. They are still way ahead of the competition. But Expand in second place with 298 after their fantastic performance, actually going to overtake Farang, who was originally in second place, with now 291 points. So the gap between these two, it's not too big. There is, of course, plenty of opportunities for them to overtake each other, but so far Expand are looking much, much better today. And then Blacklist also doing rather well with 235 points after those 3 games, just over Geek Fam, who's sitting on 233. Gentlemen, we've just finished Group A versus B. Teams in Group A are going to go and sit on the sidelines for a little bit, have a break, have their lunch, or maybe watch the game. It's up to them. But Group C is now going to step up to the plate and compete against Group B. Now, for Group B, we know that AV Radicals in this group, Farang is in this group. I think EWG is also in this group as well. Is Group C possibly the weaker out of the other 2 groups? Personally, I feel it's not as strong as A. I'm not sure about your thoughts.
I think A kind of dominated a lot of the points from the first 3 matches. So I think Group B is going to be extremely happy moving into this next set of matches. So hopefully they get to pick up a few more for themselves. But to answer that question, whether or not we see great dominance between Group B versus Group C, I think they're quite equal.
Equal. All right. Now, speaking of equal, we are equal with our viewers because we have a code on the screen right now. If you didn't notice, you should notice it right now. This is a free code to everyone tuning into the broadcast. If you claim this code right now, you'll be able to claim those 2 Sunscale Serpent Kingfisher weapon loot crates. This is totally free. You don't have to do anything outside of inputting this code into the game to claim this free loot. Thank you so much for Garina for making this happen. So if you haven't claimed it, claim it now. This code will expire at the end of today. So if you miss out, we have done our best to constantly remind you to claim those points. All right, let's have a quick recap of what's happened for our first 3 games of the day as we've just finished up Group A versus B. So for the first booyah of the day, it was Pando EWG to snag that first the first booyah on Kalahari. Expand, however, claim the next 2 booyahs. Firstly onto Bermuda and then secondly onto Kalahari. So Expand looking fantastic, but they're now going to be sitting on the sidelines because they were in Group A. We will see them a little bit later when they jump into A versus C. And we are going to focus now onto Groups B versus C as we return back to the sunny shores of Bermuda and then onto Kalahari for these 2 groups. Now, AJ, I think you brought up a pretty good point so far that a lot of these kills and booyahs have been going into the pockets of Group A.
Yep.
Now that we're going into B versus C, is it going to be B now rising up to the plate and dominating C, or is it maybe going to be both groups being able to equally take these points off of each other? We don't know, right? We haven't seen these groups play against each other.
Yeah, but Group C has got kind of like a few big names that have been, abysmally underperforming. We're talking about Todap, we're talking about Sem9, we're talking about Hard to Get, and these are pretty much top teams of the past who are not really doing all that too well. But Group C also has got 2 pretty dominant teams, which is Axis Esports as well as Supreme Assault Forces. And Axis did very well in week 1. I'm expecting them to step up this time around as well. But Group B kind of, have been suppressed. Maybe this is the time for them to explode.
Maybe, right? They could be keeping everything in and waiting for that Group C.
Yeah.
Now, Hola, I'm going to ask you for your thoughts a little bit later on because to our wonderful viewers, we are going to go for a quick 5-minute break. So if you need to, toilet, snacks, call your friends, watch these games together. But for us, we're going to go for a 5-minute break. We will see you after this.
Nice.
Where have we?
Here before,
As players and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth first.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Fire with the boy once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have we?
here before,
As players and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Macam-macam lah.
Biasalah mungkin kan. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car,
We fight to
amazing
win.
people around us.
Fire with the boy once again.
MCPS.
And bagi saya it's very challenging lah because this should actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila. So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
Zizan hari ni, saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
As players and as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS
Power in numbers.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just wrapped up our first groupings of the day, which was groups A versus B. If you wanted to tune into those groupings, unfortunately, you're only going to be able to tune into B right now because A is now on break. They're going to have their lunch or watch these next matches because now it's going to be B versus C. Now, just a heads up, we had 3 rounds of the previous groupings. You only have 2 rounds of B versus C. But we are going to be switching over later on. This is going to be very exciting. Of course, joining me is the wonderful mustachio AJ, and we have Paula as well. Gentlemen, welcome back. It's B versus C, and surprisingly enough, Group B got eaten by Group A.
They did, didn't they?
So I'm wondering if this is going to be a bit of a change for them. I mean, they're probably breathing a sigh of relief because they're saying goodbye to Expand. They're saying goodbye to Blacklist. I think the 2 teams that have really been causing a lot of issues and grief, you could say, to Group B.
Yeah.
But this does mean we are welcoming Group C. Now, if anyone doesn't know who's in Group C, we have Hard to Get, ORV X-Men, Todak, Access Esports, Sem9, and Supreme Assault Forces. Now, this is not a group where you can say, like, oh, these guys are easy, you know, they're going to have free points. There are some notable teams in there, right? We've seen Access Esports do particularly well. SAF, on occasion, also does really well, although we have a couple of underperformers, as AJ mentioned previously, right? We have Sem9, who are sort of on the fence. We're not 100% sure if they're on board, I guess, in terms of the competition. And then we also have Todak, who seems to be running into a lot of problems over the course of the competition. But maybe we've had a group shuffle. Is it their time to shine? I hope so.
I mean, it's got to be,
so,
right? This is the time. Like, this is the moment where they saw what a shellacking Group B took in, right? And they think, hey, we can do the exact same thing, right? Yeah, Expand, Geek Fam, and Blacklist International all did really well in the first series, but why couldn't Group C do this as well? I think that Todak needs to step up. Sem9, Hard to Get. These are the teams that were invited. These are the teams that we expected or have huge, high expectations for, and this is the time to shine right now.
Yeah, our expectations are probably the same as our Asian parents, but maybe we're not being too fair on the teams. All right, we're going to jump into game 1 for Groups B versus C. Of course, we are going to be back onto the wonderful sunny shores of Bermuda. Paula, AJ, take it away for game 1 of B versus C.
Game 1, B versus C. Thank you so much, Danny. We're going to go into this one. This is, of course, Bermuda, the smaller one. We're kind of just mixing it up with Kalahari today, and we're back under Bermuda. This is going to be the second time that we see it on stream today, but we're here now, and this is going to be up against B versus C. C hasn't played any games. Do they need a warm-up game, AJ, or are they just going to run into this one and just make a headlong, beeline for all the kills?
I sure as hell hope they warmed up before even jumping into this lobby, because if they didn't, then, it's going to be quite an issue for them. Because Group B has had quite the thrashing already from Group A. They are more than warmed up. In fact, they are waiting to explode on Group C. So Group C better be ready to deal with all of that firepower, because mainly I'm looking at AV Radicals and Farang, right? Three back-to-back matches where we've barely seen them kind of step up to their usual form of play out there on the battlefield. You're looking at AV Radicals so far with just 32 points. And when you look at Farang, even crazier, abysmal, 22 points so far. We're talking about Farang, the one that was holding on to the second place, one of the most dominant teams in the competition, truly bombing out today. So I'm thinking that, this is like a time bomb waiting to go off.
Okay, for the record, while you do say bombed out, and the folks that, maybe the viewers didn't tune into the first series, it was bombing out from the normal AV Radicals Farang that we know, right? They still got a decent number of points. I think that, let's not take that away. But EWG now, they're in a skirmish with X-Men to kind of start things off, but Jans will take first blood. Great start to this one. ORV X-Men, looks like they warmed up.
Let's see if or not the players of Eastern Wolves Gang will be able to continue their very interesting run, because they started off extremely strong, and then game 2 and 3, they kind of fizzled out. I was expecting to see more from them. I mean, we went from a fantastic booyah to round 2 where they picked up no kills whatsoever, purely played placement points. And then in round 3, they only picked up 3 kills and 6 of those placement points, which was very different from round number 1, where they truly popped off, both in terms of placement as well as kills. So they just have to prove themselves once again. Against ORV, the initial engagements were pretty decent, but as Shots now tries to chase them down, Jan brings Fires right back into the mix. ORV is a solid squad once again, but Eastern Wolves Gang wants no part of this battle. They back away into 2 separate directions here. One man down. They're playing the game of survival and revival. Let's see if Orange Esports can put an end to NC, a team that, just like the players of Pando EWG, started off hot here today and then fizzled out as well in matches 2 and 3.
Yeah, they just haven't really found their footing. It's been one of those awkward situations. But speaking of which, Jebat, and gets some major damage right here. Nice knock here. Orange Esports, they do need to convert those into kills at the end of the day. But might as well clean things out. NC getting very low, down to 2 members. Orange Esports, Parent has been knocked as well, or he's been killed at this point. So it looks like they're going to be in a bit of a firefight here. Jebat looking to find the right one. They do get Asta. Dino has been knocked as well. So Torm going to secure that one. And Orange Esports, this is a great start to them, considering that they were in the 17th position.
Yazid starts his 1 kilometer sprint a little early here, dodging that buy point as well as Revival Central, and he wants to move out to the compound right in front of them. Let's see if he can get there, because I believe if Yazid does manage to sneak away from this compound, the chances of survival are extremely high. The full squad can be brought right back instead of a purchase. SAF, on the other hand, going up against Axis Esports. Axis, one of the teams we want to keep our eyes on, but it looks like SAF wants to snuff them out before we even get a chance to see them perform.
Yeah, McCrory with only 4 HP does get the nice shot. That's so difficult to deal with, especially from the roof like that. But, nice shot as well. And Axis Esports has been eliminated. SAF with 4 kills. This is exactly what we wanted to see from McCrory, and he's really stepping up in this high ground.
Yeah, quad.
And he knocks himself down. Stupid gravity.
What am I even seeing? I mean, okay, whatever. He I guess, deserves a little bit of a break. Not a foot that's broken, but a little bit of break from all of that firepower. The rest of his team members are there. The compound belongs to them, so McRory will be back up on his feet in no time. Anxiety, on the other hand, I fear for them, because Toda comes in for the flush. A full flank from the left and right hand side, but Anxiety is the one that fires back, fights them down, knocks down a player. Kanoho down on the ground as well. Good trade back from the players of Toda, but Pedro, as he circles around, Fura has got the M1887, but straight into the hands of the players of Anxiety. 3v1. Pedro from the back, and it looks like the backstab is perfect. Pedro gets the job done. Toda, what a play!
Oh, Todak, this is the Todak we know. I mean, they were second place in last year's MCP Season 3, and that's why. They're just very smart, very well coordinated, completely cleaning the house, that is, and hard to get here. Does get knocked here. 7-9, this is another team that we had big expectations for. Great start to them as they've got 2 kills. This is exactly where you want to be going into this one. Again, just get those baby steps with the kills. Make sure that you have something, a little bit of momentum as you get into that mid-game.
Hard to get. Looks like they seem to find it hard to get a little bit of a better compound and loot for themselves. Barely any glue walls on these boys. And Batman alongside Ares jumping back into battle. If the loot on the survivors were abysmal, the loot of these guys even more terrible, as they only have that secondary as they jump back into battle. Farang, right outside of the danger zone, keeping their good eyes on 7-9. Who already have 2 kills through Man 04, but it doesn't seem like 7-9 wants to get super aggressive out there. 7-9 has just been the team that has surprised me the most here, Holler, because of what they've been able to do in competitions in the past. But now they are literally bombing out in the worst of fashions.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a confidence thing or just the team is not on the same page, but it doesn't seem like 7-9 of old, for sure. There's something different about the team, and I feel like they're second-guessing themselves. I think it's one of those things where things have not gone well, and it's been sort of shaking. Oh, Hawkeye gets knocked here. Ritus just doesn't let him use the catapult at this stage, and AV completely cleaning house. As I said, that McCrory skirmishes with Wine. Wine getting a little bit low. The time turner keeping him alive. He does get knocked. McCrory's going to win this one out. Oh, but he gets knocked in return. Ramiel with a nice shot there. But how are they going to turn this one around? Tanamo and Ramiel are still within the vicinity.
Yeah, a little too far away, but Tanamo can get the job done here. Long angles is one of his specialities, but we're going to hop on over to Eastern Wolves gang, who've pretty much cornered the players of Hard to Get, but they are the ones with the high ground advantage, and Forbits used that to perfection. Beautiful knock coming through. And the players at the very bottom, Hard to Get, Eastern Wolves gang. It looks like EWG will be the bigger winners in this engagement. And Forbits, the only survivor, tries to circle around. Jay-Z can be picked up here, but this glue wall is not the best. That angle from the bottom and from the back to get attacked as well, Eastern Wolves gang. Perfect shots. ORV steals them away.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where you go for the res, but you didn't have that intel. You're just like, you just went tunnel vision. You're like, gotta pick up my buddy. He picked him up and then he just died. It was one of those things where you gotta make sure that you're safe before you make a play like that. And they actually paid with their lives right there. Unfortunate for them as they've been eliminated 9th. But now ORV X-Men. This is the last place team. We expected more out of this one. We need to see more, excuse me. This is a team, again, that hasn't really found their footing in the league. It's been one of those moments where when they've been in team fights where they've kind of, I don't know if they've just been unlucky or if it's maybe like a skill gap. I don't want to go that far, but they seem to be very pretty much on the losing side of these fights, and that's my struggle here with this team.
But thank heavens we are playing at Bermuda. ORV does quite decent at Bermuda. Kalahari, on the other hand, is... let's not talk about Kalahari. ORV hates Kalahari. They really can't do much on that map at all. So on Bermuda is going to be the place where they will try to rise up to the occasion here and pick up a couple of extra points for themselves. 5 kills already in this round, and they're keeping up that sort of good performance at Bermuda. Week 1, 26 points. Week 2, we saw a performance increase at Bermuda with 32 points. And therefore, ORV just needs to show us that this time, week 3, they can pick up around 40 or more. So we can see the constant improvement from them. But I also want to see them step it up on Kalahari as well. Because once again, last week on Kalahari, they only took away 5 points, Holler, which is unacceptable if you're ORV.
5 points? No, I don't think that's acceptable at all. But maybe it's just the Asian dad in me. I expect more, right? I want to see them do well. I want to see them step up. They need to figure out maybe some ways to get some sort of easier points. Maybe just like hide in a corner for the entire game. Something just to kind of get yourself into the groove of just getting some sort of points so that you have a chance. Right now, they're so far behind. Yes, Orange Esports, NC have more points because they played more games, 3 more games in fact. But it's one of those situations where they don't want to get too much further back because it's very demoralizing for the team. And being on that last place when you're on the outside looking in, it's a very difficult place to be, especially morale-wise for the team.
I agree, and they need about close to 45 points, I believe, to catch up with the top 12. And those 45 points are on top of whatever the teams who are above them can pick up out there on the battlefield. So it's quite the tough challenge here for ORV to qualify for the grand finals. But all of that damage was done in 2 weeks. They have got 2 more weeks in the league stage. So maybe we can see some sort of a miraculous improvement from ORV. Because I like the movement so far. They've been moving compound to compound. But, you know, once again, to echo whatever I said earlier on, this is Bermuda. This is where things are slightly easier for ORV. It's their performance in Kalahari that I really want to see improvement at.
Yeah. And, I mean, they had an entire week to kind of practice, to watch the replay, see what they're doing wrong. It's one of those things where maybe we just didn't have the right strategy. I mean, you're up against some of these, like, these monsters of teams, and they're very difficult. They're gonna have set strategies in mind. And so now is the time to adjust, right? This is the second half of the season. You don't have much more time after this, but you've seen what the other teams have done. Now, how do you counter? How do you play that into your hand so that you have an advantage? ORV right now, they're sticking around. They tend to play a little bit more patiently. Let the teams come to them. They don't need to rush things, especially at this stage. It's still somewhat early. You don't want to get in that firefight one-on-one. You want to be the third party in going in so that you have that advantage. And it looks like they're kind of playing it to the T in that sense.
How can AV Radicals get out of the sticky situation? Because Toda is hungry for points out there on the battlefield. And an engagement with Toda, even though Toda's not doing too well out there on the battlefield, isn't gonna fare well for AV Radicals. Pedro just eating the damage from this blue zone as it leaves him low and dry. Not high and dry, because he is on the lower ground. I'm sorry for the bad dad jokes. But AV Radicals, they get away in time. Nobody to stop them. Nobody to stand in their way. So AV Radicals should be seen in this next circle quite decently soon. Hawkeye on the other hand, nay! Good time turner by Monito. AWM, press circle around, shooting the foot of Hawkeye. Finds absolutely nothing. EWG sends out a grenade, but Hawkeye has long traveled away from the position already. 3 nades available to the side of Eastern Wolfgang. They just need to use this carefully. They just have to ask themselves the question first. Is it all right to waste so many grenades on 1 kill point? The answer I'll give them, it's a no. Please don't allow Hawkeye to give his life to that circle. EWG needs to take a little bit more initiative here. Hawkeye doesn't seem like he is healing himself up, and therefore the circle will eat this kill point.
Yeah, he's just going to sacrifice himself for that one, and realizing that he didn't really have much of a chance. If anything, he did kind of, you talked about the fact that the utility was expended for this one, but as I say that, AV right now, in a bit of a firefight with Farang, number 1 versus number 3 now. How is this one going to play out?
Farang, charge buster, 3-2s, flank from the right-hand side, double barrel in hand, flips it out, Wine taken out of the equation, Farang has got the advantage just because of that, but now Ramiel from afar, AWM shuts down 3-2s as well, Tadamo has got the grenade launcher, game changer, Tadamo, can he get that final shot, Spain the survivor, long range combat capability, but it is 3-2s with the final bullet in the chest of the player to take him down and out of the equation, and AV Radicals so far away from all of the rest of the teams. Nobody's going to be able to third party them and punish them right after that heavy combat. And therefore, AV Radicals continues their journey towards that final circle.
Yeah, AV Radicals, what did the doctor order? Group C. We'll take them everything. Just like num, 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 num. It's like free food. They've got 8 kills. AV Radicals have kind of stepped back up into this one. Maybe Group A was their kryptonite. As Group B now, they need to finish strong. They've only got these 2 more matches, so they need to ensure that they do get some points. In this one, AV Radicals, that's the team that we know. But as I say that, ORV getting some decent shots on the EWG at this stage.
ORV from afar, but smart time turn is played by EWG. The time runs out, I guess, as ORV still finds all of their players, 2 to be specific. But Ethan Wolfgang returning fire, close quarters combat. And ORV seems a little bit softer this time round. View. Can he go in for the pickup onto Tua? They need the game of numbers to play against the players of ORV. But the circle now leaving them high and dry. Tua, View running out of time. Yes, they survived just in the nick of time. One more second would have dropped them down onto the ground. Jazly's alive. And now ORV has to pay the price of engaging with EWG and pissing them off. Sem9 on the other hand, alive and kicking. In fact, they are the kill leaders of this lobby, looking for the final circle. But first, let's feast on EWG, they say.
Oh, it was like a drive-through window shooting right there. Man04 just making sure he picks him off. Pando and EWG eliminated in 5th. Sem9 completely on a different level today. 11 kills. They've been waiting. They are warmed up. They are good to go. They're looking for Orange Esports and AV as we get closer to the final circle. ORV Jazly all the way in the back, hiding around, waiting in the wings, seeing what sort of pickoff he gets. But Man04, that glue wall keeping him alive. Tanamo drawing a beat on him.
The timing of that Riptide rhythm just a tad bit off. And Thanamo misses a great big chance. Reduce down on the ground, instantaneously picked up. Orin has got the grenade launcher here to work with. He cannot go down, no matter what. Orin cannot die off just this early. This is grenade launcher versus grenade launcher. Thanamo versus Orin. Thanamo backs himself up with the barricades of blue wall, whereas everybody else focuses on taking down Orin because they know what they have to deal with. A grenade launcher if he is still surviving out there on the battlefield. Orange Esports with a decent performance, but ORV and AV both chip in to take down their players back to back. Two drop down onto the ground. Orange Esports has a grenade launcher as well. What in the world is wrong with the RNG this time round? Too many grenade launchers in this final circle. That's going to be all-out chaos. Wine with a Groza. Drop Storm. Orange Esports out in the 4th spot. It's going to be now between AV Radicals, ORV, and Sem9. But ORV doesn't have the numbers to sustain the timing this time round. Sublime. Thanamo with his shot, but Wine down on the ground. Close quarters combat. The players of AV Radicals will suffer. Sem9 has a strong chance of picking up this booyah now, Holla.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. ORV, the last lone member, he's going to stay alive. But again, Sem9, AV, these are the two. Wine, been knocked down, and Raja will secure that one. This is a triple kill going the way of Raja, but it's looking to be the end. Who's going to take it? Ramiel's by himself.
Ramiel's by himself. Thanamo, the grenade launcher boy, down on the ground. Can he secure yet another kill? Yes, he can. There's an extra kill point for him. And I believe this is a 1v1. Orin, one of the best clutch masters of Free Fire, going up against Ramiel, and he gets the clutch. And finally, Sem9 makes its return to its winning ways, getting the booyah and slaying out quite a number of players out there on the battlefield. Phenomenal performance this time round, Holla.
Phenomenal is right. I mean, they had close to 13, 14 kills. I lost track. Sem9 really turning it on when they needed to. AV Radicals, though, had a great game as well. But ORV X-Men, this is Jazly. He was by himself. I got to give props where props are due because of the fact that he survived for so long, even got a couple pickoffs. He was really annoying at the end of the game. People needed to draw a beat on him and find him out. But Sem9 elated with that performance. Great win right there by Sem9.
My goodness. I'm here. I thought there was going to be some more after that, but I was just shocked that Jazly was able to survive the onslaught, right? I mean, he had to deal with the engagement with EWG, and then he had to hide after the compound got raided as well. He was so lucky he didn't get spotted out. And they basically just left him. You know, Jazly was able to play that passive game, which, AJ, it's your signature phrase, right? You're playing the game of survival. Sometimes you just need to... You have to put your gun away and just hide, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're alone, you either take the risk and grab those kills, or you go for those placement points. And what is much easier? Placement points. If you're able to play quietly, don't draw attention to yourself. And it was such a busy late game as well. And so because of that, I think that was one of the main reasons why he was able to sort of get away with that. But if anything, he's also thanking Sem9, but maybe cursing them at the same time because Ramiel sort of shut down Jazly's dreams of maybe getting that second or maybe even first place. But of course, that final shot, you know, the fact that Sem9 was able to get the VR, I'm not sure if you checked his inventory. I'm guessing Ramiel ran out of glue walls because he just ran, but he didn't drop anything down.
I think, you know, when you put a fantastic player like Ramiel up against Orin from the side of Sem9, there is a high probability that Ramiel will get those engagements sorted out if it is not in the final circle. And we are talking about the long angles to be played because Ramiel is one of the better, snipers out there on the battlefield. But Orin is a clutch master. And Sem9, they've been sleeping a little bit too long in the league. And this is week 2. It's time for them to wake up, and wake up they did. So not surprised at all in terms of this performance. When we talked about this, when we first opened up the show today, we were looking for teams to step out there on the battlefield, and Sem9 was one of them that we kind of had a little bit of a chat about. And it's good on them that they are slowly waking up, but we need to see consistent plays out of them because they need to do so, because it's so rare to see Sem9 struggle to sustain the top 12 positions, right? In fact, they're dominating usually at the top. And now they are at risk of kind of getting kicked down into the lower side of the league. And we're talking about the 13 down to the 18th spot, where you really don't want to be, Andy.
Yeah, right. Everyone's aiming for top 12. So, I mean, if Sem9 don't make it, I think the team is going to have to look and see what is the issue here. Is it an internal issue? Is it a playstyle issue? Like, something needs to be fixed, I think, if you don't make top 12.
Yeah.
But Hola, I want to hear your thoughts here. Do you think Sem9 has what it takes to keep this going? Because I still have my reservations with this team. How did you feel when you're watching them?
You're talking about the issues, and Sem9 just proved to you that they have zero issues.
It was
right?
one game. It was one game, mate. One game.
No, but it starts with just that one game.
Yeah.
Right? You have the momentum. It's actually massive as a team because it's a huge confidence boost. You understand going in, this is just the first game and you have a monster. The other games, they might even taper off and it might not be so great for them. But having that one monster will at least last for the rest of today. Right?
Yeah.
This is one of those things where Sem9 are fine.
Yeah, I don't know how many points they picked up in this match, but just a little bit of statistics. Last week at Bermuda, they picked up a total of 3 points. 3 points. Sem9, 3 points last week. And week 1, they picked up 25 points. But with this Booyah, as well as a great supplementary lineup of kills, I feel like they've already outperformed week 2, obviously, hands down, as well as week 1 with just this one game. So we might just see the comeback of Sem9.
Maybe. This could be the sign. I mean, we just had the group shuffle. This is also their first game as well from the shuffle. So good things ahead for this team. I think last time I saw Ramiel's feed, I think the team was sitting on about 12 kills at least. I mean, they were sitting on a lot. So I think at this point we can maybe assume 20-something at least.
Yeah.
Which for Sem9, that's a big deal, right? They're not that high up the leaderboard. They really want to solidify their position. So whatever these 20 points are going to be, they're going to appreciate it for sure. But MVP, before we see it, any nominations? Who do we think it could be?
I think it's going to be Ramiel. The guy was a little crazy out there, except for the final engagement against Orin, obviously kind of bombed out. And
AJ, you prophet, you.
No, I'm not a prophet. I saw him having high number of kills. I'm just lucky I remembered.
Luck. AJ, everything is about luck. But I mean, he deserves it. He did so much, especially during that like the final circle. He was just sniping for his team, left, right, center. I mean, he was the one that denied ORV from getting a potential second place. So Ramiel, much deserved MVP here. Do you think it's also going to be AV Radicals to get the team MVP, or do you think that Sem9 might be able to snatch it away? Because both teams were sitting on a lot of kills.
No, I think Sem9 should be able to drag this. What do you think, Ola?
I think Sem9. I mean, it's the sheer fact that they got the Booyah. I mean, I think in terms of kills, AV might have gotten the edge on that one, but I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the fact that they got the Booyah in the end. And Sem9, I'm hoping just to get it going and to be a little bit different and to make things as competitive as possible going into these final games, that Sem9 do actually pull this one off.
There we go.
They do.
Yeah. 14 kills to their name as well. Oh my goodness. Nice. This is massive.
26 points. It's more than what they got in week number 1. I mean, definitely more than what they got in week number 2. But this is just one match. And I sure as heck hope this is the return of Sem9, because I'm sick and tired of waiting for them to shine out there on the battlefield. In fact, teams like Expand, AV Radicals, Farang, they've all been able to dominate because teams like Sem9, Blacklist, Toda are nowhere to be seen when it comes to that final circle.
I mean, the spotlight has been on a lot of other teams, and maybe Sem9 they need a little bit of sunlight, maybe some vitamin D to walk outside, get some spotlight, get your daily sunshine overdose, whatever it is. But I'm glad to see this team really coming up in this first game, and I think a lot of people are going to be walking into this next game with expectations, right? Can Sem9 continue with that momentum? Because as much as we want to give this team praise, it comes down to the consistency. Are they going to continue with this in the next matchup? But before that, 26 points here for Sem9 in first place. They got the booyah, the 14 kills. Oh, so delicious. This is going to be so helpful for them on that leaderboard. AB Radical's actually going to be pretty happy with themselves. Yes, they didn't get the booyah, but it's still 21 points. And that's going to push them much higher up the leaderboard. And poor Farang, they're hoping to catch up, but with 4 points after this round, it's not going to do too much. That gap between the two teams is going to be much, much larger. But ORV X-Men, they got third, but at the same time, they also got 10 kills. This team has got to be so proud of themselves after this round. Where is ORV X-Men on the leaderboard, actually? Does anyone have it open?
They were 18th. They were last going into this one. So this is, again, a huge turn of events. ORV X-Men, just like, this is the team that nobody really expected. I mean, did you expect, like, they had 16 points on Saturday, 37 on Sunday last week. So these are both of them. I mean, we're going to have to see the overall standings here.
All right, let's see if they managed to make a climb. All right, so unfortunately for ORV, they had a pretty decent round. They didn't make any moves, but, okay, firstly, there's a couple buts here. They haven't played any games beside this one. No Escape Revolt are 2 games ahead in terms of points, and Orange are technically 3 games ahead. So they've got plenty of opportunities to catch up with the remaining games for the day. But I'm keen to see if ORV X-Men can maybe get up there, maybe climb up to where hard to get is. Maybe overtaking Icon, it's a big ask, but I think the potential it's definitely there, considering that they've got plenty of matches to go. Now, of course, AB Radicals, 400 points. These guys have broken the barrier. They are so far ahead. I think I'm going to stick with my guns and say that AB Radicals can go on a holiday. Nobody is going to catch up to them.
I hope they don't go on a holiday, though, because I want to see one heck of a fight out there. And I think there's a high probability if they continue on this trajectory, by the time we end the league stage, they would be close to like 550, 600 points.
Easily.
If they touch that 600 point mark, I tell you, I'm going to have my mind blown. But the bigger question is, can AV Radicals break the curse? The curse of a fantastic league stage run and then nothing at the grand finals. If they can get that done, I feel like, this team would truly be able to set themselves apart from everybody else. Once again, thankfully, it's not just a single day of grand finals that we have to deal with this time around.
Yes, there's going to be lots of opportunities for these teams to make it up if they have a bad day one. Ideally, you don't want to have a bad day one. Average day one, amazing day 2. Yes, that's what we're really aiming for. But we are going to jump into our next map of the day, and it's also the final map for B versus C. After this, B have concluded all of their matches for today, and C will continue on to play against Group A. But until then, it's B versus C, it's Kalahari, and we also have Paula and AJ. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Danny. 24 seconds to the clock counting down for us to see how much will the other teams be able to do before X-Pan steps back into the fray to show us a little bit of domination once again on Kalahari and Bermuda. Or the question will, of course, be, will X-Pan be able to dominate with the uprising of teams like Sem9, Holler?
Yeah, it's going to help them out. I mean, I think they're going to be very happy with the performance of Farang last one with their 4 points. Doesn't even make, it doesn't even cut into their lead. X-Man are still in that place. They have 3 more matches that are coming up later today. But Sem9, I think maybe they've woken the beast. Maybe they've figured something out. It's going to be the storyline to kind of talk about for the rest of the day, because we're going to have nothing but Sem9 playing. But this is the time they need to step up. And I like that first game that they played. Now they need to build on that momentum.
Multiple hot drops, NC one of them against Orange Esports down here at Foundation. Deco circles around, but a whole squad of NC sticking together. And it looks like Dino will be caught out, but a good grappling hook fly away. Deco still manages to spray him down, turns around, 180, sprays down yet another player. Parent catches up alongside him. Nafis down on the ground. A lot of the NC players eliminated. And it looks like this is the end of the road for NC. Final player surviving, Yazid, has managed to disengage and back away. But where can he run from this position onwards? He cannot move towards the blim and out of Foundation. If he crosses over, then it gets easy for Orange Esports to spot him. But it looks like Jabat has a rough idea as to where to move on to find this guy out there on the battlefield. Parent moving straight towards Yazid now. Final moments for NC. Can they get this one kill point at least? Time turner wasted. Yazid playing the game of luck. Oh, manages to get the knock, but oh no, it's not even him. McRory from afar. SAF now, the third party, but they're not going to be anywhere close to play that pressure against Orange Esports. A little unfortunate for NC as they meet quite the unfortunate end. We thought they started off hot and they were going to continue hot, Holler, but ever since that hot start, they've picked up 1 point and then 3 points and then up that 1 point and then now no point.
Oh, this is classic Free Fire, right? It's the emotional roller coasters that teams will put us on. They do well in one game, they do just bomb out in the other one, but sometimes you get a little unlucky. The Battle Royales happen to play out like that. NC getting eliminated early, really no chance for them, but SAF kind of taking advantage of what they could find. I mean, it was one of those things where I'll take easy pickings. I mean, it's the free food that you see walking around the street, I guess. And I'll take it. Not that I've actually taken free food walking around the street ever, but you know what I mean.
Now I've got questions, Holler. Now I've got a lot of questions. But it's okay. I'll ask you about that later. Anxiety, hot drop in here. And I'm actually very, very surprised to see Anxiety there and AV Radicals not. AV Radicals takes a drop into command post instead, but could this be a hot drop earlier on where they lost Ramiel and Wine? Because we totally missed those engagements. Did you happen to see exactly who knocked them down?
No, I did not. Unfortunately. But Ramiel's, he's going to be back, and he's the MVP of the last game. So you definitely need him with his 8 kills.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's AV. You know, I think until you wipe them off the planet, so to speak, they're going to continue to, you know, make a tear through all the other teams. Like, it's one of the most demoralizing things when they can just get back to full. Yeah. It's very annoying.
And even if you do successfully wipe out every single player on the side of AV Radicals, we still have them up top in the #1 spot with a massive lead, more than 100-point lead over the other teams. And it's still going to be quite the hell's journey to kind of catch up with them. Expand are the ones who look like they are in the best position to catch up with AV Radicals alongside Farang. But Farang today, oh, dude. Farang has been quite abysmal in terms of performance. 26 points so far through the 4 matches. And I don't know what's happening to this team.
I mean, it's crazy because Farang, they used to average, or prior to today, they averaged 13 points a match. Yeah. Right? And the fact that they're like 26 in like 4 games, that's a terrible showing by them. But Hawkeye going in, make sure that he gets the knock on the Torm. They're looking to turn this one. Orange Esports down to their last 2 members here. Parent does get the knock on Let's Go, though. So that's going to be a pretty decent start with this. He tries to jump in. Yodope is looking to turn this around, and he does get this one. Orange Esports eliminated 11.
Again, Orange Esports gets the early attack onto another team, snuffs them out, and instantaneously makes their exit. So unlucky Orange Esports is. SAF spotted them from afar. Initially, it was just knocks, no kills coming through just yet, but SAF saw that as the perfect opportunity because obviously they hear those gunshots and they know that Orange pretty much has won out that battle already and they will be down in terms of resources. So that's the very smart move, smart decision-making from the side of SAF to take advantage of Orange Esports. But let's spot on over the players of the one and only Farang, who usually take control of Refinery. They don't have a lot of early engagements because almost nobody else takes a hot drop near Refinery. But this time around, ORV wants to be that team.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the greatest place to drop early, because it's like one of those things where it's your forever home, right? You're not going to go anywhere else because the location is so great. It's very centralized. It has elevation. It has, I mean, a great view. I mean, the only thing it's really lacking is the swimming pool, I think. But yeah, it's one of those things that you want to stick around with. And unfortunately for them, they decide to just kind of play that troll under the bridge, make sure that they're in that one spot, making it very difficult to just for any of the teams to kind of walk by in this area.
This time, 7-9 wants to finish off AV Radicals super early and not deal with them in the final circle. And perhaps tapao all of the kill points as well as they shut down one of the more radical teams out there on the battlefield. Good nade. But Ritus has got the glue wall to work around with. So nade serves almost no damage whatsoever. AC-80, Dynamo execution by the one and only Fikri. Ritus spotted out as well. Ramiel, Fikri, can he go back to back? And I believe Ramiel only has a Mac 10 on him, which means he needs to wait for some of these 7-9 players to rush towards him. Close quarters combat, he'll be able to pop off. But long range, it's going to be to either the one and only Raja or Fikri. Ritus can't go anywhere. And now slowly Anxiety from the back as well. The players of AB Radicals might just meet an early death here. And Raja's the one that sneaks away the shot. Can he get the kill? Aye! Stolen by Fura!
We'll take that one. I mean, it's going to be on to... we'll take that one. Führer will happily take that one. But Ritus is completely wide out in the open. No real chance to get away from that one. It was just a matter of time of who wanted it at the most. And it looks like AV Radicals eliminated 10th.
GGWP, man. The shuffle up of the groups seems to be hurting both Farang as well as AV Radicals. Now, who would have thought for them to kind of struggle in the competition? AV Radicals so far, I mean, they have been doing decently well in the past two matches, but now this is the final game that AV Radicals has from Group B. And they've lost their opportunity to perhaps just run away a little bit further from all of those that are hunting down the #1 spot. But I guess the damage has already been done. AV Radicals, the monsters that they are, have managed to pick up a total of 53 points in here today, not including the kills that they've secured in this round. So I believe that's more than decent in terms of performance. I'll take that.
Or maybe they're playing it kind of like the hare and the tortoise and versus the hare, right? They're taking a little bit of a nap. They realize that they don't, they have a 100-point lead. They got this one in the bag. We're going to make things as interesting as possible. We're going to take a nap at least until tomorrow. So I think that they're just kind of making it interesting for all the viewers back home.
And I think it is getting more interesting as we see some big teams bomb out intentionally or unintentionally. It gives the opportunity for some of the weaker ones to rise up to the occasion and prove their worth out there on the battlefield. Farang, not only do they have the refinery, but also one of those, I believe, signal towers that gives them an extra boost in terms of elevation. And they get the bird's eye view. They get to spot out all around them, the compounds. But Jembal hops on off. I believe the circle's going to leave them high and dry a little bit later on. And Farang wants to look for a better spot. But Anxiety versus SAF now. Philippines versus Philippines. What will come of this? It all depends on who has got the better guns in this close quarters combat. And Let's Go gets caught in a 1v2. Tries to run away, but the double barrel catches his back. Führer from up top. Yado goes down as well. Anxiety taking the fight up to SAF. Hawkeye trades one back, but Fear drops him instantaneously. Chessman's the only casualty so far, but he hasn't been put out of the equation. SAF struggles against Anxiety here, Holla.
Yeah, McCrory's going to be on the run. And actually, Anxiety played that one perfectly, right? They were very cautious. They didn't give away their position. They walked up kind of slowly and together, and they made the ambush at the same time. McCrory's the last one left. Anxiety, yeah, that you have Fur, who's taking a little bit of damage. But at the end of the day, this is a 4 versus 1. This should be easy pickings. McCrory going to be trying to stay alive. He does go down in the end. He's been eliminated 9th. But, Anxiety played that one very, very well.
Anxiety, what a unfortunate time for them. They started off the day in the 10th spot and now kicked down one position into 11th. Sem9, as they rose up to the occasion in the previous match, they have managed to secure the 10th place. Can they continue climbing up? Sem9's not too far away from players like Toda, SAF, or Axis. I mean, okay, maybe from Axis, they need a solid booyah first before they can catch up. But SAF and Toda, they have a little bit of a problem to deal here with Sem9 slowly waking up in the competition.
Yeah, we have not heard much of Axis Esports. We didn't really talk much. I mean, they were going 4th place going into today. We expected big things, especially out of Group C. We thought that they were going to be the toughest team to deal with, but they haven't really had that. Yes, we've only had 1 game, and they're playing much better here as they've got all 4 members alive and 2 kills. But, you know, Axis Esports, they need to turn things around. They need to figure out some sort of, some sort of pick-off third party. They need to get into this one, as it looks like they're going to look and run into hard to get at this point. Are they going to catch them off guard?
Hard to Get is not really a team that's super strong out there in terms of combat, so Axis Esports should have this in the bag unless something goes extremely wrong. And now a great big flank coming through. I don't know intentional or not. That player is going to put his team at a disadvantage because they're low in numbers. Axis takes the fight straight up to them, but Jay-Z's the first one with the first blood. Drops Shire down onto the ground, backs away, has got Aries to back him up as well. Just absolute scrappy fight between the two. Jay-Z knocks out Flame onto the ground as well, and he hops on through the window. Won't be able to find yet another wrapped out on the ground. What happened? Hard to Get 8 up Axis Esports.
They were completely just setting up a trap, right? They knew that they were running right in, and it was just a matter of just playing it to, you know, a very safe opportunity. They wanted to close in fight. They had the shotguns, they had everything ready, and it was just a matter of just them turning the corner and just turning that one on. And Hard to Get play that one perfectly. That's exactly what you want, and they make Axis pay. We said Axis needs to step up, but it looks like Hard to Get has got their number today.
And Hard to Get is not really the strongest combat team out there on the battlefield, man. I mean, Axis dropping the ball against them. Whew. They must be mad. They must be really, really mad.
Yes,
I mean, that was like the softest engagement, and Raf666, he's not on his best gameplay today because Raf alone should have been able to handle the full squad of Hard to Get. So that's the biggest surprising factor there. It wasn't the case. It was Jay-Z as well as Aries. Both of them had the M1887, which is one of the, I want to say, worst shotguns to use out there on the battlefield if you are not accurate. Because it's very strong when you are close to your opponent, but you miss one shot, and there's a lag between the first shot and the second shot. So you got to wait. And Jay-Z just kind of counted all of that lag of shots. And, you know, with the low fire rate, he just had his movements back him up, hopping left, right, dodging all of the bullets. And it was just so fantastic to watch them take the fight up against Axis Esports. But I am shocked seeing the performance of Axis.
Yeah, definitely. I expected more from that one, but Hard to Get, even when he was shooting the shotgun, he fired 2 shots, ran back into the corner, and his teammate was there to just cover fire. Let him reload, and just like the whole coordination with how things worked out, that was perfect, right? That's what you wanted in terms of a close fight. But Sem9 here on the bottom, look at Anxiety with 8 kills. This is something that, you know, we talked about Anxiety needing to step up. And I mean, when you've got 8 kills, this is a pretty good start.
And Man of 4. Ooh, good shot by Führer. Can he get another one? Man of 4 recovers all. Great plays with all of those glue walls. Kanoho now trying to keep a good line. Pops out a grenade. Is that a grenade launcher? 17 medkits in the hands of Chessman. I don't know what is he doing with so many medkits, but Jembal from the back, he's got a grenade launcher and eats up the players of Eastern Wolfgang. Anxiety loses 1. Sem9 at a disadvantage with the lower ground, still were able to trade things right back out against the players of Anxiety, and now Anxiety turning tails and running away from Sem9 as they realize that this team is mental. They are so difficult to take down.
Yeah, when you have 17 medkits, it's a matter of just surviving and then starting your own hospital at that stage. But it looks like nobody wants to deal with this. Too much sustain. They're going to run away. Sem9, but they're going to run into Farang here. Jezbu's on the high ground. He sees all of this. And this is the problem with Kalahari. Elevation is an issue. Information that's provided when you're on that high ground can be absolutely massive. Farang right now, they're doing much better from, you know, this game as opposed to the last one. They've got 5 kills, and they do see Sem9, who were the Booyah winners in the last game. So do they have their number? We're going to have to see if they can kind of get the right pickoffs here.
Fikri out in the open, has got the grappling hook, gets tagged up by Aries either way. Sem9, the movement's just too sweet, man. Raja finally gets dropped down to the ground, and the Groza will instantaneously put him out of the equation as well. No revival platforms around for Sem9 to deal with, but they do have the circle. Therefore, no need to aggress upon the other teams. They can just play possum, but at the very side of this hill, it gives them that extra bit of defense as well. All they need to do is just look to the left-hand side, await the players of Hard to Get. Oren out in the open, charging up his grenade already as he cooks it up. Batman pulls out the time turner, double barrel in hand. Once again, the death to the players of 7-9 comes through from Jay-Z as he manages to get the shot from afar. Hard to get, helps wrap 7-9 up in a package, and it is them that sends them out of the lobby as well. Farang, surprisingly, still alive in here. They've stepped up their gameplay of survival at Kalahari once again.
Okay, 7-9 dying right now into 7th place. That one's on me, right? I talked in the game right before this, the pregame, but basically 7-9 were going to do much better, and I raised expectations too high. 7-9, it went right to their heads, and the ego was there, and that's why they eliminated 7. So my bad on that one. But Farang Esports, this is a team that's been stepping up. Look at this. They've got 6 kills. They're trying to find the rest of them, but Todak Esports, we haven't talked, again, much about this team. They've been largely quiet. They have 0 kills, and they're just looking to survive, but it looks like there's going to be a firefight here.
Let's see if Todak can circle around. So far, first game that they played, only 9 points. Not so bad in comparison to some of their previous performances. Anxiety taken out finally. One of the top killers of this lobby. Not going to be a problem to deal with in this final circle. 4 more teams left. Farang has got a grenade launcher to work around with, and now they take on Todak, who have not been supreme in all of their engagements. Chill doesn't spot his back. Jesbu takes the fight straight up to him. It's a 2v1, and they manage to put Jesbu down onto the ground. Pedro trades out Spade as Spade gets a knock. Jemba with a god nade from up top. Spark taken out of the equation. Jesbu down on the ground, needs to be picked up, and Jembal is there to get the good work done. Spark bleeds out. Pedro, final player on the side of Todak. This grenade does nothing. It's just an ice nade that just stacks up the players a little bit, and hard to get. Everybody loses their life to the circle except one.
Oh, hard to get. We're doing so well, but they've been eliminated in 3rd. It's going to be Farang versus Todak, the teams that we thought need to step up, and that looks like to be it. Todak eliminated right there, and it looks like Farang Esports will secure the booyah.
As anticipated, the pressure cooker finally pops off. This is that grenade that explodes in the name of Farang. Finally, they get to conquer Kalahari once again, and it looks like Group B's kryptonite this time around after the shuffles is Group A, Holla.
Yeah, back into it, back into it, back into it. That's what Farang needed. They needed that momentum. They had a rough time. We were actually making fun of them, but getting that booyah to end their day will be massive for them as they go into Sunday with that booyah.
Yeah, and Danny, your thoughts on Farang finally waking up towards the end?
I mean, it's good. I just was hoping a little bit more from Farang today. To be fair, it was a pretty tough day for Farang, right? They had to deal with Group A, who were absolute monsters. I was just hoping that they would be able to clutch out with all the Kalahari rounds for Farang, to be completely honest. The good news is, for Farang, they're not going to lose too much in terms of their performance today, right? They've still got tomorrow to perform. They're not really at risk of dropping down like 6 ranks, right? Maybe they drop down 3rd, at worst 4th, but even then I highly doubt that they're going to go that far down. So Farang, even though they've had a very lackluster day, I think they're in a position, they've set themselves up previously to be able to sort of have a bad day, and I think this is going to be the bad day. But hopefully we do see this team pick up tomorrow, because if they continue to sort of fall flat on the other maps, I might be a little bit worried, especially with the new groups, because we've seen if Group A is going to be an issue and Group C is seemingly a bit of a struggle as well. The consistency, it's not quite there for Farang. But yeah, not too bad. But I am kind of sad for Group B. I was really hoping for Group B to do much better today, but they just seem to be at the mercy of everybody else, it seems. I was surprised. I thought Group B was going to be feasting, but apparently this team is just going through this grouping is going through a famine. There's just not enough food, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Group B overall, you're looking at teams like Farang, AB Radicals, Anxiety, NC, Pando EWG, as well as Orange. And I feel like Anxiety really stepped it up this time around. AB Radicals, I mean, they were just the usual AB Radicals. But Farang, it was good to see them kind of go back to their winning ways, especially with the strategy, because we didn't really see them play the platform too dominantly, right? We look at Refinery, and we've been missing Farang's presence at Refinery for quite a bit already now. And I think they're just trying out something new. I think Farang's a very confident team. They know that they can get the job done at the grand finals, because you're talking about how 76% of the prize pool is waiting for the teams at the finals, right? Only 24% of the prize pool is here for the league. And I mean, I'm not being cocky on behalf of Farang, but they don't need to worry about that 24%. They just need to focus on the lion's share of that prize pool. We're talking about 70,000 USD out for sharing, 53,000 at the grand finals. Farang is aiming for that. So it's good on them that they're trying something different, but they're clearly finding that, okay, maybe we already had the best play in the first place and we just have to go back to that. And this is them just discovering those plays.
Yeah, try something a little bit new. But Hola, do you have anything you kind of want to add here for Group B, as we are going to have to say goodbye to them today because they're done for today?
I mean, let's go with Farang. I think that you're saying that they had a bad day, but they still got a booyah, right? There are teams that have not gotten a booyah throughout the entire league. How bad of a day are they having? I'm just saying, Danny.
You got to have expectations, right? And especially for the top teams, some people might say like, oh, but it's still a booyah. But we kind of expect these teams to be able to accrue a certain number of points at least.
Yes, yeah.
So for me, if you have like very lackluster games, but then you have a booyah, it just offsets the bad days, and it's just maybe an average day at best.
True.
So it's not terrible for Farang, but I think AJ and I, because we've seen them play really, really good weekends, we were sort of thinking maybe Farang would be able to chase AV Radicals. I think that's ultimately our dream for this team, at least.
Yeah. But I think it's going to be hard. I think that, we've seen the rise of Expand, and I think that we're going to see even more of them going into the rest of today. But, I think Farang, you're okay. You're in a decent spot. Don't let this hurt you. And then, again, I think to AJ's point of just trying out new strategies, I think now is the perfect time to do that. I think you're secured in the top 12. You can play around a little bit.
Yeah, that I most definitely agree with, right? There's nothing for Farang to kind of focus on. It's not going to hurt them, even if they literally, stop focusing on purely getting those skills or placements, but, try out new strategy week after week, day after day, until we get to the grand finals. They're still going to be quite safe in the top 12. I think they've already found out enough firepower. But what I guess we are trying to kind of discover out there on the battlefield is if or not Farang is kind of losing some of their mojo out there on the battlefield, right? But we can rest assured with the securing of this booyah on this final matchup, they have gone back to said winning ways, right? Because Kalahari, in comparison with Bermuda, Farang clearly does so much better at Kalahari as compared to Bermuda. So, I'm not too fussed about them barely picking up points at Bermuda today. It was that Kalahari game that I wanted to focus on, and they stepped it up when it mattered the most.
Exactly. And of course, to continue on with the Farang storyline here, we're going to have Jembal labeled as our MVP for the round. 6 kills, but 4,000 damage. This is actually very outstanding for somebody that's only been able to snap up 6 kills for the team. He has pretty good accuracy, but Jembal doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team today.
Yeah, and other teams, other players, you'll see the MVPs that with much less damage, they just steal kills, right? But this Jembal's actually doing the damage himself. I mean, 38% accuracy is actually quite high and respectable there. The fact that he did so much damage and the kills, and there's a reason why Farang won that booyah.
Yeah, exactly. So Farang, they're going to be ending their round, or at least their day for today. They can watch the games if they really want to. I have a feeling that they're going to have to maybe sit down and sort of discuss what they want to do for the rest of this weekend, right? You got to figure out, okay, what other strats do we want to try? What haven't we seen Farang do so far, right? We've seen them play around the refinery. We've seen them go for a couple of scouting skirmishes, but nothing to the same level of AV Radicals where they're running around the map looking for kills. Like, is there any playstyle that we haven't seen Farang pull off so far? Because it seems like they're experimenting. They're changing things up. We haven't seen them play a consistent style outside of their usual. So if you're Farang, like, what do you try out? Like, what would fit their play style?
I think whatever that fits their play style, they have found out through the experiments already. Stick to refinery. You are going to be blessed with kills. So, and I think that's the play that they're going to be sticking with. But the risk here is going to be with teams trying to hot drop Farang. But thankfully, they've got the firepower on their side to, at the very least, scare teams away from attempting that too much.
Most teams, there's a one team in particular that they might need to sort of bail on. And they're in the same group, which doesn't make anything easier, unfortunately. But here's the standings for the final game for Groups B versus C. Farang going to be taking home that 22 points for the team. Hard to get, going to be pretty happy actually with 19 points in the bag after that round. Anxiety with 14, Todek with 11, Pando EWG with 9, SAF with 8, 7-9 and ORV X-Men tied with 6 points. Orange and Axis tied with 5 points apiece. AV Radicals, unfortunately, with 1. Not so great for this team. And then lastly, NC Esports is going to end with absolutely nothing as they were not able to secure any kills. And here is the overall standings as we see the final results here for teams in Group B. Now, teams in Group A and C, they still have games to play, so we can expect some changes from these teams within these two groups. So we have Expand, we have Blacklist, we have Geek Fam, Axis, SAF, Kodak, Bloody Head, Hard to Get, Icon, No Escape Revolt, and OIV X-Men. So these teams are going to be playing the remaining 3 games today. Gentlemen, are there any teams that you suspect could be making a bit of a climb for these next upcoming games, considering that Group B is done?
Okay. Who can make a climb? I think Geek Fam and Blacklist International are on quite a good run here in terms of performance. So maybe we can expect a little bit more out of them. Sem9 showed us that they can go back to their winning ways. So these 3 underperforming teams of the past, I'm hoping to see them wake up a little bit.
Willa, anyone you want to throw into the pool?
Hard to get. I mean, we kind of glossed over the fact that they were the team MVP of that last game. They got 18 points, was actually massive for them. This is a team that, you know, was struggling to get kills prior to today. They've managed to figure out some sort of formula that worked today, at least for that game. And I expect to see more of Hard to Get. They have plenty of space to make a move up to the top.
Yeah. And to all of our viewers, before we go for our quick break, we do want to remind you that we have the giveaway code on the bottom of the screen right now. So if you haven't claimed it yet, do take a screenshot, type it into your phone, WhatsApp it to your friends. I don't know what you do. Make sure you get that code and share it with everyone that you know, because this code will expire at the end of this broadcast. There are absolutely no limits to the code. It's just the time limit. So make sure you claim it before the end of the show, and you'll be able to claim your goodies, which is going to be 2 Sunscale Serpent Kingfisher Weapon loot crates. Thank you so much to Garena for giving away all of these goodies, because if you missed out on today's stuff, we're going to have some more goodies tomorrow. So make sure you also tune into tomorrow's broadcast to be able to claim that code and also share that one with your friends. Guys, Group B is done. We're going to not talk about those teams anymore, okay? We don't care about them. We care about A versus C. And we haven't we've seen these, okay, we've seen A and C play against Group B, but A versus C, what are we kind of thinking about here with these 2 groups? Because I think this is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. But they took a break. Expand, Geek Fam, Blacklist International, all of these teams did very, very well in the first series. Then they had a 2-game break. Can they continue that on as we go into the final series? It's going to be Group A versus C. Bermuda, Kalahari, back to Bermuda for the final 3. We're going to have to see how those 3 teams really continue that momentum.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daddy, go on. I was going to say that I've got my eyes on 2 teams very specifically for this next matchup. Or for the next 3 matchups, I have to say. Geek Fam as well as Expand. I think they have been quite dominant when it comes to Bermuda as well as Kalahari. Very consistent as well. And today, Expand has already hit hard. And I'm just seeing if or not Geek Fam can kind of measure up to them and hit hard in their own accord as well and pull away a couple of booyahs just like Expand has. But what would that response from Expand be? So that's going to be a great clash between all of these great big teams. But my eyes are mainly on Group A.
Yeah, I want to throw another name into the pool, actually. Blacklist. Blacklist didn't do too bad today. What are the chances of them being able to overperform in A and C? Very quickly before we go for our break. Paula.
I definitely think it's possible, right? We saw flashes of brilliance, right? Blacklist International was one of the most consistent teams today. I expect to see them do very well in these last 3 games.
I absolutely agree. I echo exactly what Holler said. Blacklist has quite a steady chance of reaching to that final circle. I would say about a 65% chance.
Wow, that's actually a really high chance. All right, so we're going to have to see if Blacklist is going to be able to keep up with the big dogs, because so far the team has been looking promising, but of course all eyes are going to be on Expand. This team has been on fire for their first 3 games. We'll have to see during these next 3 games if it's going to maybe be them dominating yet again, or maybe we could be looking at a new leaderboard leader. But we are going to go for our 5-minute break. So as usual, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes to catch these last 3 games. We'll see you after this.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hai, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dollar.
Look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kami nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean,
Oh
how
my
big the scale is. Like, you have to show the
Oh my god, that is so small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah mungkin. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya, it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Bunga seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dollar, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Zizan hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Farang with the boy once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We are down to our final grouping of the day, which is going to be A versus C. Yes, you heard me right, Group B are done for today. So if you're following one of those teams, unfortunately you're not going to see them until tomorrow. But I promise you, A versus C is going to be equally exciting. And of course, I'm going to welcome back AJ and haul it to the broadcast. Gentlemen, what do you think is going to happen in these next 3 games?
Mayhem.
Say again?
Mayhem.
I can't believe I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear you. I was like, oh, it was so quiet. It was so like, kind of scary at the same time. I wasn't really sure what to expect.
Whisper in your ear, Holla.
Yeah. I was like, is it? Yeah, who's talking to us right now? But no, excuse me.
All right, welcome back, caller. Okay, now we may have lost caller.
I caught him off guard until he talked.
Second
I think you just trying to kill me with the mayhem. The whispering in my ear. Oh my gosh. But I do agree with you. I think that we're going to see nothing but mayhem. I think that we're talking about Group B as being the group of death, but in fact, they were the ones dying at the end of the day. They was not the Group B that we expected from them. Yeah. We're going to see Group A versus C. I'm actually looking forward to this because of the fact that the teams are starting to pop off in Group A. We've expected that, and we want to see more of them going into this final series.
Well, we're going to see plenty of it because we have 3 rounds with these 2 groups. And of course, we're going to jump into our first game of the day for A versus C. We're back onto Bermuda. Let's see what happens here. Is it going to be feast or famine for both groups, or is it going to maybe be a single team dominating everybody? We're going to find out right now with Hall and AJ, who'll be casting the game. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to go into Bermuda. This is going to be the final series. It's A versus C, the one at least that I've been looking forward to the most. We saw that Expand was doing quite well in the first series. Geek Fam and Blacklist International on the heels as well. But Expand has kind of turned it up. They've actually taken over the lead of Farang. Farang took it back just recently. So we're now into the final series. Can Expand take over the lead of Farang? What are your thoughts on that, AJ?
No doubt, brother. They've got 3 rounds to get exactly that done. And the first 3 rounds that they did manage to play, Expand picked up 64 points. And to overtake Farang, they barely need 20. So I think there's a high probability that is going to happen unless we see just absolute annihilation of Expand from the get-go, which I don't think is going to be very easy for some of the other teams. Looking at the kind of momentum and adrenaline they've got built up already from the first 3 matchups.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to see also from Group C, Sem9 kind of turn this one up. They didn't have the greatest game last one. They had a great game 1 for them. So I expect to see more out of them, but hard to get another one that's kind of flying under the radar. They've managed to secure 18 points in that last game. This is a team that is, again, on the rise. Can they continue on with that momentum? I want to see Hard to Get play very well in this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem now as the players of SAF take a hot drop against Axis Esports. Same compound at Shipyard. Lots of those elevations to play around with. You get that high ground advantage, and it's pretty much a win for you. But it's also going to be dependent on who gets the better guns. And Rap, the best player on the side of Axis, shut down prematurely. SAF surely now has a better chance of winning this engagement because of that early takedown on that monster in the name of Wrath.
To Axis Esports, this is a team that was 4th place going into today. We were expecting big things out of them, but man, they've just had a rough start of today. It's been, they were eliminated super early in the last one. They're up against SAF in this case, and it looks like McCrory is going to be knocked here, but they're continuing to skirmish with this one.
Let's see if or not the players of Axis can find a way to recover. They still do have 2 players surviving, 1 very close to that buy point, and they can just purchase their brother right back. But Neptune up top, AK-47, yeah, dope. Doesn't see Neptune circling around. Yes, he does manage to spot him 1 second away. Yadop just keeping a close watch on this buy point to make sure Axis Esports does not very easily sneak their players right back into this matchup. And I feel like this is just a very smart play. But as Neptune distracts the rest of the players of SAF, McRory circles around. Woodpecker from that sort of distance. Bye-bye, Neptune. Oi! Neptune fires right back. AK-47 just outdid the Woodpecker.
Wow. I thought he was going to get shot in the last second. He gets it. And Mercori's getting, I think he was knocked on that other end as well. But he's sticking around because he realizes that the vending machine is right below him. And he wants to get that eventually. But Neptune is in his trying to fight out with Yadop. And Yadop is drawing a B, does some damage onto Neptune. Neptune will eventually starve out if they continue this on. But he does get a kill in return. And Neptune, that's a pretty massive win for them. Axis Esports with the first kill of at least their team. But they've got two lone survivors now.
I like this. Neptune's just really making a huge statement like, you know, yeah, we lost Ref. So what, Mustachio? You still have me. I'm God Neptune. Let's see if he can control the seas from the shore here. Close to the water. I guess that's his power up. But they do lose McRory in the trade-off.
Oh
Neptune
my gosh.
finds Yadop as well. Neptune's on fire. Turns around. Finally down on the ground as Blacklist International takes out Man from the side of Icon. Let's Go got dropped just moments before Hawkeye finally sorted out a big problem here in the name of Neptune. Single-handedly piled the pressure on. 3 kills he picks off of the players of SAF. What a play, Neptune. What a play.
Very well played. Very well played. And that's the power of elevation. You just see, even in a small area. Yes, it's on the warehouse, and yes, he's wide out in the open, but he can see everything. Every single members of SAF thought they had the advantage. Neptune finally does go get knocked there as well. But it's one of those situations where they can see what's coming, and they have that advantage because of that elevation.
I like the skin that we see out here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. By the way, you guys can acquire that for yourselves as well if you want from the Paradise Defender bundle. Love the black wings. Like fallen angels they look out there on the battlefield.
Yes, very, very nice. Very nice. And I believe you can purchase it in the store for at least until September 20th. So it's somewhat limited in that sense. But, you know, I mean, look at how amazing they look.
Oh, too sexy, man. Love it. Especially the black wing spot. My fiance, you know, for the longest of time, she wanted to get a tattoo of angel wings on her back. Like, you know, like the really realistic looking ones that they look like they're just kind of popping out of your spine.
Yeah. Cool.
And then she went over to the tattoo parlor and they told her that that was basic. And she gave up on all hopes of the tattoo. But maybe she can get this kid in Free Fire now.
Okay. So she's not going to get it because it's just too basic? Is that what it is?
Yeah, literally. Wow. They told her like, oh, yeah, no problem. That's very basic. And she was like, what? I thought it was going to be rare. They're like, no. A lot of people get it.
The like, disrespect. Okay. Oh, God.
Yeah. She's like, okay. Maybe not, baby. Maybe not. Yeah. No angel wings for my angel. Chill. Attack onto Slurpee. Pedro flanks around from the left-hand side. Slurpee runs out of momentum here. No glue walls to protect his back. And a good spot by Pedro takes the initiative. And that flank pays off.
They'll take that one, and that's going to be, I mean, he was completely isolated, so RV, the rest of them are just going to kind of run, get themselves back, you know, healing and see what they can do. But No Escape Revolt haven't had the greatest day today. This is one of those things where they need to get whatever points they can. They need to survive. They need to ensure that they get the placement points, give themselves a chance. Jimquez and Sia right here are just on the run, just trying to stay alive.
Let's see how can No Escape bring back yet another member. They did revive one earlier on. Now has to, unfortunately, run and look for yet another buy point. But Axis Esports have managed to purchase back their players, except their superstar Neptune. What's the holdup, man? I think Neptune should have been one of the first players that they brought back because of how well he did. But I understand the decision-making here. Raf is going to be extremely crucial in some of these close quarters combat. And I guess Neptune deserves a little bit of moments of rest.
I mean, he did get 3 kills. That's pretty massive for them, and they'll eventually get to him when they can. But it's one of those situations where, you know, maybe he wasn't dead at that point when they actually did go for the res. It wasn't an option or whatever it was. But, you know, it's a matter of time. I think they'll get to him at some points. But ORV, this is a team that we are on the bottom looking up, so to speak. But Phrase trying to find shots. RV, three of them right there. ORV are making a beeline to them to kind of help support here. But this is going to be an awkward situation. Can FaZe actually get the right flank or the angle on him?
Let's see if he can do exactly that. ORV, the players of No Escape Revolt, closing down the distance. P90 in the hands of his opponent. FaZe has to be extremely careful here. The P90 rate of fire as well as the damage can put him out of the equation real quick, but Phrase has very low on HP. Hasn't really topped his health right back up with a medkit. Maybe he doesn't have a medkit. And this is going to be that opportunity for Fires to shut down Phrase, and he does exactly that. One single shot, more than enough. He circles around, and now, once again, it's all in the hands of Fires, but down on the ground. All thanks to that backup, but ORV, the rest of them just run on to protect their brother Fires from getting annihilated. Super low on HP. The guy continues to bleed out, but the rest of ORV keeping RV a little busy here. No Escape Revolt cannot back away from this engagement just yet as Phrase gets dropped once again. JimQuest chases down Yan. Yan protects himself with all of the barricade of glue walls already pulled out, but JimQuest trying to outsmart him by jumping on up, and a great glue wall pulled out to respawn. JimQuest now getting the damage dealt to him by the circle. Yan backs away. UFP against this double barrel shotgun. SMG should win unless JimQuest gets that perfect headshot with just that one clip here.
He's been doing some serious damage though, and he's been trying to jump around, but the glue walls have just provided so much cover. It's been very difficult to draw a beat onto Jans. Now, Jans needs to make a run. Yes, the storm is doing minimal damage, but you got to make a move. Is he going to be, you know, he doesn't know where JimQuest went. So it's one of those situations where, do you take the risk? How do you get to safety? JimQuest is like, all right, I'm out of here. Peace.
Let's see if JimQuest can kind of circle around and do a little bit more for the team by bringing back his members. SAF, full squad revival by Let's Go. Let's see what they have got in store for us. 12 more teams still alive and kicking after all of those crazy combat. I think that's quite impressive, Holla.
Yeah. No one dying. I mean, no teams being eliminated. Yes, there's a lot of carnage and death and mayhem that you were talking about earlier today. But, you know, it's one of those situations where people are not willing. They'll cut the aggression when they realize that they're at a bit of a disadvantage. They're looking to get those placement points, to get those, you know, those you know, just surviving, the survival points at the end of the day. And that's kind of what they're trying to do as they look to just retreat, make sure that they can regroup and get a full squad maybe later.
Blacklist circles around. Axis in a lot of trouble if SAF catches up. But hopefully Blacklist International is the bait here that Axis can use unintentionally, as luck will just have it. Yan? Okay, I do not know what happened there.
He won the duel against JimQuest. Jans found him.
He did?
Yeah, he did. He found him at the end of the day. JimQuest is bleeding out.
I don't even know how he did that. That's such a GG. I think we kind of jumped over to someone else's perspective for just a moment, and he was looking down to the ground. A little bit of a confusing action, all thanks to our observer. But we jump back to a little bit more of flavor from Expand. Perhaps Bloody Head just towards their left, but Peak's taken over by the players of Expand. And they've got the next circle as well, so even the next 40 seconds will not really be forcing them to reposition. They've got quite a good defensive compound. And I was expecting SAF to prey on Blacklist, but it's the other way around. Blacklist hunting down SAF now.
He's running directly at him. Zen OP realizes that he has the advantage here, and Yadope is on the run. He's trying to get away to safety, about a quarter life at this point. But Zen OP, I don't know if he's going to fully commit for this one, especially since, okay, they're going to just regroup and they're just going to back in here. But Blacklist International run into Geek Fam.
This one, a classic battle. Geek Fam going up against Blacklist International, straight into their compound. Geek Fam bags up ORV first. Blacklist International gets a little bit lucky, but maybe the ones who will be unlucky is Geek Fam. As Blacklist now hears all of those gunshots, but we take our eyes off of them to look at Jazli sitting down in a corner.
Yeah, and to be honest, I did not see Geek Fam getting into a fight with ORV right there. Jazly's the last lone survivor there, and I thought it was going to be Blacklist International going up against Geek Fam, which is about to happen. They're baking their way around, and Ashura just getting a couple shots in. The Geek Fam know they're there.
Ashura can do a lot of damage here. The guys just hide, Ashura. What are you doing? I mean, he's got the grenade launcher, one of the most lethal weapons out there on the battlefield, and he prematurely engages. He should just allow the rest of the three members who are already on the right-hand side flank to distract the players of Geek Fam first and then take that backstab. The grenade launcher can do the most damage. Yasta goes down, dropped onto the ground. Step9 tipping in as well. This is that perfect trifecta, the Bermuda Triangle between the three huge teams. Step9, Blacklist, and Geek Fam. Off screen, the players of Bloody Heads taking down Toda. So many of these big fights happening all at the same time. We are torn apart in terms of who to spot out. Bloody Heads chips in to take out ORE from the competition as well, putting them back out in the lobby. Step9 approaches the battle between Blacklist and Geek Fam. Orin, what is he gonna do? Ashura once again pops off with the grenade launcher, manages to get a knock. It is just now two players left on the side of Step9 as they chip on in as well, eating away at the players of Blacklist. Good time then to pull down Raja all on his own. Step9 drops the players of Geek Fam as Toda get eliminated. Geek Fam follow them up as well. Blacklist International can secure the slaves onto the players of Step9, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Step9 run, Orin jumps on in, Miro slices down Victory. Orin, the final survivor, cannot sustain his fight and has to back away, but straight into the hands of SAF he might end up.
Blacklist International come out on top. Ashura with a nice rear guard protecting the flanks. Geek Fam and Blacklist International were going at it, but Step9 right there, I mean, Oren is the last lone survivor. He saw what happened. He saw the carnage. Everybody was dying. They got 6 kills, pretty much what they wanted, but now they need to res up the rest of the team. Step9 are hurting. They are down to their last member. Can he actually survive this one? There's 7 teams left at this point. You got to get points. You got to survive. But Bloody Head, they've got 7 kills to their name as well. They've done quite well. They've managed to find a decent number of kills. That was a little bit off screen with so many team fights happening at this stage. I mean, especially since the fact that there was 12 teams at the 12-minute mark, which is kind of a long time for Bermuda. You saw the action was going to happen. Very hot and heavy.
One nade that flushes the player out, and Mark with the charge buster pulls out the perfect timing. Orin, on the other hand, perfect gun. The P90 going up against the UMP. You can bet on the P90, and you can bet your life on Orin. He is a slayer. Gets a headshot on top of everything else. Perfect P90 play.
Right. Orin there, Step9. We talked about his clutch factor, and he's got it, right? He's going to win those 1v1s more times than not, and he's doing quite well. But X-Man, this is the team that's been on fire today. They were looking to lock into with Blacklist International right here. This is going to be a bit of an interesting fight with all the glue walls already been placed. Cover is a huge factor in this case. Who's going to make the first move here?
You know, we were talking about how Step9 and Blacklist needs to step up, and that's exactly what we are seeing out there in the battlefield. But the one team that we don't talk about, Bloody Heads, they have brought in tremendous performance this week as well. I'm very impressed to see how Bloody Heads have stepped up their gameplay out there on the battlefield. But can they play possum towards the very end? They're staying away from all of these engagements as they see the exit of Step9. Now it's a battle between Expand and the players of Blacklist International, and Bloody Heads now stand a great chance of picking up this booyah as two of these big teams go head-to-head against each other, depleting each other's resources as well as taking down their HP as well as lives. Back and forth they go. Bloody Heads just waiting for the final buffet.
Yeah, it's going to be there. Expand for Blacklist International. The grenade launcher just on point. Too fast. He pays for his sins. He gets knocked as well. But he does get the triple kill to start things off. Bloody Head looking to play, taking advantage of all of this action that's happening. They're looking to third party in this one. They're getting in this one. They've got 8 kills. But are they able to make a true dent into Expand here?
Can we see a back-to-back-to-back for the team of Expand? Every single match they play today, they have shined and they have absolutely obliterated the players in front of them. And now a flank by Whiteface and Kaloy from the right-hand side. But they go up against 4 players of Expand. Roy down on the ground. Perfect shot out of the AC-80. Kaloy with the charge buster as well. Busts through Roy. The fantastic recovery by Axel. Long-range combat. And the AWM too fast! Charge buster respawn. And Expand. They equalize against the players of Bloody Heads. But look at this. Blacklist. They've got one final survivor sneaking around, waiting for the booyah for himself.
Yeah, but Bloody Head only have 2 members alive. Mark is the big one. I mean, he's got 5 kills, but the too fast with the quad. Expand right there, throwing out grenades. Oh, I've been blinded. The flashbang is just on point right there, but how are they going to go here? Cobra going in.
No, fantastic response, but the grenade launcher does take down 2 players. Expand taken out of the equation, all thanks to the grenade launcher. And now Mark secures the final slay. AC-80 perfection combined with the grenade launcher. Not talking about bloody heads. Thank God we touched on them in that final circle. They pick up the booyah. Phenomenal performance in here in week 3.
Great play there by Bloody Head. They really needed this game. This is one where, you know, they didn't have the greatest thus far, but this is going to be a huge step up for their momentum. They're going to love this one. Look at how happy they are. They're probably doing a little trash talking, wiping dust off his shoulder right there, and he's giving the throat slit, which is a little unnecessary, but Bloody Head living up to their name, so to speak.
I was going to say that, you know, they're living up to their names. They're popping heads this round. They're grabbing the kills that they're looking for, but man, the patience they had, especially during that final circle, it was phenomenal. And it was against a team such as Expand, right? This is a team that's proven themselves, whereas Bloody Head, sometimes they're a little bit on and off and on and off. And this time we're seeing this team really, really on, getting the appropriate kills, as well as just doing the right thing. Oh my gosh. I thought I was going to correctly predict how this round was going to be. I was so freaking wrong. I did not expect... So, AJ, you know how you were mentioning how we had, I think, 12 teams still alive, even though I think we were down to like 36 players remaining?
Yeah.
I think that's almost unheard of in most cases. Normally, we're already down to like the 10 teams, maybe even 9 teams by then. So you can see that everyone in this group, they're showing a lot of respect to each other. I mean, we saw as well during the early engagement with No Escape Revolt, right? You know, that standoff with them, as well as, who was it again? I forgot who it was. It was a Mexican standoff between the 2 of them. But the teams in Group A and C, so much respect against each other, so patient. Everyone is playing the absolute best that they can. And even when all is said and done, it is always, so far, we're not looking at the same teams just getting all the points and all the kills. It is being spread out. It is being not evenly distributed, but we're seeing that it's no longer just the clash of the titans per se, right? We're starting to see the small dogs become the big dogs. Thank God.
Yeah, I mean, the competition kind of gets a little boring, especially for us who's watching each and every single match, analyzing every single team and every single movement out there on the battlefield. When you just see a one-sided dominance in a battle royale, yeah, super boring. But MCPS just promised us with, you know, a ton of great teams playing this competition at the league stage. You even have your top dogs struggling to find points out there on the battlefield. And hence why, you know, booyah after booyah, you don't really see the same teams, which is the main reason also why I kind of overhype all of the teams that can bring in the consistency, because in a competition where you've got so much of talent, to bring out that sort of consistency is mind-blowing, which is why Expand has exceeded every single bit of expectation that I had for them.
Paula, do you want to sort of mention anything that you think sort of stood out in that round?
I mean, we saw a lot of the other teams really step up. I mean, you talked about other teams just getting a lot of points, managing to find the kills. You know, I mean, teams like Bloody Head stepping up and having a monster game and getting that booyah like that, I probably didn't expect that, right? It's one of those things where if it was a betting man, which I'm not, I probably would have lost that one, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have possibly lost and maybe been upset, but thankfully we don't have that kind of stuff happening in Free Fire. We've got moral support. That's a completely different thing. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on Kalahari, right? Because on Bermuda, we saw that. It was actually felt like everyone was playing in Kalahari, to be completely honest. And so going into Kalahari with these 2 groups, I'm wondering if it's going to be the exact same thing, where everyone is going to show a lot of respect to anyone that they run into. They're going to assume they're going up against a top dog in these skirmishes, so they're going to play extra safe. Or heck, maybe someone's going to go full on YOLO and be like, okay, we are going to go full on overdrive this round. Go for the blue zone at the beginning, and then we're going to steamroll over anybody. We don't know if anyone's going to do that because only one team does that, and they're not playing this round. They're currently playing tomorrow. So I'd like to see someone sort of shake things up a little bit, because as much as I like to see teams playing patiently, sometimes you want to see a little bit of YOLO. You know, you want people to go in, go crazy, and if it doesn't work out, like, so be it. But it was fun to watch, especially as a viewer, and especially if you're a fan, because it's those kinds of plays that we'd love to witness. But overall stats, something we're going to have to note, and we kind of saw this as well. Lots of revives, guys. 26 revives that round. This is rare on Bermuda of all maps.
I think the one stat that really sticks out to me is the total knockdowns. 85. That's a lot of knockdowns. I mean, yeah, you talk about the revivals, 26, but the fact that, you know, there's so many people knocked down for so long, and, you know, it's, again, Bermuda, right? Things are going to happen quickly. You expect more kills than the knockdowns like that.
Along with the total revivals, we see the kills up on another level as well. 64 kills. That's a little rare as well, guys.
Yeah, it's really high. I mean, it's like, what, 48 people in a lobby? So those revivals, that just everything really adds up, and that's ultimately it's more points in the bag for everybody if you think about it, right? Like, there's more kills that can go into everyone's pocket. But very quickly, our MVP for the round, it's going to be Mark. 7 kills on this guy, 2,500 damage, 30% accuracy. I don't really think we need to say much about Mark. I mean, especially with the way that Bloody Head ended that round. It was just very careful, very meticulous play. You can tell that there was a lot of communication going on, that they were trying to figure out, all right, we've got someone that needs to flush, use whatever you got. The grenades, I think the grenades in particular, that was the one thing that really held both teams back. You couldn't fully commit because you never knew when a grenade was going to come your way.
I think the Bloody Head were just opportunists, right? They found the opportunities of third partying, making sure that they got those kills in that way. And I mean, with 13 kills, I mean, 6,000 damage, that's not the highest amount, don't get me wrong. It's definitely respectable.
13,
yeah, but the 13 kills, but they got 25 match points for it. And Bloody Head taking advantage of this situation.
So with 25 points in the bag, like, how high does this put Bloody Head? Because I know that Bloody Head, unfortunately, I'm going to say unfortunately here, they are not guaranteed top 12, right? This team has been fluctuating between top 12 and bottom 12, but they're not safe yet. AJ, I'm not sure if you've got the stats there. With 25 points, like, where are they roughly after this round?
Possibly above Sem9, because I don't think we saw Sem9 really pop off in that matchup. And let's see how many points
14,
did we...
so that's 9.
Oh, okay. So 9 points, I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up with Sem9 yet, but they cut that distance down. And Bloody Head's currently sitting down in the 12th spot, so they're not in danger. And with this sort of a performance to kind of bounce back in the competition, it's good on them, right? But we just need to see a little bit more of this, because this is one of the better games that Bloody Heads has had after quite a long while.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you'd want to be ahead of Sem9, right? So the goal for today is at least to try and place above Sem9. Same thing can be said for Sem9, right? Like, they want to try and stay ahead of Bloody Head, so get as many points as possible. Whoever is the first to die in a round, that's good, because at least as long as you get more kills, placements, you'll be able to sort of create that gap between the two teams. So that race for the race for top 12, it's still close. It's still too close. I thought by now we would maybe have a very clear top 12, but up until this point, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Is there anyone that is trying to still make their way to top 12 that we should be looking out for here? Actually, we've got the overall standings. Let's take a look very quickly. So in 12th place, we've got Anxiety. So they're essentially the gatekeepers for top 12. Now, Sem9 sitting in 9th place, Bloody Head in 10th. So they're... I wouldn't consider them safe. I mean, would you, AJ?
I guess they are for the time being. I mean, we still have.
For now, sure.
Yeah, for now. Yeah. I mean, it's not the end yet. If it's the final week, I would be a little worried.
Yeah. So it's not too bad. But if we take a look at the bottom of the bracket here, we've got Hard to Get. Hard to Get has currently stalled at 13th place. And I'm not sure if this team is going to be able to actually make it to top 12. What do you think are the chances between the two teams? Like, if we had to do the comparison between Hard to Get and Anxiety, like, ideally, who generally just plays better?
I think it's going to be Anxiety, because for me, it's going to be kills over placement points, because placement points are easier to pick up. and kills obviously a little bit harder. So anxiety has got the little bit of an edge here, don't you think, Holla?
Definitely agree with that. And I mean, but the thing is that anxiety have just had a rough day today. And another team that's kind of sticking out on that list right there is Todak, right? How my have the mighty fallen, right? This is second place in season 3. We were expecting big things out of them. They were, you know, even went to the Free Fire World Series as the runner-up. This is a team that had a lot of potential. But what has happened? Are they not even going to get into top 12? That would be the ultimate travesty.
I think it'd be devastating. Anyone that's cheering for Todak, for them to not make top 12, I think that would be a travesty, really. But we'll see. We've still got a couple weeks to go. We've got next week, we've got tomorrow as well. So there's plenty of opportunities to accrue those points. But speaking of points, we're going to jump into our next game of the day. It's A versus C. It's their second game. They've got one more to go. And we're back onto the wonderful red sandy desert cold Kalahari. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Hauler. Gentlemen, take it away for our second game of Group A versus C.
Thank you very much, Danny. And now the biggest question here is gonna be if or not we see anybody break the record held in the competition so far. And if there's anybody that's gonna be breaking records today, it's gonna be Expand. What record am I talking about? With the most number of points picked up in a day of play. The record currently stands at 103 points, I believe. This was set by AB Radicals, and they broke the record of 102 points, which was set by themselves, AB Radicals. So let's see if Expand can do something about that and gain a little bit more of respect out there on the battlefield, because, you know, this has been a long time coming. Sem9 and Geek Fam, on the other hand, though, a hot drop against each other. Things are about to get a little spicy, Holla.
Yeah, they're starting things strong. I mean, that's what you want to do. It's going to be an early skirmish to kind of start things off. But Oren, to be honest, I don't know if this is a situation I would want to be in. But Yasta going up against Oren right here. Oren's the only one with a gun. Yasta was like, I'm not going to go in that building, but he gets knocked for his troubles.
Geek Fam, high ground advantage. Sem9 can't do much with that. Yasta just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he gets eaten up. Sem9 will quickly take that. The question here is, will Geek Fam try to go in and play this ego challenge, or do they want to get away because they've got that high ground? In fact, they've got the flank around Sem9. They don't really need to engage here.
I think you play it safe. This is Kalahari. Go for that late game. Make sure that you actually have a weapon before you go in for this mud. But Apis does get knocked as well. Oren just been this absolute sniper in this watchtower. He'll take the second one as well. And I mean, this is perfect for Sem9.
Place of Sem9. Super patient. Oh, here comes the saviors. Icon on the way. But man, he's all alone. Where?
He makes a beeline out of there. I'm out. I'm out.
Nope. Not today. So, Geek Fam, I guess there's no interference and they stand a chance to get annihilated super early in here. Oren down on the ground. Hakimi, great slay. And I don't even know how he spotted out that guy. Could barely see him on my monitor here. But on the mobile phone, Hakimi, bionic eyes.
Yeah, but I think it was more of a call out, right? From his teammate. Like, he knew roughly where it was. The watchtower was there. Oren really hadn't moved much. So it's just a matter of just getting a couple shots. Did get a little lucky, but he'll take that one. Geek Fam right now with only 2 members, they still have a chance.
Raf brings back his buddy, Axis Esports, full squad once again. Early engagements. This time around, not looking great for Axis. ORV, on the other hand, backs away from a compound that Toda now overtakes. This is a good move from ORV. They shouldn't be dealing with any sort of firepower from Toda just yet. Although Toda isn't really dominating the competition in this season. I have no idea what happened to Toda, man. I mean, they used to be so dominant out there on the battlefield, so consistent. Their strategy just played on another level. And now they are just not doing anything.
Yeah, they just haven't found their groove. Again, I think it's like maybe they're like the strategies that they've used in the past that have led them to some sort of success has just really not worked out. I think it's just like one of those situations where it might be a confidence issue more than anything else because we haven't seen much of Todak. They haven't been able to take those team fights that we're known to see from Todak, where they'll go head to head with anybody. But in this case, they seem to be more of like the passive style, trying to just survive.
Todak, no engagements for them to kind of look forward to. Hakimi, on the other hand, can expect a couple of shots from Fikri and Man 04. I do believe Fikri has got a rough idea as to where Hakimi is positioned at. And as they circle around, Yasta revived by the players of Geek Fam. 3 players out there on the battlefield. So even though Hakimi does lose his life here in the hands of Man 04, it's not going to be too heavy of a repercussion to deal with a little bit later on. Sem9 full squad. They bring back their own player. And as they try to shut down Hakimi, it's all about timing here. If Hakimi wants to turn this around, got an assault rifle that can't really do much, the AUG. And maybe a couple of shots, long angles for him to hold on to maybe might benefit him. Oh, look at Fikri and Man 04. They're circling around from that left-hand side. And I think Hakimi is going to be caught off guard here, spotting the wrong corner.
I don't know if they see him. I think Hakimi was just kind of like, it's like this awkward situation where like you can definitely see through this, like the bridge right there, right? And the wood was not providing that much cover. I think Hakimi was just like, hey, the Tyrannosaurus Rex strategy, the counter strategy of if I don't move, they don't see me. And it looks like Hakimi is going to get away.
And that's good on him, playing the game of hide and seek, and he manages to hide away quite well. Capped up top, the players of No Escape Revolt slowly approaching the sub that is held on by the players of Icon. No idea exactly what No Escape Revolt wants out of this engagement, but GemQuest just needs to be really careful. SAF put out of the equation by Thoda already. That's a little unfortunate for SAF, who are pretty much just trying their very best to find their momentum in the competition, but find absolutely nothing except annihilation time and time again. Every single time they move away, they find a good position in the top 12. They just bomb out of the following round and they just lose their spots once again. So Thoda, who are now sitting on the 11th spot, who are about 20 points away from SAF, taking them out of the equation. Maybe if they also get the Booyah this time round, they can replace SAF in that 8th spot.
They have a chance. SAF hasn't had the worst day today. They've gotten a decent number of kills today, but they're kind of in the middle tier area. And this is what they've struggled with, SAF. We know that they have some flashes of brilliance. Sometimes they're kind of inconsistent at best. But this is a team that still has a chance. I think that I'm calling it now where they make it to the grand finals. I think that they're good enough to be in the top 12. But can they get past that hurdle of getting into the top 3? They need to figure something out because, again, it's all about consistency in Free Fire.
Let's see, how are they going to lead that consistency into the final circle? Blacklist on screen. Thoda backing away at Shrines. Is playing all of these tunnels as they don't really want to get spotted out there on the battlefield just yet. It's just a very slow match here at Kalahari, which is quite rare. Usually you do expect a few more of those engagements by this time already. But 11 teams still sustaining their lives out there on the battlefield. SAF the only unfortunate ones so far. Icon finally getting into the groove of things with the players of No Escape Revolt. Back and forth, those shots go. But it is Icon that has Man drop down onto the ground. 4 Eyes, accuracy from Slurpee. But 4 Eyes has the time turner to play with. And Phrase uses this opportunity to cut down that distance. 4 Eyes going to be in a lot of trouble. Pulls out the glue wall as well. Riptide Rhythm, perfection. But the timing of the shots just a little bit off. And Phrase just goes in for the rush. Let's hope and see if or not he gets this. 4 Eyes drops down. Not to his death though. Still survives.
He's somehow still alive. I don't know how he did it, but 4 Eyes is barely alive, that is. Especially since RV are trying to find him. They know he's a rat in the tunnel, and 4 Eyes just trying to stay alive as much as possible. Use that cover, that cliff, provide, a little bit of safety in that sense. But 4 Eyes may be looking for the ambush. I think he should run away in the end, though. Oh, as I say that, he's getting picked off here.
I don't think he is in a great position at all. Left, right, Both has got players and 4 eyes finally, even with the extra pair of eyes. Couldn't really spot out his opponents, and he gets shut down at the end of the day. But Icon still alive and kicking. Off screen, Bloody Heads face the wrath of Axel and his snipes as usual. He gets that initial knock, but no trade-up just yet. Bloody Heads usually play it very safely, and they have got one of the highest number of pickups out there on the battlefield. So they always know how to back up each other because they do not spread out too thin out there in the battlefield. Initially, Expand used to take that hot drop against the players of Bloody Head at command post. Eddie now dropped down as well. Icon one after the other. They are getting snuffed out by No Escape. But ORV dropping by to say hello to the players of No Escape Revolt.
Nice shot there. That was a nice knock. I mean, no kill at the end of the day, but it's something that where they have to waste time picking them back up, getting the heals. So you spent a little bit of time on that sense. But you know, Kalahari, we're almost at the 10-minute mark. 11 teams left. It's been largely slower of a game. I think teams are being very reserved, and they're trying to play things in a very safe manner, making sure that they do survive right now, because we haven't seen a whole lot of the killing sprees that previous Kalahari maps have had. But as I say that, Morgana looking for at least just providing cover fire for against Expand there, but that should be the end of that.
Good shots. Bloody Head playing it super casually, but they want to turtle down in here first, not wanting to engage with Expand just yet. ORV can just be the bell that saves them from the very aggressive Expand that has really been truly dominant out here on the battlefield today. Expand's not just looking for the booyah. Expand is looking for the booyah as well as an opportunity to break the record set by quite the radical team in the competition so far, AV Radicals. 102 points, and then later 103 points picked up. And I think Expand, with just one solid round, will be able to do exactly that, Holla. Break that record. At the moment, they are on 81 points.
All right, records are made to be broken. So the more that we can see it, I mean, the better it is. And to get into and to chip into the lead of not only Farong, but also to get in closer to AV Radicals speaks volume about the team. They've had a rough week 2. They've completely picked up in this reshuffle into week 3. So they're in prime position to make a name for themselves. This is what we wanted to see from Expand. This is a team that had, flashes of almost, inconsistency, but they're back in the saddle right now.
But he had such a slow matchup. But things are going to heat up in a little bit. 11 minutes, 11 teams out there on the battlefield. It's waiting for 6 more seconds. Wait, it's 11, 11, 11. And we're going to have a sale on Shopee shortly. Geek Fam. Still alive.
Is that a sponsored post?
Yes, brought back in already. Moving in slowly, but Sem9, it's just a matter of time before this engagement breaks down on the battlefield. Sem9 feels away towards the right-hand side. Geek Fam, as they engage in gunfights, it has to be Axis Esports that vultures on them. Can Axis turn around? The circle gonna force Geek Fam in towards Sem9. Sem9 doesn't need to run away. In fact, they just need to welcome the players of Geek Fam with open arms. And Axis Esports, Shahid, from the left-hand side, just need to turn around, pay a little bit of attention to this action, and take a couple of extra kill points for themselves. Chaos about to break down in a few seconds. No Escape Revolt on the way into this fight as well, but Axis Esports, they go ham against the players of Bloody Head. Back to back, and now Shahid, close quarters combat, gets the snipe, straight on headshot. Cobra drops ORV's spies. All of these engagements breaking out on the battlefield. Like we talked about, chaos finally ensues.
Yeah, Axis Esports on the lower ground, though, they need to find a way to get up top. The glue walls are there, and I don't know if this is a commitment you want to actually go up there. They've thrown out quite a lot of utility in grenades, but they haven't really been able to draw a beat on anybody. And Bloody Head will just happily take this one. They'll just kind of play it safe. They've taken very little to no damage. They do get the grenade at least onto one gentleman there. I couldn't see the name, but he does go down. But Axis still alive here. Now the fight happens.
Fight all the way through, and the players of Bloody Heads on the brink of annihilation. One more kill, I believe. Voidface goes down. Axis shuts down Bloody Head. And that's just a little unfortunate for the team that picked up the Booyah in the previous round. But Expand still alive and kicking. They back away from Bloody Heads, allowing the rest of the teams to get the job done. And they prey on the players of No Escape Revolt, not allowing them to escape at all. X-Roy from outside. Fantastic approach with the M1887 double barrel shotgun through the window. And they managed to pick up kill number 8. And now players of Expand circling in. They don't need to rush. Command Post is still their home for the time being. Geek Fam are the ones who are taking the initiative to cut down the distance between themselves as well as Expand, and this battle has to start now.
It's actually massive right now. Expand there with that 8 kills is going to put them in great position here. And you talked about breaking the record. They might do it. They have another game after this one as well. But Geek Fam here, they only have 3 members. Expand looking to get the flank on the APs.
Blank, beautiful. One ice grenade forces X-Roy to reposition. That is illegal, X-Roy! He takes the damage from the ice grenade and still manages to find a knock. Backstabbed by Yasta. Has got the double vector. Yasta final survivor. Expand Cobra this time round. Jumps on out to beat Yasta halfway through. 99 HP on the side of Yasta. And I feel like this is just hasta la vista, Geek Fam. Expand snuffs them out.
Wow, Expand, but looks at Axis is here, Todak are within as well, so they're going to look to fight this one, but Axis has got 5 kills, Chill goes down, they got a nice play on the Flame, with Flame that is. He's going to look to just try to wrap around, reload, heal himself back to full. Pydro wants to just jump him in the window. He doesn't do it, but he does get him on the other side, the nice flank. Thought he was going one way, he went the other. Pydro on the run, Todak now been eliminated, Axis Esports come out on top.
Yeah, 1v2 Axis Esports will take that any day. Hard to get. I mean, phenomenal performance on the side of Hard to Get to play the game of survival, and now the gods of RNG wants Hard to get this circle as well. But right behind them, the players of Blacklist International, at the same time, they both get dropped, and Blacklist get eliminated by Hard to Get. Batman and Jay-Z. Now, they can hold on to that high ground advantage, all thanks to this circle that they've been gifted by the gods of RNG. ORV with the initiative here. Jasly, this might just be the biggest mistake that he makes, trying to approach Batman and Jay-Z. But Batman needs to find a way to jump up on top of the roof so that he can have that bird's eye advantage, that bird's eye view to snipe out the players from across as they will be traveling into the circle. Expand is not going to be touched at all. They will have a clear movement in, but they are trying to vulture, prey on the players of Axis who are trying to get into the safer side of this circle. Sends out the drone as well to get that extra bit of information. Grenade launched in, tags up nobody. What a chaotic final circle we are about to witness.
Yeah, Expand here with 4 members, though, and they're going to look to just go up against Axis here. They're kind of spread out, which I don't really like. They should be focusing on one team and one team alone, but Expand here throwing out some grenades, and it looks like the position has already been moved, but Axis continuing to rotate. Watch out for the final circle. It's going to be a massive one. We're seeing 4 teams here. This is going to be actually very, very crazy.
And this is what I was asking for the players of Hard to Get onto the roof, because they both are amazing snipers in the game. But X-Roy from the back has got the Groza, teases Jay-Z just a little bit, and Jay-Z does not reposition, instead pulls out the time turner. ORV snuffed out by X-Roy. So much being done with this guy and his charge buster. Very little HP left, and now up top on the roof, the players of Expand trying to take out Batman as well as Jay-Z. All 4 players on the side of Expand focusing on Hard to Get. Hard to Get needs to just turn around, erect those glue walls, and snuff out Axis Esports. Now Axis, they are going to be the lifeline here for Hard to Get, but they jump onto the roof and they want to eat up Hard to Get as well. Jay-Z trades out 1, Jay-Z trades out 2, Neptune final survivor, he says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he's going to stay alive for now, but it's going to be close right here. Expand is on the high ground. They've got all 4 members. Axis Esports has been eliminated, down to the final 2, and there you go. Booyah. And here we go with Expand.
I am mind blown. Expand with the quality. Back to back to back to back performance out of this team. Phenomenal in terms of them just stepping up and showing us exactly what we can expect from a team like them. They do not secure the back-to-back booyah, but what they do is secure those back-to-back solid performance in terms of rounds. And Expand 17 points earlier, they got so close to the booyah, they got denied. It was snatched away by the players of Bloody Head, but not this time. They snuff out Axis. access, they snuff out any of the danger in front of them, and they secure that Boya confidently in Kalahari. Bermuda and Kalahari, these two maps is where you usually see expand their territory a little bit more, and you just absolutely have to love how they are so consistent here, Natalie.
Well, while Danny just recovers from that one, maybe she's a little too shell-shocked on that one, because I don't think anyone expected Expand to really step that one back up. But Danny, what are your thoughts on that game?
Gosh, so I was just saying that they're basically gorging on points today, right? They don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. They cannot guarantee that they're going to be able to get as many points. So it just makes sense for them to just do as much as they can today. But if I was Expand as well, I would be thanking the high heavens to Axis, because I think if it wasn't for Axis, it might have been a more difficult situation for the team to get up onto the roof, right? Because you had Hard to get already up there, and Axis basically forced Hard to get to turn around. And in that moment, they were focused on Axis, and they turned around again, and they're like, oh, wait, hang on. There's Expand up here as well. And if you could see the team was panicking. They were cornered between two teams. They really didn't know what to do. And of course, you have the numbers advantage. You've got 2 versus 4. We kind of know what happens in the in that situation. And then Expand. I think it was a much easier booyah just because Axis did try to invade that rooftop. Props to Axis. It was a ballsy play that they tried to confront them head on, but after getting those 2 immediate knocks, I think Neptune, he probably did the best thing that he could in that situation. Like he tried to get out, but the circle moved in, had to re-engage. I mean, he got 3rd place for the team, which is fine. But it was a very messy final circle for all of those teams. But I mean, Expand at the end of the day, biggest winner. They got so many kills after that. I think they ended the round with 18 kills almost, somewhere around there. It was a lot of kills.
I mean, if they did get 18 kills, they might have broken the record already. Because I was looking for just 20 points from them, and then I was expecting them to break the record in round 8. So not only are they going to break the record, they are going to set a brand new record for all of the other teams to kind of match up against. And I think it's tough, man. I mean, you see even AV Radicals holds no candle to the performance of Expand, because AV Radicals is mental. They're psycho, right? One of those rounds, they just go boom, berserk, and they get close to 20 plus kills, close to 30 kills. And you don't see Expand doing that. What Expand does, on the other hand, is just maintain consistency. But what's so painful about Expand is the fact that the dominance that they show on Bermuda and Kalahari is not being shown on Purgatory as well as Alpine. And I believe tomorrow is going to be a day where they'll be truly tested, whether or not they are improving some of their plays. Because if tomorrow they bomb out again, if they don't really find solid points for themselves, then, I mean, it's great doing well, but, you're one of the big teams that I'm expecting a lot out of. So we want to see you shine on each and every single one of these maps, right? Mechanical capability, Expand obviously has it under their belt already, but it's just the strategy on the other 2 maps that I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, I think especially going into a grand final, we have all the maps appearing in the grand final. We're not just going to have a couple maps. And for them to be one-hit wonders, I guess that's probably the best way to describe the team, on 2 maps, but then to bomb out on the other 2, you're not going to be feeling very confident going into the grand final. So hopefully we do see them recover in tomorrow's games, but let's not talk about tomorrow because we still have one more game to go, right? We've got one more game for them to potentially gorge on even more points, or for someone else to step in and take those points away from them. Because the games so far, they've been very, very spread out. We haven't seen just a couple of teams. Maybe Expanders up there all the time, but we've seen Hard to Get. We've seen Bloody Head. We've seen Axis. We're seeing a whole bunch of teams managing to make top 3, top 4 in this A versus C matchup. So I'm wondering what's going to happen in this final game. We're going to see another new name topping the charts here, further distributing all these points.
What a turn of events, right? I don't think anyone expected Expand to just turn it up like this one. Getting the record of the entire league. I mean, Season 4, just completely turning everything on its head. With AV Radicals' huge lead, I think Expand just chipping into that one might have AV Radicals a little bit worried. I think that they're still fine in their ivory tower at this stage, but it's one of those situations where, wow, this team is really making, a whole bunch of headway, it's making a bunch of kills. This is a completely different team from Expand. Do we need to fear this one going in?
Yeah, I think everyone's sort of sizing up the competition as well. For the teams that are currently top 12, I think they're also trying to figure out who are their threats, who are the teams that are walking into their path zones, who are going to drop around your drop zones at the beginning of the game. So the league stage, some people just think that, oh, the teams are competing just for points, they're just competing for top 12. It's more than that. You know, this is the best time to collect information on your opponents, for the people that you are going to go up against in that grand final. And some teams are starting to show trends, and I think it's really showing because teams are taking advantage of those trends, of their comfort zone. And that's also why some of these other teams are experimenting different stuff, right? Like, you don't want to play the exact same way because people are going to pick up on your style and be like, okay, this team does this, we are going to do this so that they don't run into us. We're going to drop on top of them because we know they only drop in this area. There's a lot of things that go on in the league stage, aside from just playing, just collecting points. Like, these guys have to go through a lot. But very quickly, MVP for the round is going to be the Axel on the side of Expand. This guy's managed to pick up 5 kills on his own with 2,746 damage and an accuracy of 41.5%. Almost a 50-50 every time he pulls the trigger.
And the MVP team, once again, Expand picks up the title for themselves. And this is a no-brainer, right? They've done so much out there on the battlefield. 29 points picked up this time around through the 17 kills. They went berserk on all of the rest, and they've broken the record. They have successfully gotten the job done. 102 points picked up by AB Radicals on day 2. 103 points picked up by AB Radicals again on day 3. And on day 4, we did not see anyone breaking those records. But day 5, Expand gets it done with one more game in hand, which is just phenomenal in terms of what they can do to catch up now with the players of AB Radicals themselves.
We'll have to see if they jinx themselves first, though, because, of course, like, they've got to be feeling very good. But are they going to continue with the consistency? Because my biggest fear right now for Expand, and we've seen this in the past, is that they have some good games, and then all of a sudden they get a little bit too overconfident, too cocky, and they start doing some crazy stuff, and then they just splat, you know, at the beginning of the game because they tried to do something funky. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not trying to jinx anybody, you know, but there's always the possibility of that potentially happening. But very quickly, current standings, 29 points going to go into Expand's pocket. Now, this is pretty big because they are actually trying to chase for that top 2 spot. And I think it is very possible if Expand continue in this trajectory. Axis, in the meantime, going to be picking up 16, Hard to Get with 14, LRV with 10, Geekfam with 9, and No Escape Revolt with 8. Overall standings. Now I'm serious. I'm sorry, Farang. You're not staying there for long. Oh my goodness. Guys, if I was a Farang fan, I'd be pretty upset.
I mean, take it out on Farang. They're not playing well. I mean,
So
you just gotta respect the supremacy of Expand in here on day number 5, as well as their consistency. And they now have equaled up with AB Radicals and their radical play in terms of the number of booyahs picked up, as well as the total rank points. What Expand has not matched up with AB Radicals is the kills on the battlefield, which I do not expect them to catch up with anytime soon, because once again, AB Radicals, they are mental when it comes to the mechanical plays.
But 1 point for placements, like, that is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So we can kind of already see how the teams generally play, right? So you've got Expand, who I want to say is pretty even in terms of kills and placements. They don't only emphasize on one, whereas AB Radicals, we saw this team being explosive. They have amazing games, and then they have sort of like games. But they do put a lot of emphasis in those kills. Yes, they're leading, which is totally fine, but it makes you think going into the grand finals, are those kills going to be enough to sort of keep them in that potential first place? Because kills are very risky, especially when you're starting early in the game, when everyone isn't too far apart in terms of loot. But of course, we're going to have that discussion another day as we jump into our last game of the day. It's Group A versus C. Is Expand going to go off again? We'll find out in 30 seconds, but we're going to pass it over here to AJ and Hauler. Gentlemen, take it away for our last game of the day.
Thank you very much, Danny. 110 points. That's exactly how much the team Expand has managed to rake up in day number 5 here, breaking the record set by AB Radicals twice. And now they hold the record for the most number of points picked up within a day. 53 from placements, 57 points from the kills. Expand is just playing this on a whole other level. And what's phenomenal here is, Holler, they have yet another round to just extend that record a little bit more.
I'm kind of worried because you're hyping them up so much, and there's just like, I mean, at this point, they've already broken the record, and I would hate for them to just get a donut this game, right? It's one of those situations that could potentially happen because they could just, they can score another 30 bomb or whatever in this last game and just make this record almost unachievable at that stage. But man, they are playing so well. I'm really proud of Expand right now.
Now let's see if or not what they can do out there. Can be outshined by any of the other teams. For the time being, it's No Escape Revolt standing up against the players of Sem9 and in fact knocking them down one after the other. Already now with the engagement, close quarters combat, LMG does not do anything against Phrase and his SMG. He just needs to turn around the circle now to shut down the player who might be going in here for the pickup onto Orin. No, that's the wrong play, Phrase. Just heal yourself up first, brother. Makes that big mistake, but has backup here. Out of nowhere, he does see Shah drop by as well. Knocks down Orin. Final survivor on the side of Sem9, Fikri. He runs away as quickly as he can. Shah on for the chase. Very low in HP. The confidence of No Escape Revolt should not be there because you should heal yourself first before getting aggressive.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's the aggressor. I mean, it's the last member of Fikri. Yes, he's one of the last ones, but health is an issue. And it looks like Fikri's just be like, all right, to the ocean, guys. I'm just going to swim this one out.
This is a terrible idea. You've got 3 players from the side of No Escape Revolt chasing him down. Shots after shots fired at the waters. And Fikri's going to hope and pray that he gets a little bit too far. Oh, he actually succeeds. Now, nobody else has got a sniper there to punish him.
Yeah, I think he's going to get away. I mean, maybe he's Aquaman. Maybe that's where he's going to go to safety, right? Just get out into the sea.
Under the sea. No escape. Manages to allow somebody to escape. They brought dishonor to their own names.
Look at Neptune. Again on the roof. Finds SAF, but he's the last lone survivor. So this could be a problem here as he gets eliminated. You knew that was coming, right? Eliminated 12th.
I think, Axis Esports deserves that because this is not the first time they're hot dropping SAF in the same compound. It happened last week. It happened again this week. And Axis has lost a majority of all of those engagements against SAF here. So I don't know, man. If I was Axis, I would stop ego challenging SAF and just try to loot up a empty spot because it's time for Axis to just move on with life and find a different hotspot for themselves when they drop into this matchup.
Definitely. Like, it's one of those things where, we messed up this time. We'll try to go at it again next time. But, SAF has got your number. You got to figure out another route, figure something out. You got to change things up because it's not working for you. But Todak, Icon Esports, and again, it looks like a lot of the teams are just really loving the roofs of things. The elevation that's provided, and you can kind of hear footsteps below. So you do have that slight advantage.
Pedro. Mag 7 takedown. Ooh, man, put out of the equation instantaneously. Cap runs in to Pedro's shotgun. Gets himself taken down. Icons, 4 Eyes, has got the exact same gun to work with, but not a lot of HP. Gets caught out by a player downstairs. And that's about the end of the run for Icon in this matchup. Taken out in the 11th spot.
Icon there didn't really get much going today. I think they're going to have a lot to go over in terms of the replay. But this is a team that didn't get a whole lot of kills, wasn't really in terms of placement as well. So again, just a lot to learn from this today. But Geek Fam going against Blacklist International. How many times have we seen this today?
A little too many times. Icon overall only picked up 11 points in here today. And you gotta be upset if you're Icon, man. I mean, so many opportunities, and yet you just make mistakes after mistakes after mistakes, getting into early engagements just to be punished, thinking that if you try to get into yet another early engagement, something's gonna be different. But nothing's different. Everything's exactly the same. They bomb out. And I believe the most number of points they picked up is actually in round number 3, where they got 6 points, which is a little sad.
Very sad. I mean, it's almost as sad as these grenades, which have no chance of hitting Yasta. What is going on here? I mean, Yasta is just hiding behind this glue wall. It's the side of it one here. He is alive here, but Blacklist International are trying to draw beat. Okay, that's a better grenade, I would think. Just flush him out. Another glue wall being used. Yasta, where's the rest of his teammates? Geek fam, you gotta come and help your buddy. He's by himself, has no way to get out of this one. Yasta calling for help. Maybe somebody's gotta help him out, right?
Nobody, man. They are all running to save their own lives, and they are telling Yasta, don't worry, brother, you can fall. We'll revive you later. Yasta says, all right, and he gets flushed out, shut down. 1v2, Yasta couldn't do much. But Geek Fam still plays the game of survival. Apis should be the survivor as Hakimi runs straight into Faiz. This is a GG for Geek Fam early on, but let's hope and pray that Apis gets to one of that revival points and brings the rest of the players of Geek Fam right back in here. Cover, bro. I'll be back.
Yeah. And look, I mean, if you look at what Hakim is doing, he's by himself. I don't know if it was like we're going to Delta split and then whoever survives just, res up the rest of the team. But Hakimi's all by himself. He's been running around. He's been spotted out here. Faiz is making a run on him. The glue wall keeping him to safety, at least for now. Hakimi, though, is going to get knocked in the end. No real chance. The numbers are too many. Blacklist International will feast on this like a bunch of vultures. They'll take that one out. But on the other side of the map, SAF going up against Todak here. These are two teams that really need the points. They need to figure something out. Todak have already got 5 kills. This is actually pretty massive for them, but SAF have 4 to their name as well. So they're in a pretty good spot as well, but who's going to come out on top? Yadope is running around. Pedro is on the other end. He's stuck in the storm. He's taking minimal damage. Yes, it's a bit early at this stage, but who's going to make the first move into the circle? This is one of those things where, yeah, you could go in, but you're going to get caught out in the open.
Yeah.
And Todak here are going to play it safe a little bit.
Todak outside of the circle. SAF got them surrounded already. But what's the play here by SAF? They only have 3 men on their side. One more shot should shake down that glue wall, but it's a double glue wall pulled out by Pedro. And he disengages. Aims drop down by Let's Go. 1 by 1. Like the towers that are built up, the players of Todak see them fall. Hopefully it's not a domino effect. Chill taking the fight up aggressively against SAF. Spots Let's Go trying to flank around from the left-hand side. And has got a little bit of backup here. Both of them, Chill as well as the one and only Pedro, running around together, trying to spot out Let's Go. Let's Go gets caught out. And the backstab by the double barrel, just a little too spicy. And Yado should have just stuck in together with the team and took that gunfight because they make an unfortunate mistake of running away and the game of numbers acts against them.
Yeah, and as right there, that was a situation where some people were running, some people were fighting, and then they just got caught out. It was one of those situations where they were not on the same page, really didn't know what to do. But look at Expand here. Roy already knocked or already killed at this stage, but they're going to kind of fight with Blacklist International. This is probably not where they want to be, considering Blacklist International have 4 strong. This is a situation that they might get caught out in, and it looks like it's happening.
Let's see if they do manage to recover from this. Expand out in the open. SAF eliminated already. Axel taken out of the equation. The rest of Team Expand backs away. They don't want early engagements. They just want that final circle first. But if they are in an advantageous position, yes, they will fight back. But at the moment, they're just all scrambled across the battlefield. Cobra, game of survival, manages to do exactly that. The crosshairs of Fire is just a little too much to deal with. Thankfully, Cobra has got those double glue walls to sustain his life with. ORV kind of dropping by to say hello and distract the players of Blacklist International. How lucky can Expand get?
That was so awkward. That was like the ice cream truck just driving by, be like, hey, we're selling ice cream, don't shoot at me. But they're just going to continue on their merry way. But Geek Fam, Blacklist International, Bloody Heads, all so close. It's starting to get to that crunch moment where all the teams are starting to collide. Space is becoming an issue. Who's going to just be able to bunker down, play this one safe? Who can fortify the next area? Bloody Head right now with 0 kills. They need some points. They need to find something. They're sticking around. They're not able to draw a beat on Blacklist International, who are in the next building.
Morgana in the place of Bloody Head, staying as quiet as possible, trying to hope and pray that Blacklist does not come attacking. But you know Blacklist is hungry. Blacklist wants more. So far, Blacklist International picking up 68 points in the day of play today. And they want more for themselves, because this has been one of the best days of plays for Blacklist International. And they want to make the best use of all of that adrenaline built up. Bloody Head still want to play possum, and therefore Blacklist International takes advantage. And they will also show a little bit of initiative here to go in for those engagements, but still slowly peeking out little by little. Toda, on the other hand, do not have much time to respond as the circle comes looking for them, but thankfully just stops at the front door. Jim Quest backs away, double barrel, turns around, but it is Praise that catches Spark. Jim Quest still can give him that backup shot, drop down onto the ground. Jim Quest finally shows up, but Freeze is the one with that shot, manages to get dropped here. Jim Quest, who manages to shut down Chill. This is just back and forth between the two teams, but it's a game of survival now. Jim Quest in for the pickup. Final survivor as he sees Shah go down as well. Jim Quest survives and shuts down the final play of Toda and allows No Escape Revolt to survive another battle.
Well played battle right there. Jim Quez with the shotgun. I mean, this guy's a monster with this thing. This is his playstyle. He wants to be up close and personal. He's going to res up Slurpee here, and No Escape Revolt coming out on top. 8 kills. Pretty massive. This is the game that they really needed to get going for themselves.
SM9. Full squad revived in here. And as they circle around, 8 more teams left out there on the battlefield. Final battle of the day. Who's got the better take on this? Who's got the better chance to play this game of survival, expand, spread out there on the battlefield with almost no way to make it into this next circle? The one thing that they can do is just rotate around the outside perimeters of Mill and then get to Riverside, but even that strategy seems to be a little too late in terms of potential execution as the circle starts moving. Back to International. Finally, the move is made to take out the players of Bloody Head. Time Turner combined with the glue walls coming through as well. Morgana has got the grenade launcher. One pop is all it's going to take, but Faiz has the grenade launcher as well. He responds. The players of Bloody Head, they scramble. They back away. Glue wall, Fortitude, back to back. They fortify themselves inside of this tiny little compound. One grenade by Morgana, trying to get lucky. Xenopede drops them with a charge buster. Back to back, they lose 2 players, but they trade out Ashura as well as Miro. Faiz goes in for the pickup onto Miro. Ashura, well done in terms of play. The players of Blacklist International recover their players, but Bloody Head now going to be overwhelmed just purely with those numbers.
Yeah, they've got a 2-man advantage at this point. Blacklist International are trying to find the last 2. Mark and Caldy just trying to stay alive, just doing what they can, but nobody's really dying. This has been a long, drawn-out fight. Caldy has finally been knocked, and it's now down to Mark. What are they going to do? Blacklist International look to go for the entire flank. The glue wall has been used. Mark is going to heal up his buddy, but the other people have come. Sem9, they're looking to just feast on these like a bunch of vaulters. They smell blood in the waters, and they want it. They're trying to go in. Picker, they found Mark, and Mark is looking to outduel this one. No, Picker, they're both going at it again. The Time Turner keeping him alive, at least for now. Picker back in, back outside, and Mark trying to find a draw beat on him, not able to do so, and this has been ongoing. Mark must be at least, trying to figure out something, because everybody's going back in. Blacklist International are back, and they want this, and they finally get him. Bloody Head has now been eliminated 7.
Yeah, too smooth. Blacklist International saw Sem9 approaching. They said, okay, thank you very much. You guys deal with the players of Bloody Head. Let us recover first, and we'll come back to finish you off. And that's exactly what they did. Supreme in terms of strategy from the players of Blacklist International. The players of Geek Fam, on the other hand, are getting annihilated one after the other, surprisingly in the hands of Hard to Get. One of the teams that have had quite a bit of trouble kind of finding their groove out there on the battlefield in week 1 and week 2. But in week 3, it has not been an issue at all to bounce right back. 41 points so far in the competition. And if they can get into that final circle, we might just see them push that up to 50 to 60 points. It is all dependent on how many slays Hard to Get gets out there. If they can pull away that booyah, extra 12 points in the bag, they will be happy little kids. ORV finally manages to engage with Hard to Get as they move on in. A good knockdown, and Hard to Get is going to be held back here. Forbits heals himself up. Fair enough, as Jay-Z helps him out. Both those players scrambling in, trying to be ahead of time here. And ORV is going to be in trouble because the whole squad of Hard to Get, or the trio of Hard to Get, are finally rushing in towards their compound. ORV has to deal with No Escape. Revolt on the other side. 7-9 playing Possum, trying to play the game of survival. But Zem OP shuts down Apis. Geekfam taken out of the equation. And Blacklist International, they are still on fire. And the circle hunts them down.
Yeah, ORV is completely surrounded. Not really much of a chance. There are too many teams, too many different angles to cover for. And it was like a 1 versus 4 against No Escape Revolt. No real chance there. But Hard to Get kind of doing a great job of just keeping them busy, making sure that when they are safe, they can pick off as much as they can get. I mean, they have 8 kills, so they're doing quite well. But ORV still not out of it. H2G are looking to get in. But the nice grenade there, that's going to start things off. And it looks like he's going to pick him back up. But Blacklist International, 13 kills. They're in the driver's seat here.
Oh, man, they most definitely are, and they want to drive themselves straight up to a booyah in this final round available for day 5. The question is, will they be able to sustain their lives? I mean, against M9, obviously, that's going to be no issue, but Orin does the damage, manages to get one knock, fires down on the ground as well. Orin hasn't been traded out just yet. Or has he? The players of Blacklist International now waiting quietly inside the circle. Nobody else there. ORV, on the other hand, takes the fight straight up to Slurpee. And one good grenade launcher. But Blacklist Initiative, they go in for the engagement. They open up against ORV, the third party. They're not waiting for the circle to drag in the teams. They just want to finish this off right here, right now. Somebody must have a tummy ache because he's rushing this game. And they get the booyah.
That's perfectly played right there. Very smart. Ashura with 8 kills. An absolute monster right there. Finishing it very strong. I mean, that's exactly what you wanted as you finish it off with Blacklist International winning that one out. Danny, what are your thoughts on this one?
Hey, I'm happy it's Blacklist. You know, these boys, they're not one-hit wonders. They're proving that they can have more than one good game in a day. And maybe at the same time, you know, crush the dreams of Expand to expand their lead after today. As not Expand. I'm actually really glad to see Blacklist up here. They did so well. It was such a clean, crisp end game. Blacklist, I'm looking at these guys and I think that they're going to be a massive threat going into the grand final. These guys are blooming at the right time. All right, let's go through these highlights, shall we? Before I lose everybody. So this was the last game of the day, and this was also a debut for everybody for their new groups. Everyone's put in brand new groups for the rest of the 2-week period. How do you feel like, how are we feeling after seeing these groups in action? Because originally we all thought it was going to be all Group B. Mind you, we've only seen the teams play on 2 maps today. Going into 2 more maps tomorrow, do you think we're going to see much of a change, or do you feel like these groups have more or less said enough to be like, okay, how we play on these 2 maps, this is roughly what's going to happen on the next two maps tomorrow?
I love the change. Sorry, AJ. No. I just think it's a great change because it's completely changed things up, right? In terms of, you know, AV Radicals, Farang, those guys have been, you know, streaking. They've had a great run thus far. But the fact that the other teams have been able to step up because everything is just completely different has really shaken up everything.
Yeah. AJ?
You know, the anticipation was for Group A to really dominate both Bermuda as well as Kalahari. And, you know, the main teams we were looking out for, you know, was Geekfam as well as Expand, mainly. Icon thrown into the mix there as well. And I feel like everybody kind of stepped up in their own accord. And Geekfam was the only outlier here, right? Instead of Geekfam, it was the players of Blacklist International that rose up to the occasion. And, you know, but yet again, still from that Group A. And this has now become the group of death, guys.
Group A is now the group of death. Oof. I mean, it's great. I love seeing Group A in action. They just... Actually, I don't know. Should I be having fun watching somebody demolish another group? I probably shouldn't, should I? I should be diplomatic. Maybe I'm not a very good viewer. I'm not a good representation of the people that are watching the broadcast. But, I mean, if you're the other 2 groups and you're going up against Group A, and it's inevitable, you will have to play against this group whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Is there like any kind of weakness that we're seeing in Group A? Is there something that Group A does that a particular play style might be able to punish?
it's really like a weakness. I think it's more of the teams that are really starting to step up again, right? You know, Geek Fam, Blacklist International, Expand, these just, you know, in an isolation, these are very strong teams. They were never really able to shine because AV Radicals has just taken everything. But these are the teams that have been able to just figure things out. They've been able to get kills, which is, you know, very different compared to what AV Radicals has allowed, which have hoarded almost all of the kills in the entire league.
And I feel like it's not that, you know, some of the teams are just doing badly out there. It's more towards some of the teams who are winning consistently, doing some things extremely right and extremely consistently. And it's been one of the points that we have been bringing up a lot, you know, and it's a play style that the old Blacklist International kind of used to bring out there on the battlefield a lot, which is the game of survival. Don't get into those early skirmishes if it's just not important, if it's just not necessary. Avoid early battles, you know, avoid those hot drops. Access Esports, I'm talking to you. And you know, just play a clean game until you get to that final circle, because you are going to find a lot of players in that final circle either way.
Yeah, it's inevitable, right? You're going to get so close to people that you're going to have to pull your trigger a couple times to be able to make it through. So, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And we are starting to see these teams come up with their own customized recipes, if you want to describe it that way. You know, their recipe to victory. And I'm glad to see it, because you could see at the beginning of the season, some teams were a bit lost. They didn't really know where they needed to go because they couldn't figure out what were what were very highly contested drop points, where everyone was going, what teams are the ones that were hounding for kills and who are focusing more on placement. So it's good to see that some of these teams that struggled in the beginning of the season are actually starting to be able to adapt, because they have information to work with, right? They've got past games you can look back to, there's stats you can look at as well. So I'm happy to see that we're starting to see some adaptation. But are there any teams that we are going to have to look at and say, okay, they're starting to adapt, but it seems like it's a little bit too late already for these teams?
I think Hard to Get might just be that team, you know. I think they...
Really?
Yeah, they ramped up and they did pretty decently, but the question is it going to be enough to carry them all the way? I think it's going to be tough, because they're going up against, you know, other teams like Sem9, Icon, and Anxiety has a huge probability of stepping their gameplay up tomorrow when we get into Purgatory, as well as Alpine. So Hard to Get might just be the team that is at risk here. But if they can keep this up, then maybe they don't have to worry about that.
Paula, what are you thinking?
Go a different direction. I think it's Todak. I think that, you know, I had high expectations going in. I thought that they were just having like a bad couple of days. But from what I've seen today, Todak has just not really lived up to the Todak name. It's a completely different team. Something seems to be really shaking with these guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of people watching the broadcast probably have the same sentiment as well. I mean, even we did too, coming into the tournament, when we had a list of teams that we were looking forward to. Todak was on that list, and we thought that they were going to be one of the top teams to look out for. Top 6, I mean, AJ, what were you expecting from Todak to begin with? Did you think top 6, or did you actually think higher for that team?
I wasn't expecting top 6. I know exactly what the strategy is here for Toda, and they're just keeping their heads down. It's just that they are playing it very riskily. They don't want to seem to be a threat until the grand finals, because once again, you're talking about, you know, more than $50,000 US, specific $53,000 US out of 70,000 available in the overall prize pool awaiting you at the grand finals. You shouldn't be allowing everybody to read your strats very easily. And you can see consistency out of Toda. They don't want to be in the top half. They don't want to be in the final circle. They're just keeping themselves alive to make sure nobody tries to see them as a threat and read into their strategy all that too much. Everybody's going to be reading into the strategy of Expand, but, you know, there's no if, buts, or maybes here for Expand, because it's a team that's making a comeback after a long, long time. You really need to go ham against the other teams and see if you can keep up the consistency. But Toda is the kind of team that can ramp it up whenever they want, and I feel like they are intentionally not ramping it up just yet.
So you kind of think that they're keeping in the shadows. They don't want people to assume that Todak's going to be an issue. Don't hot drop us. Don't focus us. We're not a threat. Just leave us alone. Could that act as a double-edged sword though? Because I think that when you're playing as well during the league stage, you have to also find something that would work. And speaking of work, we haven't really seen Todak have their moments of of glory. You would assume maybe have one or two so that, okay, we figured out something that's going to work for us. We've got our recipe to victory. Now we're going to shift back into the shadows. We're going to be non-existent so that when it comes to grand final, we're going to go back to that recipe that worked for us.
For me, it's look at what's happening right now. I mean, the fact that the Todak have fallen, Sem9 are kind of making their way back into this one. It's a bit of a rat race to the 12th spot right now. Everybody's so close. But another thing is that let's talk again about Axis Esports. I'm only bringing them up because they have not done well. This is a team that was top four, going into today. They've dropped down to the 6th place. They had a terrible day. Very off the radar. Eliminated early. It seemed like they wanted to go home. Things were not really working for them. They were not able to get into their strategy.
I mean, I think they deserved it because when you continuously ego challenge a team and you try to, just prove that it is you who belongs in a certain drop spot, even after you have been punished week after week at that exact same hot drop, I'm like, why would you try it again? So I'm all for Axis bombing out and going lower down on the leaderboard this time around because those are decisions that they could have made for themselves to play a little bit better. But they just wanted to bash their heads against the wall to get to the other side. They could have just opened the door. But no, they wanted to go through the wall. And hitting your head against the wall bumps you down a couple of rolls.
I mean, they could be one of those teams that you kind of have to do things a couple times to be sure that it's a bad idea. And I'm very sure up today, Axis may have learnt their lesson. We'll have to find out because we're still going to watch a lot more Axis tomorrow. But that means, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that we have concluded our first day of week 3. Thank you to everyone that tuned into the broadcast. Thank you to Hola for joining us this weekend. We're going to have you again tomorrow. We've got lots of exciting stuff to do. And of course, AJ. AJ's always here. But gentlemen, thank you so much for casting the games. You are phenomenal. Looking forward to your broadcasts tomorrow. And again, to all of our viewers, thank you for tuning into the broadcast. If you haven't already, please like and share our streams if you're watching on Facebook, or if you are on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you get notifications for the stream that's going to pop up tomorrow. Because yes, we still have one more play day, and that is going to be tomorrow. We're going to be having a lot of fun on Purgatory and Alpine. And that's going to be it for us. Is that AJ? Yes, that's AJ. That's Hola. I'm Danalee. We'll see you all tomorrow.